The people in the cave help the wounded move around. They are asked to hold out a little longer. The wounded man could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground. There was no strength left at all. The elder inquired how many people had already collapsed without strength. The man replied that hillmen didn't have much mana. The companion said regretfully that in that case the wounded man might die. The wounded man replied that all would be well, for they had the hope of the Empire. There is hope as long as the warrior Vern is with them. Warrior Vern said, "If he can hear the voice from here, then the man is really all right. We should try to hold out a little longer." The companions began to worry. The punishment squad initially consisted of 74 men, but now there are only 43 left. The warrior thought he had not lost 31 men. However, only 43 survived. Although everyone tried their best, they were unable to protect 31 comrades. The warrior figured everyone was already prepared for this, all because they are in one of the 7 dungeons of the Great Evil, the Primordial Core. Something emitting a bright light appeared ahead. The warrior showed Vern something unusual ahead on the course. A huge gateway loomed before the warriors. Could this be what they were aiming for? Vern said that they were now in place. The Primordial Core itself was the end of the dungeon. This was the last point of the expedition, the conclusion of their heroic efforts. Many treasures are stored here. Such a quantity cannot even be imagined. It is also home to the best product ever created by man, the 36th masterpiece. Here sits the master of the dungeon itself. Vern realized that he would have to fight the dungeon master and grabbed his sword. Vern shouted for everyone to fall into formation. Tankers and swordsmen move forward. Mages must illuminate the room. Priority is line of sight. The mage noticed that the vibrations had stopped. The other mage said they would try to light better. We must not let our guard down. A glowing evil appeared in front of the warriors. Many cried out in fright that they must retreat. They could not win. Now we can summarize. The undead stated that he was sleeping here when the humans invaded. He overcame his fatigue and fought the humans. I had to fight 2 opponents, people and fatigue. The creature urged Frederick to calm down. The undead wondered, could he really do it? Frederick told the creature that he was the boss of the dungeon, but nevertheless he was asleep when the humans came. The undead added that the dungeon boss was asleep before them. Does that make any sense? All the problems are from his thinking. The undead asked Renee what she thought about it. Renee answered that she did not know. To quell the men with a mere yawn, Renee was again shocked at Mr. Swallow's greatness. The undead said that the dungeon had made a mistake. The dungeon boss replied that he shouldn't be like that. If Frederick thought too much, his bones would rot. The 7 dungeons that humans had previously branded as impossible to conquer was one of the 7 dungeons of Great Evil, the Primordial Core. Most dungeon raids end with humans winning. Humans can attack at any time, thereby putting the monsters that are supposed to drive humans away at a disadvantage. The repetitive battles were weakening the dungeons at an incredible rate. Over time, countless dungeons have been suppressed and recreated again. However, the existence of dungeons that could not be conquered by humans was obvious. Dungeons of the Great Evil, or more specifically, the 7 dungeons of the Great Evil. 7 dungeons that humanity unanimously considered unconquered. Even among the infamous 7 dungeons of the Great Evil was the worst in all the demonic worlds, the Primordial Core. Here dozens of creatures guarded the dungeon, and gatekeepers waited at the entrances of the 3 paths. The homunculus guarding the red passageway on the left is Renee's Blade Maiden. The skeleton guarding the blue passageway in the center is the Knight of Doom Frederick, and a little-known, profanity-filled passageway to the right, the mysterious Tentacles. The ruler of this fortress that could not be conquered was the primordial monster from the first chapter of Imperial mythology. So it was written in an ancient book. When this book spread to people, there were definitely more invasions. The dungeon boss said that the girl should have learned how to run a dungeon too. Just need to add a little mysticism and people won't understand anything. We have to give them a little bit of information and let them make up the rest on their own. People will say they know all about this dungeon. When they see such books half filled with fantasy, they fly like moths to the flame. The dungeon boss said that even so, he didn't expect them to pile in here in such large numbers. How many people were there in all? 74? However, Mr. 116 Black Tentacles had melted most of their equipment, rendering it useless during the battle. What remained more or less intact looked quite expensive. The girl was sure she could handle them without damaging things. The young man put his hand on the girl's head and said he had no doubt she would do fine. The girl blushed with embarrassment and smiled. Skeleton noticed that they weren't here on a date, and they weren't here for fun at all. However, why are the 2 of them the only ones who radiate happiness? The atmosphere is so sweet that the air alone can give you tooth decay. And it seems that not only the teeth, but also the skull can rot. If the boss is going to reincarnate, he has to do it right. Right now, as he stroked Renee's head, he had 6 fingers on his hand. The young man looked at it and agreed. Yes, he did have 6 fingers now. It was better than the last time though, when he had over 40 teeth. He was smiling so wide it sent shivers down my spine. But the transformation, he said, had gone beautifully. Renee said that Fedric's teeth clattering was too loud. Fedric thought that he would soon be unable to bear it and asked her to resign as the dungeon gatekeeper since she didn't even like it. Renee said she would stop chasing them. Renee added that people were finally starting to invade the right aisle. The problem is that the 116 black tentacle that guards this passage is badly injured. He seems to be in critical condition right now. The boy replied that he shouldn't worry too much. He couldn't imagine the power of the tentacle's regeneration. We'll just have to see what happens next. If it really is a failure, we'll have to find a new gatekeeper. Skeleton told the boss that in that case it would be better to hire 2 of them at once, so that he could leave too. The young man objected. He had a lifetime contract. Anyway, people are only going down the right aisle for now. Skeleton noted that they might already be gathering forces for another invasion. Renee added that people were actively using magic like telepathy, so news of the crack in the right aisle with the squirt should have spread by now. The young man said that in that case they should also make a proper plan. He suggested that we switch places. Until now, Renee had been guarding the right red aisle. From now on, she'll take over the right side of the evil aisle. The attacking group will head that way, thinking the passage is empty. Renee will stop them. She promised Mr. Swallow that she could hold back as many people as she wanted. The guy said that Fedric would take the red aisle on the left that Renee used to guard. The men, having found Renee on the left, will head for the left aisle, where they will be stopped by Fedric. Swallow said that this way they could prevent 2 invasions. The boss was asked what he would do if people chose the center blue aisle. Swallow replied that in that case there was nothing they could do. They would have to enjoy their date with him. Fedric said that the plans seemed a mess. Renee remarked that it was, on the contrary, incredibly perfect. Renee added that they had solved the most urgent issues. The only thing left on the agenda was to decide what to do with that sword. Swallow wondered what kind of sword they were talking about. Renee explained, the one the invasion leader had used this time. Fedric noted that the opponents were quite strong since they had such a weapon. But what kind of sword was it? Fedric looked at it and said that it was a 36th masterpiece. A very famous weapon among humans. It's not really a weapon though. It's sword number 14. It's called Tanabella. The boss added that one of Renee's blades, which she is currently using, is also among the 36 masterpieces. Swallow said that people are bringing in some pretty good stuff. Fedric wondered what to do with that sword. If you give it to those at the entrance, people will take it quickly. If it got to them again, it would turn into a new headache. Fedric asked if the boss was going to take it for himself. Swallow noticed that Fedric didn't even know how to use a sword. Maybe he should give it a try. Fedric glowed with happiness and said he had no choice if the boss ordered it. This was the Primordial Core, home to the terrifying Maiden of the Blade, to the Knight of Doom who breathed destructive energy, and for the giant, ancient monster. Swallow said that now that he had given up the sword, Fedric should tear up the resignation letter hidden in his ribs. Renee thought only of Swallow. Fedric was the only sane person in the dungeon and a master of arguing with the boss. Swallow was an ancient monster, the epitome of laziness. After studying the accounting papers, Renee asked her boss what to do with the remaining income. Fedric said it was enough for him. Swallow suggested doing the usual. Use what they can when they're done, and leave the rest as bait for the next guy. Renee agreed and said that this time too, it would be better to leave it to her. Fedric thought that she'd shut it down again. The boss agreed with Renee. The girl added that it wouldn't work that way with magic tools. Maybe we should just take the mana stones out of them and sell them. That would bring in a lot of money. Swallow said he had a good idea. Maybe they should visit a human village? Fedric and Renee were very frightened. The boss wondered, why such a reaction? Fedric suggested sending Renee alone. Swallow said that Fedric hasn't really succeeded in turning into a human yet. He has a tail visible all the time. Swallow warned, if the 2 of them did go together, be sure to bring something tasty. The girl, while on the forest path, said the weather was nice today. Renee promised Mr. Swallow to return soon. The appraiser at the shop looked at the gems and said he couldn't buy them from the girl. The old man checked his supplies and explained everything to the girl. They were B-rang stones. To buy such a thing, commoners would have to work for 10 years. Only royal mages or high-level mages from the magic tower could afford such stones. The old man added that jewelers from the capital related to the royal family, or the wing from the mage tower, would be able to acquire them. The girl asked how far it was to the capital and if she should visit the tower. Renee didn't want to go there, but for Mr. Swallow's sake she was ready. The girl said goodbye to the old man, the appraiser wishing her a safe journey. The old man called out to the girl and said she had forgotten one stone. The girl looked back and replied that it was a tip. A thank you for the information she had received. The appraiser muttered that this was a very strange child. Wing of the magic tower. Renee reached the entrance to the tower. The girl was asked if she was here to sell mana stones. If so, she should meet with the guildmaster. The young man offered to escort Renee to the guildmaster's office and told her to follow him. Renee noted that the building was built in such a way that the head's office was at the very top. The mage tower was like a dungeon. The woman thanked the girl for the journey. She introduced herself. Graumitz Aimer, head of the wing of the Magic Tower Guild. The wing head inquired as to who she was dealing with. Renee sensed that this woman had a large amount of mana. She introduced herself as well. Graumitz Aimer said that she had been informed of the child's arrival, and she had no intention of calling for her. But the guards reported that the girl had many magical stones. She must have heard about the glory of the wing. The head hoped that the girl had brought high-quality stones. She wasn't interested in others. Renee poured the stones out on the table and invited Mrs. Graumitz to see for herself. The woman aghast. All the stones were A-rang, some of the highest quality. How could a child have such stones? Who is she? Graumitz Aimer inquired where Renee got them. She glanced at her silver hair and remembered that in one of the imperial families, such hair was hereditary. Could this be the runaway princess? There was no other way to explain the child's possession of so many stones. Such a noble child didn't seem to understand how the world worked. Graumitz admitted she had been rude. She hadn't expected such a good product. Wing wants to buy all the stones. She offered 50 ounces of gold for an ordinary stone and 80 for especially high-quality ones. Renee remembered the old appraiser's words. Commoners make 10 ounces a year. She said that if the head of the wing continued to joke, she might as well die. Graumitz realized the girl knew a lot more than she seemed to. The woman admitted that the guild didn't have the money for all the stones, even if they collected all of them. Renee offered to sell only the ones they could pay for. The head of wing said they had 2,000 ounces in gold coins. Although not enough for everything, she offers a trade for equally valuable items. Renee asked if they were really worth it. She needed to be able to sell them easily. Graumitz assured her not to worry. The woman offered to go to another room to show the items. She added that normally such things are not shown to strangers, but Ms. Renee is an exception. The woman led Renee into the vault. Among other things was a crown encrusted with 4-carat diamonds, with a magic stone in the center. There was a ring of black pearls that would start weeping if poison was nearby. The pearls were obtained through alchemy. Graumitz wondered if Ms. Renee was not interested in alchemy. Sure, it's a nasty art, but it's effective. She then showed the Scarlet Stone of Love, which is supposed to help you find love. If you put mana into it in front of your loved one, the spirit contained in the stone will help achieve his heart. It doesn't matter how strong the mage next to you is. Graumitz assumed that this stone was Renee's favorite. The girl confirmed that she wanted it. The head said that the stone was hard to give away. It could even be used to steal the Emperor's heart. But Renee was determined and said she was ready to propose. She offered to return all the money and add her weapons in exchange for the stone. The young man asked the guildmaster how she could sell the stone. Graumitz wondered, what's the matter? The boy noticed that the stone has tremendous power. To give it away so easily would be to put the girl in danger. The winghead said that the noble lady herself wanted this stone. She added that there was no need to worry. As soon as the girl activated the stone, she would die. And her lover after her. There would be no proof. Though who her lover is unknown. One of the 7 great dungeons, the king's castle. The woman with scissors and comb in hand said the tips were dead, of course. Renee replied that she was grateful every time she suddenly stopped by. The woman remarked that neighbors should help each other. The boss of the royal castle, one of the great dungeons, Elizabeth Bathory, said that seeing a beauty like Renee makes her happy. If a person is beautiful, it doesn't matter how she winks, they'll still be beautiful. At times like this, she even envies the fact that the girl is a homunculus. Elizabeth Bathory said that Renee's old age would touch her anyway. Renee replied that Elizabeth looked young too, but her skin was much paler. The boss of the royal castle noticed that she uses a lot of blood for this. Renee can't even imagine. Renee wondered what Ms. Bathory thought of her now. Elizabeth replied that Renee was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Ms. Bathory assured Renee that no one would dare reject her now. The head of the royal castle wondered who Renee was dressing up for now. Did the girl decide to confess to someone? Renee, clutching the rock in her hands, said she wanted to confess. She wants to confess to Mr. Swallow. Elizabeth Bathory wondered. Renee is joking, right? It comes so naturally to her because she's a homunculus. Renee said she wasn't kidding. She's gonna confess to Mr. Swallow. Elizabeth Bathory wondered, what did Renee think of him? Isn't he a scoundrel whose powers cannot even be measured? Renee agreed that he had a lot of strength, so he seemed reliable. Miss Bathory acknowledged, based on that, he might be the most trustworthy in the world. However, he is very lazy, which is the complete opposite. Renee agreed. He's big and lazy, eats like a pig, sleeps wherever and whenever he wants. He's not resourceful, but he has a great appetite. Elizabeth Bathory remarks that Renee already knows everything, but still loves him? Renee confirmed that she loved her. Bathory hoped that everything would be fine and that Swallow would be worthy of her. And if he rejected her, Renee could always come to her. Renee clutched the magic stone in her hands and was sure that she would definitely succeed. The capital of the Empire of Riaz. Dungeon Sweep Team. Headquarters. The man decided to announce that the warrior Vern Hishutaltz, who was leading the squad, had died. One of the people present said that there was no such thing. Didn't they say that they would easily pass the dungeon? No body has been found. How can you make such assumptions? There's no way Serverna lost to a monster. The head thought that they were all wrong. The Primordial Core might not be such a big or dangerous dungeon, but once you enter it, everyone dies. We haven't heard from this unit in 2 days. It's quite possible that Vern really did die. His battle sword remains somewhere deep in the dungeon. It must be recognized. A member of the audience asked what would happen to their family sword. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the connection was cut off. Without re-entry, it was impossible to retrieve Tannibel's 14th masterpiece. Someone remarked that in that case they would have to organize a new camping trip. A colleague stated that it was impossible, for even Vern had failed. To avoid casualties, one must give up trying. The opponent objected. They can't just give up. Serverna fought with the boss. Perhaps the latter is wounded. While these conversations are going on, the warriors are probably licking their wounds and rearranging their traps. It is necessary to gather all forces and enter at the same time. They had already lost one of the 36 masterpieces, and the warrior the royal family held so dear. If the second campaign fails, they will all be finished. However, if they don't go, they will be destroyed by the royal family itself. But what if Serverna couldn't even scratch the boss? If there wasn't much damage done? The head stated that this was not possible. However, the man who appeared asked why they thought that. He is curious. He thinks they can do it. A disputant asked what the Royal Academy of Magic was doing here. Third Eye of the Royal Academy of Magic asked, don't they know whose orders he's listening to? Everyone understood. It was a direct intervention of the royal family. The Third Eye said, since he was here, everyone must pay for their sins. Everyone present was guilty not only for the death of the great warrior, but also for leaving the treasures that the Emperor cherished in the mouth of the monster. Third Eye asked, if everyone here dies, who will control the Empire's forces? He added that His Majesty had received a proposal, a way to save them all. The young man added, they will enter the dungeon again. The man wondered how they could win if even Serverna couldn't. The Third Eye, Nifrim said, we should send him. Everyone present was surprised. Did the representative of the royal family really say Nifrim? The speaker wondered, is the Third Eye referring to that creation with a bunch of malfunctions? The young man remarked that this was not a failure, but a clear success. The speaker stated that if that was the case, they were in trouble. How does the Third Eye think why Serverna and his troop didn't make it out alive? Third Eye suggested that they were either weak or stupid. Or maybe Servern and his troop had encountered something they couldn't overcome. However, Nifrim will be able to prevail. The humans will definitely win this time. The young man jumped to his feet and said that everything looked ominous. It was as if a great misfortune was coming upon them. What is this premonition? Could it be just a cold? In this situation, the guy didn't even know when people would barge in again. If he continued to delay patrolling, Frederick would reprimand him. However, he would definitely sell his ribs for a bag of bones. Swallow said he didn't want to be yanked. However, this time, the people came from somewhere on the side of the passageway with the grim reach. Should we go there? Guardian of the Primordial Core, 16 black tentacles. The young man felt sorry for him, but there was nothing he could do but wait. Next was the manager of the 5th room, Anthropopago. As long as Anthropopago has a main body and nutrients, it regenerates on its own. Fortunately, the main body was still alive. It would recover on its own, without interference. Swallow thought the problem was in the first of the 4 destroyed rooms. This is something that needs to be discussed with Frederick. There was an eerie feeling that he was going to be told off again. Swallow yawned and thought he would decide about the rest later. It was better to rest now. Swallow thought. He may have only checked out the passage of the square in the 5th room, but he'd done quite a bit. Swallow expressed the hope that Frederick would understand him. It was decided to end the patrol at this point. However, Mr. Swallow sensed the people. As long as they were here, they might not think they could leave. A decision must be made as to what to do next. But it was Renee. She recognized Mr. Swallow. She apologized. She thought it was just another pathetic person intruding. Swallow realized it was Renee in front of him. The girl apologized again. Swallow said it was no big deal. He just bounced around a bit, and enough about that. Swallow looked the girl over and asked, did the native dress up? Renee said she was very happy if Mr. Swallow noticed that. Swallow assumed that something special had happened if Renee had taken off her maid's uniform. She hadn't decided to quit before Frederick, had she? Renee asked if Mr. Swallow could spare her some time. She really had something special going on. Swallow was agreeable to everything except a resignation letter. Renee invited Mr. Swallow to her secret place. Renee offered to sit down and said she'd bring tea. Swallow kept repeating, as long as it wasn't a resignation letter. The girl stated that originally only she knew about this place, but now Mr. Swallow knows about it as well. Swallow tasted the tea and kept mentally repeating, as long as it wasn't a resignation letter. The girl said it had been 80 years since Mr. Swallow had received her. Does he remember that? Swallow remembered this. 80 years ago, when dungeon sweeping became popular, over 1,000 dungeons had fallen. The number of people who had reached the Primordial Core had also exceeded 1,000. Those were the times when Renee's status skyrocketed and she got her nickname. Swallow recognized that Renee had been through a lot. He wondered if her right eye had gotten better. Swallow was relieved that there would be no resignation. Renee was happy that Mr. Swallow remembered Renee's eye. The young man said that he had never forgotten that. Renee remarked that she was happy that she had been able to protect Mr. Swallow. Swallow wondered, what did "was happy" mean? Aren't those the words of a breakup? Swallow was getting frustrated again, as long as it wasn't a resignation letter. Renee said that she has liked Mr. Swallow for as long as 80 years. She had waited a long time for this moment. Swallow hadn't expected such an admission. However, the boss thanked the girl for those words. Swallow said their lives are constantly threatened by something. They never know when they might be hurt or killed. But does that mean everyone has to live alone? Renee said she understood. She would get Mr. Swallow in trouble with her confession. She added that she couldn't keep it to herself anymore. The thought of Mr. Swallow turning her down and leaving was too frightening. Renee took out the gem that she had purchased from the head of the guild wing. She confessed that she had always dreamed of being loved by Mr. Swallow and was willing to pay any price. Renee ran up to him and said that she would even resort to despicable measures. The young man replied by asking her to calm down. The girl showed the stone and confidently said that with its help, her wish would come true. "You just have to put in the magical power," she added. Swallow wondered, what had she just done to him? Was Renee really trying to destroy him? The girl shrieked and dropped the stone. That one shattered, shattering into small shards. Renee stared in bewilderment at what was happening. A living being emerged from the shards that fell to the ground. Frederick said that Boss was the best. He got rid of people. But, where did his conscience go? Does the boss even hear him? He just kicked Renee out. Frederick admitted that he was shocked. He can't contain his jaw. The boss's actions don't distinguish between enemies and friends. The dungeon master asked Frederick how to fix what had happened. The skeleton wondered, why was he asking him? He admitted it wasn't entirely the boss's fault. But he also asked why he was hiding his eyes. After all, everything that had happened to him was entirely the boss's fault. The dungeon lord didn't recall anything bad he had done to Frederick. Meanwhile, Frederick ran as hard as he could to stop the angry boss standing in front of the frightened Renee. The skeleton was screaming, begging him to calm down. Frederick asked what Renee had done wrong. She was trying to reassemble the splintered stone. He told her to pack up. It's time to leave all this behind and save yourself. But Skeleton realized, in her condition, words wouldn't get through. Renee just stood in the way. The skeleton hit her, and the girl flew far back. Frederick apologized. It was all he could think of. But now there was just the right distance between Renee and the boss. Swallow asked, had Frederick come to destroy him as well? Frederick painfully asked, had the boss still not remembered anything? The dungeon master finally remembered and apologized. Frederick was glad the boss was so quick to admit it, but added, he now understood why it had come to this. Because the whole thing was GG. The boss asked if he should go and look for Renee. Frederick snorted. Are you seriously asking? Don't you realize how important she is? He listed, Renee feeds the boss, monitors the monster's diet, cleans and rebuilds the dungeon, retrieves monsters, sets traps, mends, cares for, counsels, resolves complaints, handles trophies, distributes income, keeps the ledger, and is even great at crossword puzzles. According to Frederick, Renee is the one who runs the entire dungeon. Her absence would prove far more devastating than the absence of the boss himself. The boss admitted that it sounded creepy. Skeleton insisted we had to find Renee before it was too late. Even if I have to crawl on my knees, beg, fall to my knees, or kiss her feet, Renee needs to be brought back. Frederick said he had one thing for the boss. It was Demura, a mana-stabilizing bracelet. Swallow took the bracelet in his hands. All he needed to know was that this bracelet was very expensive. His body is suffering from mana leakage. The effectiveness of the bracelet is questionable. By the way, he has 6 fingers again. Even if the effect is minimal, it will at least prevent the transformation from numbing him. Swallow noted, annoyed at how well prepared Frederick was. Where did he get it? The skeleton answered, he'd picked it up on the road. Frederick warned me not to abuse it. The bracelet is fragile. Swallow replied that he would find out in practice, and put it on. He promised to give his best. During his absence, he put Frederick in charge. Frederick reminded, you must return within 5 days. The men would be here soon. Swallow interjected, before the invaders show up? Skeleton nodded. He added, if he can't handle them, he knows what will happen if they get to that place. Frederick said, 5 days is a win-win. Swallow promised to have Renee back in 5 days. Frederick shouted one last time. If the boss passed by the human village, don't let him attract attention. If they found out the monster was roaming their streets, they'd be in trouble. Swallow said he understood. And if things got worse, he'd just destroy everything and come back. Frederick said it turned out to be much more complicated than anticipated. Renee went somewhere and traded a brachycephalus tooth for a magic stone with a demon inside. In the end, the boss went crazy and almost destroyed her. There was breaking news in the press about the brachycephalus tooth being auctioned off. This is the 34th masterpiece. It'll be really bad if the boss finds out. It would be a real apocalypse. Frederick figured it wasn't yet the right time for humanity to attack. However, it was reported in the press that the Dungeon Invaders Union headquarters was confident of a successful raid on the core in 3 days. But Boss Frederick had told him not to be away for more than 5 days. Swallow lay on the ground at the epicenter of the recent explosion. The young man thought he had landed in the wrong place again, for the second time. He remembered the skeleton telling him that his mana was unstable, so it was better not to use magic. Swallow decided that it was because of a lack of balance. But it's too early to give up. We have to try again. Coordinates, Haston City. The same place Renee used to go to sell stones. The young man's body began to rise again. The woman on the throne said that the people had gone too far this time, but today she will give them a glorious death. One of the visitors said it was ridiculous. How could a demon be so sure? He introduced himself as a representative of the 32nd Elite Raid Group ranked by the Empire. They are the warriors of the Huangho at dawn. Demoness should remember this name, because they are the ones who will topple her from the throne and become famous throughout the continent. The woman declared that she was a pathetic minnow in front of her. She is the Demon Queen, a descendant of the 17th generation of Asmodeus. The demoness jumped up from her throne and spoke, "My name is Manhwa Summary. People should be proud to know her name, and die." The warrior called his own name in response, Vern. Vern swung his sword and rushed to attack. Pretty soon he realized that regular arrows had no effect on her. The warrior shouted for the leader to leave the support to him. The opponent stated that these pathetic people don't know their place. The woman added that she will show what she can do. Vern was surprised to see ice flows in front of him. Where did they come from? Had she really had time to prepare a new spell? Vern asked. Did she really think they wouldn't do anything in response? The opponent wondered, where did such stupid people come from? How quickly do they want to die? However, when did this man put up a magic shield? The demoness thought, she had already dealt with the mage, hadn't she? How can these assholes even fight back? After another attack, everything was covered in smoke. How critical was the defeat? When the smoke cleared, the warrior asked if the leader could get up. Vern replied that it was all right. Vern wondered who it was. He hadn't heard that another group had joined them. The woman was also surprised. Did support really come to the people? If they had the strength to destroy the castle, things were bad. Who's that? The outline of a man appeared from the dissipating smoke. Mr. Swallow came out of the smoke and asked if anyone knew where Huston was. Demoness and Vern were outraged. Who was he? Showing up out of nowhere and talking nonsense. Vern said it was most likely human, so he advised him to get away from the Demon Queen. Swallow wondered if it was really the Demon Queen. The Queen replied that nothing would change from another mediocrity. Swallow wondered if she really called herself the Demon Queen. Her ancestors looked very different. Maybe it's all about generations? The Demon Queen screamed that now they would pay for destroying her castle. The aide told Sir Vern that support had finally arrived. Now, together, they could destroy the Demon Queen. Swallow told everyone to stop. You can't do that. However, the passions did not subside, and the rivals continued to fight fiercely. The Demon Queen promised lowly humans pain. She was promised the same in return. Swallow thought he'd had enough of this. He had to find Renee as soon as possible. He realized that the parties would not be able to reach an agreement. Swallow also thought that if he was late, Frederick would be angry. And that made him even angrier. Vern and his team wondered, why didn't this man do anything? Was he afraid? The Dungeon Lord got angry and shouted for everyone to be quiet immediately. After that, everyone not only became silent, but also became very frightened. Swallow calmed down a bit. The Demon Queen wondered, what was it? This guy is extremely strong. Even in terms of mana reserve, he surpasses her. The woman said she has a lot of questions and wants to learn as much as she can about him. The Demon Queen asked who he was. What was this huge something? What was his name even? And what was his secret? The woman said she was ready to introduce herself. Her name is Manhwa. Swallow thought he was pretty grossed out by her. However, in order to get the information he needed, the guy was willing to give his name, but he stopped in time. Swallow thought that if he revealed himself so quickly, rumors would start. And Frederick said to be careful. There was no point in revealing his real name. The young man said his name was Svald Ronai. He is 32 years old and a bachelor. It didn't sound very convincing, but Swallow couldn't think of anything better. The Demon Queen repeated the name. Melju asked if he could just call him Svald. Swallow replied that he didn't care. Melju thanked Svald for his help, even though he'd broken half a castle in the process. Swallow was surprised. Really? Melju remarked that if it hadn't been for Swald, she would definitely have gotten hurt. Swallow said he wasn't going to help. Melju stated that she now owed him a debt of gratitude and asked what she could do for him. The young man inquired as to how to reach Haston. Swallow thought this woman would help him. Renee would have to wait a little longer. However, Melju asked, "What else is Haston?" The problem wasn't that she didn't know the road. She didn't know what Haston was at all. Swallow thought, "Is he really so far away that they don't even know about Haston here?" The young man asked where, in that case, the nearest town was. Melju replied that the closest is Riaz. Swallow wondered if this was the capital of the empire. Riaz? The journey from Riaz to Haston by horseback takes 2 months. Melju asked if there was something troubling Svald. The young man replied that he was too far away. Melju realized that this guy didn't need to go to the capital at all. In that case, he could use the teleportation center. Swallow wondered, what kind of center was this? Melju wondered too. Had Swald never heard of it? It is an invention created by humans using magic and alchemy. This magical device is said to forcibly create spatial displacement magic. Swallow inquired as to the location of this teleportation center. Melju replied that it is located in Riaz. Melju and Swald made it to the center of Riaz, which the woman told them about. Swallow thought he wouldn't find Renee here, but it wasn't certain that she had gone to Haston, so they'd have to find out first. Melju wondered if he was interested in the girl with the silver hair. Melju said not to worry, she'll help with the search. Swallow wondered, would Melju just leave his castle unattended? Melju said she was pleased that Svald was worried about her, but he could take it easy. Melju reminded that she is the Demon Queen, the supreme being born to rule. It doesn't matter where she is. That place becomes a haven for monsters, and they are her army. Swallow asked, so Melju could summon his warriors at any time? The woman confirmed. Melju added that she has never tried it yet. Melju remarked, if her father could do it, then she could do it too. The Demon Queen said that the castle her father built has been destroyed. There's no point in going back there. Although the location was unfortunate, people were always trying to attack it. It's hard when the capital of the human empire is right in front of the castle. Melju added that she didn't want to talk about sad things anymore. They need to gather intelligence. Swallow still didn't know what he should do. The young men went on together. Swallow thought he now had extra ballast. Upon reaching the tavern, Melju ordered a beer. Our hero didn't like it. Swallow said they had a lot more to do. What are they doing here? Melju emptied her beer mug in a volley and said it was refreshing. Melju assumed that Svald didn't know how human cities worked. After all, a bar is a place where information accumulates. You just have to look around and listen. All the talk here is a source of information. Melju, smiling, said the only thing left to do was to filter out these conversations. Swallow looked around. The young man turned his attention to the bulletin board. What is this? Melju came closer and said in surprise that they were available here as well. This is the whole spectrum of information she was talking about. Swallow wondered, was this really what she was talking about? These were lists of teams that are participating in the raid. This was done so that multiple groups would not go through the same dungeon. Swallow wondered if that made sense. Never before had more than one group invaded at the same time. Melju explained that otherwise there were problems with the distribution of the rewards. If several groups joined together, the chances of passing the dungeon would increase many times over. However, they were bogged down in greed. Swallow remarked that they would have been better off that way. Melju wondered, what do you mean them? Is Svald also a dungeon monster? Okay, she's the mistress of the castle. But how can Svald, the dungeon monster, walk around so freely in the street? Svald said it's hard for him to explain. She might just forget. Melju said that Swald had many secrets, but she wouldn't pester him with any more questions. After all, he certainly has his reasons. Swallow saw information on the bulletin board about his house. However, the group's list was empty for now, which means there's still time. Melju told Swald not to be greedy and to look in the debt section. Swallow showed a piece of paper. Melju was surprised. This was one of the 7 dungeons of the Great Evil, the core of antiquity. Swallow wondered if Melju knew about it. The girl confirmed. 7 dungeons of immense evil. The core of antiquity is the greatest of dungeons, the power of which even humans have recognized. Melju said that this is the goal of all monsters. Among the 7 dungeons, it is the strongest. Lord of all things, ruler of the core of antiquity, God's guardian, punishing the intimidated, an ancient monster standing at the pinnacle of all things. Melju said the name loudly, Swallow. Swallow thought he was just a host, not a ruler. He suffers from the evil inhabitants. Melju added that the core of antiquity is her favorite dungeon. The Demon Queen said she wanted to get stronger. Maybe if she improved her abilities, she could see Swallow. The young man thought that Melju was looking at him right now. Melju added that being the most powerful is very wonderful. She wants to be the same no matter what. Melju noticed that her father was strong too. He was a worthy demon king, not like her. There were simply people stronger than him. One of these was Verna, a fairly young hero. Svald wondered. So he's the hero who defeated the demon king? He wouldn't want to mess with him. Melju said she didn't want to spend her life at the head of a dungeon like her father. She just wants the monsters attracted by her power to create their own dungeon. The demon queen said she had to become stronger. Does Swald agree that this is simply admirable? Swallow thought that youth was a good thing. The boy said that Melju had a very good idea. Our hero was once like that too. However, so long ago that he doesn't even remember when exactly. There were times when he led an army capable of dominating the entire world, when he sought to master the world's knowledge more seriously than anyone else. And sometimes he even drove around people he thought were insignificant. So he went along with his emotions and gave them everything. Eventually, our hero realized that all of this was going nowhere. So now he wants to sleep. That's the purpose of his life. Swallow turned his attention to his companion and saw that she was asleep. Really asleep. Some of the people said that the dungeon raid had reappeared. The owner of the place noticed that it was yesterday's raid. The information was forgotten to be removed. But who would have left it behind? Where is this team located and what is the name of the dungeon? The owner of the establishment said that he would fix everything now. Visitors wondered, had he not updated the information all this time? If the inspectors had caught him, they would certainly have fined him. Fresh morning air was coming into the room through the open window. Melju woke up, opened her eyes and said her head was splitting. Swallow yawned and said that the girl was finally awake. Melju stated that she had absolutely no memory of what had happened the night before. Swallow looked at Melia, shrieked, and bounced away. The boy wondered if his eyesight had gone bad. Why had Melju gotten so small? The girl was surprised. She said she was not small. Swallow wondered if Meljo had reversed her age. The girl said that the interlocutor was throwing around too many harsh words. Swallow asked, then, why had she grown so suddenly younger? The way she looked frightened him. Melju slapped the young man on the cheek and said that she wasn't the one who had gotten younger. Yesterday she was in a uniform that people don't look down on, the second version. The girl added that the young man is now facing the first version. Swallow clarified. What Melju means to say is that she didn't have a basic form, but now she's taken it? Did he get that right? Melju replied that it wasn't like that. The girl asked the guy, what happened to his face? Was it really so swollen after eating the evening's goodies? Melju said that in any case, transformation magic usually projects the future form of the one applying it. In other words, when she's older, she'll turn into that amazing second version. Swallow replied that he understood it all perfectly now. But Meljo was angry. Was he not satisfied with her answer? Swallow suggested that the girl change her clothes first. Meljo asked him not to treat her like a little child. Earl Haston's residence. The man shouted for the gate to be opened immediately to let the raid team in. They traveled all the way from the capital to attack the Primordial Core. The Count inquired who had sent the message. He was told that it had come only the night before and was signed Third Eye. Count Etark, Lord of Haston, thought that the Third Eye was a knave from the royal community. Entering dungeons of rank B and above requires the permission of the Lord with jurisdiction over the land. However, there is no such thing as permission. However, the Earl understood that it was a royal order, so he couldn't even reject it. The Count asked the assistant if she believed that this squad would definitely succeed in attacking the Primordial Core. The woman was silent in response. The Count said they were thinking the same thing. This troop is too weak for a place like this. He had never heard of their leader, Nifrim, before. What are those Third Eye guys thinking? The Count thought, if they were fooling around with the Primordial Core, it was his region that would be in big trouble. First, we should send someone stronger to conquer the dungeon. Count Etark said that in that case, he would need a legal detachment. The aide told the Count that the answer might be closer than he thought. The Count wondered if she was referring to the Wing Mage Tower. She was right though, the Wing could really handle the task. Recently, they had made great strides with high-grade items of unknown origin. But even with their rapid growth, it would be crazy on the part of an A-rank Mage Tower to challenge the Primordial Core. But what if the rumors were true? If the Guardian has fallen, the only monster in Dirty Crossroads should be the Eater, a boss monster that personally fought against the squad of brave hero Vern. Count Etark thought that he would immediately send someone to the Wing Mage Tower and make a request. He would promise a huge sum of gold and a great honor. One must conquer the Primordial Core at any cost. Suddenly, strangers entered the room. The Count wondered, who were they? The leader of the strangers asked if Count Etark was in front of them. The young man said his name was Nifrim. The Count would not open the door no matter how many times he called, so he apologized for the intrusion. The Count inquired what had brought them here unannounced. Nifrim recalled that the Earl had been notified by the royal family. Nifrim asked, Or maybe there's a reason why they shouldn't be here. Count Etark sensed this young man's unquenchable thirst for destruction. How could a young man have such power? Nifrim's companion wondered. What were the host's facial expressions? Aren't they guests? The Count could smile and bring him something sweet. For example, candy, tea, and chocolate. Count Etark asked his assistant to bring it all in. The master of the cabinet asked what brought these people here. Nifrim stated that they were here to destroy the core of primordiality. The Count said it had only been a day since he received the letter. These people have proven to be very fast. When are they going to raid? Nifrim said they wanted to go today, but something came up, so they might leave tomorrow. Is that satisfactory to the Count? Etark wondered if they were rushing things. The task is important, so he is sure they had better recover their strength and only then go. He guarantees lodging and hospitality. People can use everything at their pleasure. Nifrim said that the Count didn't have to give them so many honors. They would stop at the Wing Mage Tower and leave at once. The Count inquired if they knew anyone from Wing. Nifrim replied that they knew each other, but not for such a friendly reason. Nifrim smiled and added, to destroy them all. Etark wondered, what did his interlocutor mean? Nifrim stated that the defenses in this house were too weak. It was extremely easy to eavesdrop with magic. The warrior added that he had heard everything on the way here. So, the Count is going to hire magicians? Nifrim said they traveled all the way for the dungeon raid, so he can't just give it away. They'll have to get rid of anyone who gets in the way. Nifrim asked his master, wasn't he in a winning position? In the end, whoever turns out to be stronger will deal with the core of the primordial universe. Nifrim pulled himself together, apologized, and said he had said too much. He wouldn't be hiring anyone else so he could raid whenever he wanted. Nifrim said he was awfully pleased with the Count's favor. Fedric did his duty and was ready to disperse the attackers. Skeleton said it was almost time for them to arrive. Swallow wasn't going to return yet. He was spending time with Melju. Melju told her companion that he should be here. Swallow told the guard that he wanted to go to the teleportation center. The guard added that the young man approached the exit, not the entrance. The center is outside the royal palace, so you have to keep moving forward. You'll have to pass 3 more fortress walls. Swallow asked how long it would take. The guard replied that it would take about a week on foot. Swallow and Melju were terribly upset. You could see it on their faces. Our hero thought it was too long. He immediately thought of Fedric. The young man thought that he wouldn't be able to find Renée, and even Fedric would run away at this rate. Melju asked what Swallow thought about magic and flight. Swallow replied that they couldn't. If they use mana for a long time, they will be caught by people. If you use mana, anything can happen. A stranger came up and said that these travelers were in trouble. The stranger said he overheard the conversation by accident. Are they going to the teleporter? Swallow asked the stranger who he was. The man replied that he was the divine rider, Belber. Belber added that he had a homunculus created through alchemy. Belber said it was Zephyr, a 4th-generation homunculus that had been gotten rid of. He's the product of an imperial plan to create artificial humans. Belber said he was strong, obeyed commands well, and could fly. But he could not fulfill his original purpose of bringing about the fall of church and state. Melju asked, did people stop researching homunculi then? Belber replied, not at all. There's no way the Empire would abandon such a force. Rumor has it that somewhere they've started mass-producing homunculi on an industrial scale. Swallow wondered, aren't they usually grown in large cylinders? Belber stated that this knowledge is very outdated. This method of cultivation was used for the first generation of homunculi 150 years ago. Swallow thought it had been so long since Renée had been born. Melju said the carriage inside looks good and it seems Belber isn't lying. How long will it take them to get to the portal? The man replied, 3 hours in the air and 1 now at the checkpoint. Even though they would fly, they would still need to be checked at the castle gates. Swallow asked how much Belber wanted for it. The man replied that it would cost 8 ounces of gold coins. The young men were indignant. That was 800 ounces of silver. A room in the pub cost 8 silver ounces. Melju apologized and said she didn't have that much money. Swallow said he didn't either. Something jingled in Swallow's pocket. Fedric said that the crooked boss would be grateful to him one day. In our hero's pocket were gold coins with a plaque. Swallow and Melju were thus able to continue their journey on the homunculus. Melju asked who had given Mr. Swallow so much money. Swallow replied that his dungeon partner, Mystery, had slipped it to him. Melju asked again, so Swallow-san is a dungeon monster? But how can he move around so freely? Swallow replied, it would be more correct to say that he was simply chased away. Melju wondered, then the partner Swallow was looking for was also a monster that had been chased away? Swallow said yes. The girl said she was jealous. Even after leaving the dungeon, Swallow worries about her partner to the very end. She wishes she had one too. Melju added that she wants to have a life where someone cares for her and she can care for others. It's just incredible. The path of gold and pleasure is the Sebe Rose. Swallow learned that they couldn't use the teleporter right now. The man apologized for the inconvenience. Meldio didn't know it would be like this. She apologized to Sir Demda, whom she also called Swallow. The man said, "If it's not urgent, you can come again at 8 o'clock tonight. They have suspended all teleport sessions to ensure the safety of today's auction. Once the auction is over, the guests of honor will want to use the teleporter, so permission will be given from above to use it." Swallow wondered if teleportation was being restricted here because of some auction. The interlocutor replied that this time, a rather rare item would be presented. A few days ago, they had a brachycephalic tooth, whose whereabouts had long been unknown. This 34th masterpiece will now be auctioned off. Everything is being done to prevent people from teleporting into the auction site. Melju looked at the image and said it was a very beautiful drawing. Swallow thought it reminded him of something. Swallow remembered that this brachycephalic tooth was Renee's. Our hero said it was a thing his partner used. Swallow added that he was absolutely sure of it. "Isn't that the thing that whistles when drawn, turns into a big sword, and destroys everyone?" Swallow remembered that Renee wore shapeless clothes with no pockets in which to hide a weapon. This item is the only one of its kind in the world. Swallow thought it was definitely Renee's weapon. But why was it in human hands? After all, we're talking about Renee, who even bosses from other great dungeons can't just touch. Normal humans would never be able to fight her. Renee is quite strong. Rennie was nicknamed the Handmaiden with the Blade for a reason. But did Rennie have a blade when she escaped? She was wearing loose clothing with no pockets in which to hide a weapon. And she had thrown one of her blades at Swallow when she mistook him for an enemy. How many weapons did she still have left? Had Rennie ever fought humans with less than 5 blades? Fedric is strong even without his sword. The sword just helps him. Rennie, however, is not like that. What will be left of the maid with a blade when she doesn't have a blade? Swallow was beginning to get angry. Could Renee really have been killed by simple, pathetic people? Swallow dreaded to think what would happen if Renai could have died at the hands of humans. The man screamed in fear to keep the monster from coming any closer to him. Swallow thought it would be best if every last human was wiped out. Meljo urged Sir Demdi to pull himself together and calm down. Meljo couldn't understand what was going on. She asked him for an answer. Swallow said he would ask just once. Does the 36th masterpiece, the brachycephalic tooth, really only exist in one copy in the world? Melju was even confused by such a question. The girl replied that, as far as she knew, it existed in a single copy. Meljo asked fearfully what could have suddenly happened to Sir Demde. Swallow replied that it was an item of his partner's that he was looking for. It must be returned. Swallow told the girl that she didn't have to help him. Even though they hadn't been together long, he was grateful to her. Our hero stated that he knew a way to get into Haston, so he would handle it from here. Swallow said it would be best for Melju anyway if she got out of here as soon as possible. Melju didn't want to leave and objected to Sir Demda. The partner he's looking for is a dungeon monster, a girl with silver hair, a strong personality capable of using the brachycephalic tooth as a weapon. So it's made with a blade, Ms. Rennie? Melju said, judging by Sir Demdi's reaction, she was right. Swallow replied sharply for her to stop provoking him. She wanted to know too much. Meljo said that she didn't need to say anything. Even if Sir Demda spoke to her in an intimidating tone, she was not intimidated. Melju said she had already realized who was standing in front of her. Miss Rennie is a guardian of the great core of the Primordium, a supreme being. If so, the identity of the one who might call Ms. Rennie her partner. The great devouring host, master of the core of creation. Melju laughed and said it was all her guess as to who Sir Demdi's boss was. She added that she realized it from the look on his face. But no need to be upset. It's just that her deduction is superior. Melio knew what dangerous thoughts were swarming in the young man's mind. So she said she would help him. No objections. Swallow wondered, how could a demon king be guided by such simple logic? Melju replied that logical monsters don't become demon kings. Words spoken by a demon king become logical. Swallow thought demon kings were pretty intense personalities. Melju was interested in the expression on his face. The girl said that this was the Sir Demde she knew. Meljo added that just now it was very scary. Demde was saying strange things. The girl said she was glad. Demde was back to normal. From now on, she would be by his side, so he needn't worry. Meljo asked Demde not to speak in that scary voice again. Could he promise? Auction day. All interested guests should already be in their seats. However, the guard at the main entrance was bored. No one had come in yet. The guard turned around and saw people saying hello to him. The woman stated that she had come to participate in an auction and asked where she could enter. She was followed by a young man. The guard replied that the entrance was right there, but he needed to know the guests' names first. The woman said her name was Melju of the Agreya family and her companion was Demde. The guard checked the list and said there were no such names. Melju was surprised. There was no such thing. She asked if Demda had brought invitations with him. Swallow drove his fist into the guard's nose and said that was the invitation. He added that it is an invitation to the afterlife. Swallow asked his companion if there was anything she could do to change her appearance. Meljo wondered if Demde was afraid she might not be able to resist her beautiful face. The young men decided to hurry so as not to be late for the start of the auction. Chaktitsa Castle. Renée lay in bed and thought that she would never be able to return to the core of primordiality again. Flashback 80 years ago. The forest of Graphenia. The whole place is in flames. Who would have thought humans would do something like this? But the forest will still recover quickly and be happy. Isn't that right? The owner of the forest of Graphenia, the named witch, the fairy of the land of Graphenia, was told that the debt had been repaid. Graphenia was using this forest in the main region as a base, so one had to make a good impression on her. Swallow thought that all the people who had started the fire were already dead. In that case, perhaps Graphenia's rage would subside a little. Swallow wondered what he should do with her now. Doesn't look like she's involved in the arson. The more he looked at her, the more he realized how fascinating she was. They're called homunculi? A non-human life form created by the hands of humans. Swallow wondered if she should be destroyed too. Nothing good would come of leaving a witness behind. Swallow said that she was now free and could leave. For some reason, the dungeon master decided to act on a whim. But that doesn't mean he's going to help her get out of here. If she gets trapped, she'll be mauled by wild animals. Swallow added that either way, the choice is now Rello's. Swallow said her owner was looking for a servant named Rello, but since he didn't see any others, he assumed it was her name. The mercy he had shown her up to this point was over. Rello was the name of the servant who reported to the patriarch of the family, and the name of the one who became the best maid. The Rello of this generation was a middle-aged maid, and this homunculus could not be called, and was never called Rello, because objects don't have names. However, that was the reason she became Rello. The girl saw real light for the first time, and she had hope. Chadic Hammock. Rennie was told that the conquest army sent by the Empire was headed for the core of the Primordium. Rennie replied, even if Lady Bathory tells her, she still can't go back to the core. Bathory noticed that she didn't tell Rennie to come back. She valued her happiness, but her freedom and choice valued her even more. Lady Bathory wondered if Rennie should do anything about it. If they're talking about that couple, they've probably scoured the entire continent looking for Rennie. When they find out what happened, and how the girl was tricked by humans, something is bound to happen. What would Frederick do, let alone the Eater? If Rennie plans to hide, she needs to stop going out in public, permanently. Bathory said Rennie doesn't have to worry. Frederick will know and take care of everything. The Primordial Core must be ready, for the attackers will be arriving soon. Bathory added, if Rennie wants to put an end to all of this, now is the time. Rennie said that right now she just wanted to go for a walk. Bathory noticed that the girl's right eye was getting worse. Does she really not want the two of them to go for a walk? Rennie said she was fine, and thanked Lady Bathory for her concern. The girl asked where her blades were now. Swallow held his interlocutor by the throat, pressing him against the wall, and said he would ask the question one more time. He was interested in everything that was known about the brachycephalic tooth. The man replied with difficulty that they were handed to him by the Hasten Wing Mage Tower. But he knows nothing more and asks you to believe him. Swallow thought that Hasten was involved after all, specifically the Wing Mage Tower. Swallow thanked him for being told the truth and promised the man the gift of life. The man was frightened, for he was just a guard. What had he done wrong? He had just been nearly destroyed. Swallow said the man really didn't do anything wrong. However, he was unlucky enough to get caught in the path. Swallow asked the guard, what do people call it when they enter their territory? The guard asked if it was a demon in front of him. Swallow asked if people ever call it a massacre or slaughter. They use nice words like conquest and strategy. Do humans ever feel guilty about the monsters that died? Does he really think they died for doing the wrong thing? Swallow added that he does this simply because humans are his enemies. The bidding at the auction was in full swing. The prices were constantly rising. The girl said she was bored. Maybe we should get in on the action too. We could throw in a few fake bets for fun. The girl said that Lady Wynn should come to her senses. They were guards, not clowns. Lady Wynn said that she couldn't even have fun while Garrett was around. It was an officer of the Order of the Black Wolf Knights, the warrior Lady Wynn Historia. An officer of the Order of the Knights of the Black Wolf, Pathfinder Garrett, told Lady Wynn to remember their mission. The auction host announced number 3 as the winner and said that was the end of them. However, someone in the audience said he would decide when the auction was over. Swallow says that everyone in this room wants to redeem the brachycephalic tooth. He's right, isn't he? There are only 3 drivers in the Empire. After one of them, General Vern Hishetalt, died at the Primordial Bucket. He, whose duty it was to protect the citizens of the Empire, was blamed for his own demise because he prioritized conquest for enrichment. But since this hatred could no longer be directed at Vern, who was dead, The two remaining drivers had to suffer. One of them, named Win, had to regain the trust of the people by keeping her survival instinct in check and burning with determination. Garrett told Hysteria to stop. Garrett said that Hysteria could never leave. Looking at our hero, she said that this man was too dangerous. Swallow walked up to the lot and said he wasn't sure before, but it seems to be true. Rennie's aura is too strong for the weapon to be a fake. Swallow took the item in his hands. He said it would be a little problematic to explain the situation. However, the item already has an owner, so he will return it to him. He knows people have been bidding in anticipation, but not this time. Someone in the audience shouted for the guards to capture the man immediately. Swallow said, if they won't let him go that easily, he'll tear everyone to pieces. The Dungeon Lord added that he would bury everyone under the rubble of this building. Suddenly, someone shouted that he wasn't going to let that happen. All present noticed that the consul was tending to Lady Win Hysteria. At the moment, she looked like a flying squirrel. It was a graceful movement, backed by decent equipment. Swallow thought this girl was acting too clumsy. She has nothing but a glove. Swallow decided that would be a good way to break his opponent's hands. He also thought he would break his gloves too. For a human, this girl is behaving quite well. Win swung around to deliver a crushing blow to the stranger. Looking at the girl's abilities, Swallow asked, wasn't she just an ordinary little girl? Win Hysteria didn't understand how this person could stay alive after being hit like this. How was that possible? This skill would be able to slay most dungeon bosses without even leaving a trace of them. And those gloves, replicas of Apocalypse, should have been able to withstand heavy damage at least 3 times, but they just broke in one blow. There was a dark liquid or gas coming from this man. He's definitely not human, but he's no ordinary monster either. Then what is he? Swallow laughed loudly and apologized. Garrett ran to Lady Win's aid. Hysteria yelled for Garrett to stay back. Meljo asked if Sir Pogil's was okay. She was very worried. Swallow replied to the girl that he was fine. Melju said excitedly that she thought the young man had no chance of surviving. Swallow admitted that somehow he hadn't died. Swallow thought that such a blow could not have been made by an ordinary man. If she'd hit him in the heart, the outcome would have been different. Definitely in that case, he would be back to his basic form. That girl really scared him, Swallow thought. If the disguise was revealed, Frederick would be very upset. I don't even want to think about it. He looked over to where the girls were and thought they seemed to have escaped. It turned out that there were 2 specimens of flying squirrels, especially that pink-haired girl. She took out all the people while he was distracted by the other one, and created a protective layer of magic on the blue-haired one. All at the same time. Swallow thought it was pretty funny. Win Hysteria fell to the ground amongst the common people. She had a wound. Someone said it was necessary to call a healer. The girl was distraught. She had been torn apart by some nameless monster. Would the auction people be safe? What would happen to Garrett? Garrett said, if Lady Win calls for her so quietly, she won't hear. Win looked up and saw Garrett in front of her. Garrett said that Lady Win could thank her. If it weren't for her, Lady Win would be in a lot of trouble right now. Win looked at Garrett and realized with horror that her arm was hurt. Garrett said she shouldn't make any noise. She was still alive. Win Hysteria apologized. She is unworthy of the title of warrior. Garrett shouted for Lady Win to get ready. She is a warrior. No one would want to see an Imperial warrior crying like a baby. Garrett added that the arm problem was a small price to pay. But does Lady Win know who their adversary was after all? Garrett said that monster was a devourer from the core of the Primordium. Win Hysteria told Garrett not to joke around. A monster like that couldn't be here. Garrett says she's sure of it, though she herself doesn't know why. She repeated, it was indeed him. That Black Scourge was an ancient monster eater. He had many of Vern Hischolt's warrior tracks less than a month old. The situation was more serious than they'd realized. Win Hysteria thought that at this rate, the Empire might collapse. She stated, if it is indeed a devourer, then they should fight back even harder. This is the lands of the humans, where they have the advantage. Garrett noticed that they wouldn't be able to solve this problem on their own. There was no way they could win now. Garrett added that they didn't stand a chance. We need to hurry up and request support from the Dungeon Raiding Union headquarters. It was also necessary to report the situation to the royal family. Garrett said that teleporting 2 people in her current state would be difficult, so Lady Win should stay here for now. The Whisper of Light cure was activated. She added that it wouldn't cure Lady Win completely, so there was no point in trying to go after her. Win said, who knows when that monster will go on another rampage? Garrett remarked that it was all the more reason not to leave the place. The girls said their goodbyes, and Garrett set off on her mission. Win watched as Garrett, moving away, disappeared into the sky. Swallow thought he should have just left the fugitives and gone to Haston, or chase after them and get rid of all the dangerous elements. Swallow was in contemplation and didn't know how he should really proceed. The young man thought that he had successfully recovered the brachycephalic tooth. Therefore, here his business is over, for he has a goal to keep in mind. Swallow figured he needed to find at least Renee's body anyway. He told Melju that it was time for them to go. Melju said she was fine and ready to continue her journey. Swallow asked his companion what was wrong. It was easy to see from her face that something had happened. Melju said that the young man was really strong. She thought she had realized this back in the Demon King's fortress, but the more she got to know him, the more she was amazed by his abilities. The guy said Lady Rennie is his co-worker, but he looks much stronger than her. Melju asked, who is Serpogil, really? Swallow brought his fist down on Melju's head and said she was a dumbass. Why is she so sad about this? The young man replied that he was simply Serpogil. Once it's over, he'll tell the girl the whole truth, he promises. Swallow said that now they have to get out of here. Melju has to show him the power of the Demon King. Melju activated her second form and said she would do as Serpogil wished. Reconstruction. Lightning struck the protective dome over the city. There was a massive explosion and everything was engulfed in flames. People in the vicinity did not understand what had happened. What was that explosion? Win Historia thought that an auction had just taken place in that place. People were screaming that ruthless monsters were doing this right in the center of the capital. Where are the authorities looking? Win remembered Garrett telling her not to follow her. We should put her on standby. A little girl came up to Win Historia and said her daddy was staying there. Win said not to let people worry. She's a warrior and will take care of everything. She can't lose to such a monster. When the smoke cleared, ruins could be seen all around. Swallow climbed out from under the rubble and called out to Melia. He asked what the magic she had just used was called. Melju replied that it was reconstruction, advanced magic that shook the earth. Melju laughed and said it was perfect. Swallow wondered if the girl had no other magic to use in this situation. Melju recalled that Serpogil was being cool when he told her to get ready, so she used the most reliable magic she knows. If Serpogil was going to complain, he'd better tell her in detail what he wanted to see. Swallow believed the girl knew what she was doing. Swallow thought, things were only getting more confusing now. The guy asked if Melju remembered the path to the teleporter. The girl confirmed it. Swallow said to go there first in that case and protect him. People would definitely be gathering there. Melju should also prepare a teleporter to travel to Haston, so he can go there right away. Melju said she did not know what area the village of Haston was in. Swallow asked her companion if she even knew the coordinates of the Primordial Core. Melju stated that of course she knew that. She had said countless times that among all the dungeons, she liked the core of Primordial the best. Swallow said that Haston was the closest village to it. Melju admitted that she had only seen the core of primordiality in books. Swallow said he understood now. Melju stated that she would take care of the device and protect it. Swallow replied to the girl that he would catch up with her soon. Swallow saw the people and wondered if they were already here. I wonder how many of them had gathered. The man replied that they belonged to the Langyori family, one of the 9 pillars of the empire. This is the Langyori Blue Crane Development Squad. The man said he was the captain of this unit. Who's in front of him? Swallow thought, how could they not be lazy about bragging? He just didn't understand people. Our hero was already thinking about it. It seemed to him that there were a surprisingly large number of people near the auction. Perhaps they were the personal army of someone present? Swallow interjected. Did these people really want to know who he was? But what reason would he have to answer them? Swallow replied that he was their enemy. Outwardly, our hero began to undergo changes. At the same time, in the core of the first building, Nifrim was told that people who enter that place never return. If he died there, his soul would be enslaved and would wander the underworld. The companion suggested that Nifrim just go back, because he was definitely scared. Nifrim told Sylvia to stop fooling around. Sylvia said she just wanted to have fun. Nifrim is very boring. Sylvia inquired, isn't this place strange? In the first room they passed through, there were monster bodies lying everywhere. This room, on the other hand, is completely clean, Sylvia added, as if someone had cleaned the place up on purpose. Nifrim asked the warrior what he thought about it. Hishitalt's squad wouldn't have cleaned up along the way. Could it be some monsters with high intelligence? But hadn't the dungeon been cleaned up right up to the 5th room and the boss room? Then there shouldn't have been any monsters left to clean up. However, why do monsters need to remove bodies at all? Nifrim shouted for his opponents to finish with their pathetic tricks. Don't look down on them. A voice came out of the darkness. How loud this man was. His bones even vibrated. In any case, no one was fooling them. He just doesn't like seeing bodies everywhere, so he cleaned the place up. He did it in anticipation of guests and will be sad if he gets scolded. Nifrim shouted for Sylvia to organize the lighting immediately. The lighting, as if on command, was activated. Frederick said it got really bright. These guys worked so hard to get here even though no one invited them. Anyway, he welcomes them. Nifrim saw the skeleton in front of him and asked, is he the Knight of Doom, Frederick? Frederick said he even prepared a grand greeting, but it all turned out to be in vain. These guys were not the easiest audience. He suggested they put their weapons away first and calm down a bit. Miss Sorceress could put down her staff, the martial artist her fists. Nifrim swung at the skeleton and told him to stop talking nonsense. Fedric noticed that people had no manners at all. They didn't even let him catch his breath. Fedric activated Ice Soul and confronted Nifrim. Fedric had always had to go through this, but it was hard to go through it alone, even if he knew he would win in the end. The skeleton thought that this time things are not developing as he expected. As a human, his opponent is strong. Nifrim activated various skills: Strong Summer, Reading the Banners, Feathers of Light, Silent Step, Boiling Blood, and Ashes of Bones of the famous warrior. Fedric thought that the source of his opponent's power was amplifying magic, but that was absurd. The duration of the amplification was not that long. Skeleton decided he only had to last 1 minute. The activity of the man's attacks did not abate. The skeleton thought it was too much. Nifrim asked, "But who can beat who here?" Fedric didn't think he could be felled so easily by primitive magic. Sylvia asked, "Is it really over? Even the protector of the Primordial Core isn't that strong?" Fedric decided that he needed to get rid of the green-haired sorceress first. Skeleton stopped his opponent's sword at his forehead. He thought he'd really played his hand to the fullest this time. The skeleton apologized and said he hadn't intended to mock the man at first. But over the past few years, he's gotten too bored. Even if it's just a game, he wants to feel the danger. Fedric thanked the men for making him laugh. Nifrim came to his senses, sitting in the back of the cave. What had just happened? The skeleton noticed that the man had finally come back to his senses. While the man was out, he allowed himself to fix the situation. Fedric said the man himself could look at it. Until now, all the people who met the Death Knight Fedric on their way have not been able to return home alive. If the man knows his name, he must have known that fact. Or does he know nothing but his name? Fedric added that that green-haired sorceress was a little difficult to deal with. Nifrim called out to Sylvia. Skeleton said she used holy magic on the square. His bones still itched. Fedric reported that that sorceress shouted Nifrim's name until she deflated. Nifrim saw Sylvia lying motionless. Her body was bloody. Fedric noticed that the girl was calling desperately for Nifrim. He noted that the man was rather heartless, showing no emotion. The skeleton said it was time for the survivor to answer questions. As stupid as Piamor was, he wouldn't send only 30 people. Besides, their level was below average. Nifrim must confess. What is he hiding? A candid confession mitigates the punishment. Fedric said that since he was a very friendly skeleton, he would provide a choice. If the person will answer questions, have him raise his right hand. If he refuses, raise his left. Nifrim raised his right hand. The skeleton said it was a rather wise decision. If the man answered all the questions, it would grant him the most painless death. Nifrim showed his middle finger to the skeleton on his raised hand. Fedric recognized that it was the first time he'd been held like that. Fedric swung his sword and said he respected the man's choice. He would pray that his demise would be long and painful. After taking care of business, the skeleton thought, when could he be done with all this cleaning? Nifrim's body was pierced by the sword. He leaned over Sylvia. Nifrim lifted his head and opened his eyes. The skeleton was gone, he said. Nifrim looked at the girl and said her name, Sylvia. He apologized and said he had to live. Fedric thought his bones even shook at the sound. Of course, they would never come without a plan. Does it really get stronger and regenerate when it eats bodies? What happens if this thing eats without limit? I wonder what the source of this skill is. Alchemy or magic? Need to check immediately. After all, there are a huge number of bodies around. Fedric thought, what was his boss doing now? And where is he even? Fedric hoped his boss wasn't doing strange things in strange places right now. Swallow's image appeared in the flames. What the hell is going on? Swallow wondered, did they come here to die too? The girl claimed to be the warrior Win Historia. Swallow noticed that he didn't ask her name. She couldn't beat him anyway. Win thought she needed to stop her opponent anyway. Win threw a powerful punch with her glove. Swallow easily blocked the blow with his palm. Swallow said allowing him to be hit was a one-time action. Why shouldn't she try to escape again? If she could do it, of course. Win Historia realized that she couldn't win, but she had at least bought some time. If she was a warrior, she should do her duty. Swallow grabbed the exhausted girl's arm and lifted her off the ground. The girl reiterated that she was a warrior, Win Historia, and could not fall for nothing. The girl shouted that she would not allow the likes of this opponent near the citizens of the Empire and swung her fist again. However, this blow had no effect. The warrior could not resist such power. Swallow let the girl go and said that at least she had met a fitting demise. He would remember the name, Win Historia. But he doesn't know for how long. Swallow added that to honor her persistence, he would finish her off painlessly. Our hero looked at his opponents in surprise and asked why they were approaching one after another instead of attacking at the same time. The warriors said that they had taken drastic measures to save Lady Win, so they asked to forgive their rude behavior. Swallow wondered, would anyone forgive them after they had hit the victim on the head? The warrior said that, though late, he would introduce himself. Swallow wondered if he was being ignored. The warrior said he was a member of the knightly order of the Black Wolves of Edelbray, the R. Edelbray Gar Livistum. He beholds the almighty Lord Eater. Swallow wondered if he had just been named Mr. Eater. But how did this warrior know that? Edelbray replied that one of his subordinates possessed the skill by which Mr. Eater was recognized. Swallow thought that his interlocutor had a smile with a hidden meaning. Our hero stated that he was not in the best of moods at the moment. The dungeon lord stated that these guys are running out of his time, so it's not worth wasting it. They can attack if they want to fight. Edelbray stated that there was a misunderstanding between them. He has no desire to oppose Mr. Eater. They simply came here in hopes of reaching an agreement. Swallow wondered if someone wanted to make a deal with him. And what was he being offered? People need to assess the situation more clearly. Such nonsense could bring a man to a violent end. Edelbray thought it was a lottery, the prize being the safety of the Empire. The warrior said the owner of the brachycephalic tooth is still alive. Most likely Mr. Eater was not here because of the brachycephalic tooth. Edelbray added that he could help with what was needed. Swallow asked, what if he said he didn't need anything? If he came here for a brachycephalic tooth out of boredom? Is he actually here to exterminate people? Swallow asked. In that case, how would this person deal with the consequences? Edelbray asked. In any case, isn't it better to try before imminent doom? Swallow asked, does a person really want to avoid death? Our hero stated that in that case we should find the owner of that tooth right now. Edelbray turned to Garrett and said that she had to meet that man at least once. Garrett asked to look at the item to get the location of the host. She wants to examine the brachycephalic tooth. Swallow said that if the girl threw something funny out, it wouldn't be with one hand this time. Garrett said there's one man with a lot of marks on him from that gun. That man is heading west right now. Swallow thought that meant toward Haston. He said that this information would be enough. Swallow realized that Renée was still alive. Mr. Eater said he owed them and these two men would be remembered. Edelbray stated that he was honored to serve Lord Eater. Swallow told everyone to disperse, and he headed off in the right direction. Meljo said Sir Pogil was a little late. Melju offered a glance around. She kept her promise and defended teleport with dignity. The woman said that if that was enough, she had repaid the debt. Swallow acknowledged that it was enough. Melju had really done well, and he was grateful to her. Our hero decided to see how to properly use teleport. You need to enter Haston's coordinates and infuse some mana. However, something didn't go according to plan. There was destruction all around. Swallow wondered what was going on. Was this contraption unable to withstand his mana? He was so calm, for his form was stable. Swallow thought, if he used Demura's mana containment effect on the transfer magic, would he be able to move without a problem? In that case, he would need to unleash his true form, but if he did, it would be like self-promotion for the world. Swallow figured he'd already done enough damage. It would be hard to end it all. Mr. Eater mentally apologized to Frederick and placed the bracelet on his arm. Swallow took his natural form. He was interested in Haston's coordinates and the Wing Mage Tower. At the entrance, the duty officer welcomed in the Wing Mage Tower. As a procedure, there was something he needed to know. The girl replied that she was human and asked if she could use transference magic here. The man replied that there was a barrier on this entire tower, so the girl would not be able to enter without going through the proper procedures. The girl drew her weapon and said that in that case, this man would not be able to escape. She thought about it when she first came here. The human mage tower resembled a dungeon. It was as if the mage towers were dungeons created by the hands of humans. The girl advanced further, leaving behind destroyed bodies and a sea of blood. These are very weak monsters, she thought. She realized that she had destroyed all the people she'd encountered on the first floor, and now only the top of the tower remained. The woman said that she had been preparing and thinking about what kind of enemy they would have to fight, but was not the noble lady who had come before her. The woman added that the girl didn't seem to be human. The girl inquired where the brachycephalic tooth was. The woman asked, doesn't he belong to her now? She has no reason to say where he is. Besides, she's curious about something. How did she survive? The girl pulled out her attack weapon again, 3 sharp blades at once. The woman asked, was the girl really going to fight against the leader of the Mage Tower Guild with an ordinary blade? She activated a magic shield. What is she going to do with a weapon that doesn't even have a rudimentary amplifier? Elizabeth Bathory was even frightened. How did the girl break through her barrier with just one blow? Just how strong is this monster? However, the tower was built on a mana source. It could win if it used all the mana that flowed here. The girl wanted an answer. Where was her brachycephalic tooth? Bathory said the brachycephalic tooth is no longer here, having been sent to auction long ago. The magic dimension was activated, and lightning bolts appeared from all directions. Bathory stated that if the opponent was serious, she would fight at full strength from the start, and activated the Longinia Spear skill. Elizabeth Bathory set up a layered defense and wondered why a girl wouldn't try to break that too. There was an explosion and a bright flash on one of the upper floors of the tower. Bathory asked her rival why she was acting like a human and then tearing herself to such an end. The girl was seriously injured. Elizabeth Bathory thought that this magic wouldn't stand up to most dungeon bosses. However, the girl attacked the sorceress and suffered serious injuries to her hands. The girl said, "Stop making noise. The woman has only lost both her hands." Bathory replied that she didn't want to die, she had to live. The girl felled her rival and stepped on her. Bathory begged to be spared. The girl thought that was the end of it. She would be rid of Lady Bathory's traces. But what is Renée to do now? What does she have left? The girl decided that she was very tired. What would happen if she fell asleep now? A young man ran up to Lady Bathory and told her to hold on. It was Chaim. Bathory ordered Chaim to hurry up and destroy that girl. Chaim asked the leader to calm down. She had lost too much blood. The young man showed the crystal and asked if the leader recognized the object. Bathory wondered, what was it? She couldn't figure it out. Chaim said it was a stone of advanced magic that would help her get out of here. However, he doesn't have enough mana to activate it alone. The leader must pour her mana into it. Rennie thought it was the same as Scarlet's love stone last time. How could she forget that unpleasant aura? Bathory gave thanks. Now she could live. The next moment, however, the woman felt sick and screamed again. Chaim said a mare had made too many enemies. Why else would Rennie come here for revenge? Chaim added that even her Gramit's family asked him to get rid of her when he had the chance. Chaim asked, "Doesn't Mrs. Rennie agree?" Chaim bowed and said he was very grateful, for Mrs. Rennie had done his work. The young man added that if he just left it at that, Rennie might attack him as well. So he needs time to get out of here, Rennie thought. Her right eye can't see anything else. This was not an opponent she could defeat with a tired body and mediocre weapons. The girl thought that now Rennie would pay for her sins, and one could get rid of her tracks forever. But still, Rennie remembered her boss. She said that this guy dares to use that hand to hide Mr. Eater's scent. Rennie screamed that if this creature was going to die, she was going to destroy it now. Renee wondered if Mr. Eater would be sad for her if he knew she was dead. The explosion at the top of the tower caused destruction. Mr. Eater saw it. Swallow asked Renee if she was okay. The girl thought that the first time she'd been rescued, it had looked much the same. When both her soul and body were at their limit and she could find no point in living on, the Lord Eater appeared in front of her. Renee was very surprised to find herself in Swallow's arms. The young man lowered Renee to the ground. The girl wondered why the Lord Eater was here. Swallow said for Renee to just wait for a while. Renee looked at Swallow and wondered if she was hallucinating. The Dungeon Lord headed towards the monster. Swallow said that this beast would now realize who it dared to touch. It must know its place. After landing a few crushing blows, our hero grabbed the monster by the head. Swallow was disgusted and said it was a real abomination. The young man slammed the monster to the ground with all his might, blue blood flying in different directions. However, the monster continued to revive, changing shape and making strange noises. Swallow realized that the source of the monster was in the mana of the Tower of the Gods. Mr. Eater said it was much simpler in that case. He was ready to devour this monster. Swallow spat and said the monster turned out to taste vile. After a while, the young men sat with their backs against each other. Swallow said that he wanted to say a lot of things to Renee when they met, but now his mind was blank. He should have written it all down beforehand. The young man remembered and said that he had met a green-haired man on his way here. He destroyed him, but he hoped there would be no problems because of that. Swallow apologized to Renee for what happened a few days ago. The girl said that Lord Eater had no reason to apologize to her. Renee is not worthy of looking at him. Swallow said that the core of primordiality needs a protector. The young man added that Renee needed him. The girl asked, "Isn't Mr. Eater mad at Renee?" Swallow replied that he wasn't angry. Renee asked, "Didn't Mr. Eater hate her?" Swallow replied that he didn't hate her. Swallow handed the girl a brachycephalic tooth and told her she had lost it. Renee cried. The girl said she was scared, thinking that Mr. Eater hated her and had abandoned her. The young man said he wouldn't quit and he wasn't going to hate. Swallow held out his hand to the girl and offered to go back together. Frederick asked, "Was it a homunculus?" The Dungeon Lord said he saw it when he was solving the case of the arson of Graphenia. The Lord said it was fate, so he brought her along. Frederick wondered, was all the research on homunculi contained in this tiny body? The core of the primordial universe is a place where dark energy gushes forth, which is why it is called the world of the lost. The Lord said that judging by the way she was doing great in the strongest boss's room, she must have a strong mind and body. Skeleton asked, "What is the boss going to do with this girl?" The Lord wanted to let the girl stay here to live. She must be very talented, so she could be taught to fight. And if she can't, just let her live comfortably. She has experience as a maid, maybe she could cook. Frederick wondered, did the boss really mean it? But who would train her? The Lord told the skeleton not to play hard to get. He has nothing to do anyway, so he dies of boredom. Frederick recognized that. Skeleton thought that if she was a homunculus, her physical attributes must be magnificent, and deep down she must subconsciously hate humans. Frederick asked the boss, "What is this child's name?" The dungeon lord couldn't remember the name, though he had heard it the first time they met. The girl said something. The skeleton was surprised. Could she really speak? The girl said, "Real low." Skeleton inquired if that was the full name, Rello, or if there was more to it. The lord asked why Frederick would want that. Skeleton suggested the boss give the girl a new name since he was now her boss. The overlord thought about naming her Renee. Frederick said that's not a bad thing. Then she'll be called Rennie Rello. Frederick added that first, Rennie must learn to smile. Frederick wondered if the boss was smiling. What had he done in Haston, if even in the dungeon he could feel the earthquake? Were those two really having a drunken dance in the middle of the village? The dungeon lord replied that there were force majeure in the lives of monsters. Pointing to the red-haired girl, the skeleton asked, "What is that?" Swallow replied that it was a long story. Skeleton wondered, had the boss really kidnapped a child? Swallow replied that he didn't deal with such things. Then where had Ms. Renee gone? And why had the boss brought the baby here? The dungeon lord replied to the skeleton that he had met Rennie in the human village. Frederick realized that the boss was meeting with Renee. Was she okay? Swallow replied that Renee looked tired. The boss assumed that he wasn't letting Renee have a normal life. Frederick said, if the boss rejected her, that was the way to say it. No moves in circles. The dungeon lord cried loudly. The lord suggested that the skeleton put on a maid's costume and keep an eye on the dungeon. Frederick noticed that he always had a dismissal petition ready. Frederick wondered what the boss was going to do now. The boss replied that he would wait. He didn't know when Renee would be back again. Skeleton thought it was best to leave the boss alone when he was in this mood. He'd be depressed, but he'd get better in time. Frederick told the boss that she was here, the one the boss was waiting for. Renee wondered if Mr. Eater had eaten yet. If not, she should make him dinner. Frederick looked at Renee's eye and the boss's absent eye. Had the overlord completely lost his mind if he had given her this? Or had he done it deliberately? Was it sincere? Swallow said Renee's right eye was very badly damaged. If she could see properly, she would have been able to notice. Swallow expressed hope that the girl's feelings hadn't changed. The boss told Renee to watch carefully now. He covered his eye just as the girl did. Swallow asked that next time Renee bring him a real love stone. Renee got an eyeful from her boss, and cheerfully said that she was really close to Mr. Eater now. In the cave, drops of water ran down the long stalactite and fell down. Droplets fell on the girl's head and she woke up. She didn't understand what this place was and what had happened. The girl looked around and saw a skeleton beside her. She was naturally frightened. The girl thought that she was dead, and the god of destruction was in front of her, and in general, she was in hell. The skeleton said that it was not hell. The skeleton explained that it was the core of the Primordium. The girl was even more surprised. Melju assumed that in that case it was not the god of doom, but Sir Frederick. The skeleton noticed that the girl was a quick thinker. Frederick pondered. How long would the boss stay asleep? We'd have to wake him up. The skeleton walked over to the boss and pushed him with his foot, telling him it was time to get up. The dungeon master was angry. Why had Frederick woken him up? After all, he was sleeping so well. The dungeon master saw that the girl was already awake. Melju realized that before her was the ruler of the core of the Primordium and the supreme commander of the demons, the protector of the god who punishes those who have been consumed by fear, the ancient beast, Sir Eater. The girl fell to her knees. The girl stated that her name was Melju de Lymph Agrea, the 17th daughter of Asmodeus. The boss looked at the girl carefully, as if he remembered something. The overlord stated that he remembered everything, for the girl was very bright. Melju wondered, how could Lord Eater remember her name? Melju assumed that Mr. Pogilas had told Mr. Eater everything. Meljo inquired where Sir Pogilas was now. She recalled how he gave his final verdict to the people in the capital and took the brachycephalic tooth. The dungeon lord said he was here. Melju wondered what Sir Eater had just said. The head of the dungeon said that he was Pogil. Melju was terribly frightened, for she was behaving indecently right in front of Sir Eater. Frederick interjected to his boss. What did the girl just say? He meant the part where she said, he gave his final verdict to the people in the capital. Is there something the boss wants to tell him? Frederick told the girl to follow him. There was a cave ahead. Forest of Graphenia, borders of Haston's territory. The girl remembered. She had been warned not to go so deep into the forest. But as expected, nothing happened. There were many good medicinal herbs deep in the forest. There was a man lying in the grass not far away, badly wounded. Should we find out how he was feeling? The girl told the injured man to hang on. She definitely had medicinal herbs. There was an herb that should help. The wounded man swallowed all the medicine offered. The man turned around and said he had to hurry. Dungeons are considered a war zone. To survive on the battlefields, you must follow the rules. Lady Melju is the demon queen, so she must not interfere. One of the rules is to have no conflict. Renee reminded him that silence was the foundation of the basics in Mr. Eater's room. Melju shouted that she was refusing, for she was a free dungeon monster. Besides, she's not just a demon queen, she's a guest of the Primordial Core. She came to talk to the dungeon master, Sir Eater. Renee said that it was time for Sir Eater to go to bed. Melju stated that was exactly why she was needed. While Sir Eater sleeps peacefully, she will snuggle up to his body and share her warmth with him. Melju noticed that Lady Renee is quite stingy, but she's too old-fashioned like that. She acts like a grandmother. Renee was angry. What had she just been called? She wasn't a grandmother. Renee shouted that she was about to destroy this Melju easily. Melju backed away but laughed loudly. Mr. Eater said that Frederick is incredibly noisy, making it very hard to sleep. Skeleton said he had nothing to do with it. Someone outside is causing a riot. The dungeon lord asked, "Is it really that bad?" The skeleton wondered. Doesn't the boss read the newspapers he brought him? To strengthen the defense of the capital, troops from all over the country have been mobilized. The border settlements are said to be ravaged by monster raids. There are reports that Lord Haston has committed suicide. Due to this, Haston is in a state of emergency. Skeleton continued. Researching for 3 weeks all the human newspapers he could get his hands on, he found only 3 headlines pertaining to Haston. Does Mr. Eater know what that means? The boss wondered. Skeleton wondered. Does the boss even think before answering? He could really quit after all. The dungeon boss apologized and asked what Frederick thought about it? The skeleton replied that he wasn't sure. It was impossible to say for sure because there wasn't much information. Skeleton assumed that Haston had cut off all communications with the outside world. If the boss had destroyed the village, he must remember its condition. The lack of news from a village that has suffered devastating damage is not good news. However, the Primordial Core needs Haston. As long as there is a way to keep an eye on him, they can determine when and how large a mastery unit will come from the humans. Frederick remarked that because of this, they need to get to Haston as soon as possible. He doesn't know what will happen if they are a little late. The dungeon boss wished him a happy journey and told him not to let Frederick overwork himself there. The boss really wanted the skeleton to go there himself. Frederick went and said he would be back as soon as possible. The head of the dungeon thought that in that case, he might as well take a little nap. Skeleton noticed that as much as he wanted to, he couldn't do it alone. It would be good if someone else went with him. The head of the dungeon looked at the girls and told the skeleton to wait a moment. The number 1 candidate was Melju. However, she didn't realize what it was yet. Melju was slightly dangerous. If she was compared to types of magic, she was definitely an explosion magic. If she used the same magic she used in the capital, there would be nothing left of Haston. Renee asked Mr. Eater, wouldn't it be wonderful if she went? That was candidate number 2. The dungeon boss thought, if Melju was explosion magic, then Renee was giant explosion magic. Her help would be to do nothing. It would be better if Renee didn't even move. Frederick stated, if they didn't know how long this mission would take, wouldn't it be better if the boss went with him? The boss thought he'd already been caught in the net. He couldn't escape. The head said his candidacy would be perfect. What should he do? But if he broke Demura last time, now he can't transform. Frederick said that the boss was right this time. He definitely can't go without the bracelet. The boss thought, this is great. It means he won't have to go. He could finally get a good night's sleep. However, the boss turned into a human and said that the skeleton was clearly not going to have a peaceful demise. Frederick noticed that the boss had even unintentionally placed a curse on him. However, this body was already dead. Didn't the boss himself say he couldn't go because of the lack of Demura's bracelet? But it also means that if the boss has the bracelet, he's ready to go at any time. After a while, the skeleton told the boss that they were in place. However, the boss had really made a good mark here. The boss can use 4 simple ways to see how alive the village is. First, we need to check how many people are in the shopping area. However, there was no one in the area. The second way is to check the chimneys in the houses. This is best done at dinner time, but now it is too late. He said that in that case, they could go home. The third way is to check how many mercenaries and units are in the Conquest Request Center. But this option won't work for Haston, so you can skip it. The last way is to go into hotels or bars. Swallow wondered, what is Frederick doing? The skeleton must be following him. The boy went into an inn and asked the owner to give him a place to rest. The place the young man had gotten was in a state of neglect. Frederick thought that was too bad. Also, this place was completely dysfunctional as a village. There were destroyed bodies all around. A monster appeared in the distance. He said they were all working hard. Haston of the past is the heart of the enemy. The capital of the empire, Riaze, is located there. Humanity is in its weakest form because of the Black Catastrophe. The monster said that now was the best time to destroy the empire. Frederick thought it was really bad. Even the hotel is empty. A man appeared on the doorstep and said that he was the owner of this hotel. For what reason did these two men come here? Frederick said he was a knight belonging to Petarian's Black Dogs unit of Nortorious. Frederick added that they wouldn't mind a light meal and a place to spend the night. The owner of the place apologized for the surroundings. The man stated that he would not be able to provide food for the night. They're not the only ones in trouble. Everywhere you go in this village, there are problems with food, the knight inquired. Was the reason behind the black catastrophe? The innkeeper realized that the guests had the necessary information. In that case, they could understand everything. The man added that they also don't have any rooms ready at the moment. Frederick thought that in the current situation, the price of water trumped the cost of living. The knight tossed the owner of the establishment a gold coin. The man caught the coin and looked at it. Frederick wondered if their room was ready. The owner of the establishment motioned for the knight to climb the stairs. The man asked the knight who was following him. The knight, without turning around, said it was his slave. Frederick added that he may be a slave, but he is a very useful slave, so he is treated accordingly. This slave can stay in the same room with him. The young men entered the room. Swallow said it wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. Swallow collapsed on the bed and said he would sleep here. It was much nicer than the place he and Meljo had stayed in Riaz. The knight recognized that the room was quite large. Swallow asked the skeleton if he needed to be introduced as a slave. The knight recognized that it was necessary. The boss wore the most comfortable clothes, and if he wore shabby rags, he would be taken for a beggar. It was better to be thought of as a slave. Besides, slaves are considered property, which means no one can just molest them. It's the perfect cover for the boss, easier than changing clothes. Frederick reminded, the boss, after all, tends to move as little as possible. Swallow thought that in his next life, he would surely be reborn as stone. Frederick suggested that in that case he should just obey him. He added that he needed to go out for a while. The boss advised not to work too hard on the first day. Skeleton assured that the boss needn't worry. He knew places that were easier to navigate even in the dark. After arriving at the Black Catastrophe Central Square, the Imperial family reacted furiously to the monster attack. They needed a target to blame for the failed trek to the Primordial Core. Skeleton looked down at the city from above and thought that the boss had really bombed the place. Before the Imperials could react, Lord Haston, Count Etarch, was already dead. But who was running the city now? It was obvious that the Imperial family would turn their anger on the deceased's relatives if they missed their chance. But could Earl Etarch's blood inherit the title? The skeleton wondered if he should take a look at the new lord. In front of him was the castle of the ruler of Haston. The guards were much stronger than he expected. He figured he could destroy or temporarily disable the guards, but there would be a ruckus as dawn broke. It would be wiser to wait. On his way here, a spot caught his attention. People might not have noticed him, but there was a strong smell of dead people. Swallow thought it was good to rest in a cool dungeon, but sometimes it was good to get out for a change. There was a loud knock on the door. The young man sighed. He would not be allowed to lie down. The owner asked if the knight was inside. Swallow opened the door and said that the master had gone out for a night walk. Then he suggested that they go downstairs. He had prepared some food. As an innkeeper, it was unacceptable for him to see hungry guests. The knight had paid generously, and he wanted to repay him in some way. The host introduced himself as Noven Hitakar. Swallow identified himself as Pogilis. Noven explained that there was hardly any food left in the city. A disaster had come here. People who saw it with their own eyes were fainting. Because of that, Lord took his own life. After that, communications with Haston were cut off. The whole area was littered with bodies that had died of starvation. Noven didn't know why the two had come here, but they'd better get out of town as soon as possible. He added, Pogil probably knows how cornered people behave. A girl with scarlet hair appeared on the windowsill. She thought that these two were staying at the inn despite the village's plight, so they were strangers. And if they got the most expensive room, they're rich. We've got to get everything of value, but there's nothing but stinky rags in the room. Are these people really rich? Maybe there are more valuable things wrapped up in these rags. There was nothing in the camp chest either. It was empty. The girl frowned. Do they really carry everything with them? The room was thoroughly searched for valuables. Finally, something did catch her attention. The knight returned to the room and informed the boss that he was already here. He took a walk to the lord's castle. And what was the boss doing? Swallow pointed with his hand. You could see everything. Frederick took off his helmet and admitted that he wanted at least a glimpse of the new lord. But the guards were more powerful than he'd hoped. The raid had failed. He wondered if the boss had found anything. Swallow grinned. Was the skeleton really counting on that? He explained that Haston was cut off from the rest of the world, and the innkeeper didn't know much. Frederick sighed heavily, and mockingly asked, What is it this time? Skeleton replied, simply amazed that the boss had done anything at all. Skeleton said they would go deeper into the search tomorrow. Swallow waved his hand. Frederick could handle it himself. Skeleton noted that it would be better if the windows were left open. He'd only left one open, and now both were open. So someone must have gotten in. Swallow replied that he hadn't touched the windows. Frederick couldn't believe it. Did the wind open the sash by itself? Or was it the ghosts? Swallow shrugged. He didn't know anything. Someone else had opened it. A thief or a ghost, whatever. The boss said his outerwear, which Renee had sewn, had disappeared. Frederick had also discovered the loss. His jacket was missing from the drawer. Swallow asked the skeleton what else had been stolen. The one replied, "My rib." Meanwhile, the thief was moving away from the inn, looping through the night streets. She hoped it would be all right now. Suddenly, someone shouted her name. "Rosaline!" A voice rang out. The girl stopped and turned around. A man came out of the darkness and asked where Rosalind was going in the middle of the night. He reminded her that he had warned her not to go out so late. Rosalind countered that she wasn't wandering around without a purpose. She was doing it for others. The man was indignant. Is wasting energy and starving herself a help? Rosalina replied that it was not like that, and she was ready to explain everything. The man next to her asked Tot not to push her. A thief isn't supposed to be afraid of the dark. You don't have to tell her off. But the mistake was leaving without telling anyone. The streets are not safe enough as it is. Before acting on your own whim, you should think about how much trouble it would cause others. The captain reminded her that this place was not her old warm and cozy home. Rosalind said she would take that into consideration. Then the captain asked what she was doing after all. The girl threw the bones on the ground and offered to take a look. The boss asked in surprise, had she stolen them? Rosalina admitted that she had wanted to make a contribution. The captain asked where she got them from. Rosalind explained that from the most expensive room of the hotel on the main street. They were deep in a drawer and perfectly clean. She thought it was a valuable artifact. The commander said they were human bones. Rosalind was frightened. She didn't know. The boss wondered if she had robbed the cemetery. She hastily countered that it wasn't like that. The man remarked, if this was a cemetery, she wouldn't be showing off the find with pride. The captain speculated that it might be someone's creepy fetish. Perhaps the bones were used for magic. A colleague wondered, are there really people who collect human bones? The captain nodded. There are perverts who use the limbs of disemboweled slaves as jewelry. It could be the bone of a man or someone who had once been a man. And if it was stolen from a necromancer, it's even more dangerous. It was strange, too, that the clothes Rosalind had brought looked like rags, though they were sewn of first-class fabric. Suddenly the captain heard a strange sound and wondered, had Rosalind not checked her pockets? One of them contained gold coins. Rosalind wondered how many there were. The captain was frightened. This was no time for joy. And then a voice came from the darkness. It was not easy to find the two men. The voice said that this time they had come to the right place. The captain realized what he should have guessed. The rich men were staying in a luxury hotel in the middle of a dying city. The voice suggested that his prized possession was here. The captain guessed it was a rib bone, and from their clothing, they were not commoners. The knight said hello to the silly thieves, and declared that he had come to get his own back. Frederick said he was looking forward to this meeting. Looks like everything's intact. Swallow noted that he himself was intact as well. The skeleton reminded him that the cape had been a gift from Renee. Frederick thought, if he broke Renee's heart again, there was no telling how it would turn out. It was better to leave things as they were for now. The gang captain told everyone to stand down. One of the bandits asked in bewilderment how they had been found. It's strange. The object must have been calling out to its owner. Swallow yawned. He was bored. He should hurry up and get his things and go back to resting. Frederick held back. If the boss was tired, let him rest. The knight turned to the leader of the alley. Wasn't he still going to return the thing amicably? The bandit asked, was there any guarantee that they would be released? The knight agreed. Good point. The captain sensed a catch. Even if Rosalind had left footprints, they were found too quickly. Almost impossible, unless they're not human. Or monsters? The commander realized the opponents possessed dark magic. The man asked, do they live in darkness? The knight grinned. It was indeed dark in the cave. The captain thought they were mages. So the rib bone is very important? The knight confirmed. It's part of his body. The bandit wondered, so she was really a body part? The knight suggested to stop pulling and give it all back. The bandit tossed the bones in the air. The captain shouted, Rosalind, Tot, take away those who can't fight! Frederick rushed to the bones. He shouted, those are my ribs. The skeleton caught them. At that moment, the bandit crept up and hit Swallow on the head with a rock. The stone crumbled, and there was no harm done. Swallow snorted. That was a rock? The enemy tried to stab with his knife, but it broke. Swallow grabbed it and lifted it into the air. Do they even have weapons? He turned to the knight. What do we do with him? Knight advised the boss not to make a spectacle of himself and just knock everyone out. Swallow wondered if Frederick had decided to spare them. He replied, no, we just have to give them a good thrashing. Renee asked Melju if she was worried about Mr. Eater. Melju replied confidently that he was fine, although she admitted it had been half a day since he'd left. Renee was still worried. Had something happened to the gentleman? She wasn't sure it was right to just sit and rest while he was probably starving somewhere. Meljo noticed that Lady Renee was thinking too much. Is there any reason why such a wonderful person would skip dinner? Renee recognized that she was worrying too much. Mr. Eater and Fedric are only in a human village. What kind of trouble could they get into? The robbers were neutralized. Fedric said it was harder than he expected. Swallow found his cape. The knight thought that these robbers had even managed to confuse him for a moment. He had hoped they would have a map with them, but it looked like they were out of luck. We should get this over with as soon as possible. The boss lay down to rest and suggested the skeleton do the same. It's pretty cozy in here. Rosalina came out from around the corner and admitted that she was the one who had stolen. The girl apologized. She added that the others had nothing to do with it. She alone must answer for her actions. One of the bandits told the girl to get off her knees. Did she really think they were just going to let them go? They didn't even think that. Swallow said that the bandits had finally figured it out, and suggested that Fedric take care of it. The leader of the thieves put his knife forward and warned, "Do not approach or he would destroy his opponent." Rosalina pulled out some sort of object and held it up to her face. The knight saw this and immediately rushed towards the girl, ignoring the armed man. Fedric asked Rosalina where she got the item. It was a phoenix-shaped piece of jewelry that resembled an inverted cross. The mana it emitted was observation magic. Fedric was confused. Why set up surveillance on a slum dweller? The skeleton reported to the boss that someone was watching the people of Haston. As soon as the young lady started praying, the cross showed signs of observation magic. So the rosary would activate under special conditions. Fedric continued. If you find out at which ones, you can figure out what the person who gave her the item was up to. Swallow thought, Haston is definitely not famous for magic. First a magic stone, now an object with magic embedded in it. Skeleton said he would try to get people to cooperate, and the boss could help too. Swallow asked how exactly Fedric was going to do that. Fedric replied, a wonderful idea ripening in his skull. The knight apologized to the brigands for everything that had happened and explained that it had nothing to do with their theft. It's all about the Imperial Order to eliminate anyone with whom there is disagreement. The knight added that they were from an organization reporting directly to the government, Rowano Shadow Knights of the Mist. Fedric emphasized that they had no bad intentions. Let the brigands not be afraid. They, in turn, asked why Sir Knight had come to their village. The knight replied, he wants to help Haston. The reason he's violating Imperial orders is to save these lives. He also needs the information these people have. He added that he must assess the situation in the village as soon as possible to send help and supplies. Then the knight asked, are these people ready to rebuild Haston with him? He needs their support. The people decided that since the Imperial Knight had come to the rescue, it meant that His Majesty had not abandoned them. They agreed to help the knight, finally a chance to end his miserable existence. Fedric informed the boss that he had managed to convince the people. It's always easy with them. The lower classes appreciate the opportunities offered. Swallow asked, so they're coming back? Fedric said no, it's just beginning. There's too much weirdness here. Swallow appreciated the skeleton's efforts, but admitted that it had only added to his problems. It had become even more tedious. He understood what they meant when they said, enemies within. Fedric wondered what the boss was muttering to himself. The knight said that the lord shouldn't just lie on the road. In such a situation, the boss needs to act. Swallow noticed that Fedric was acting strange today. Couldn't he figure it out on his own? Fedric said he'd keep an eye on the head of the men. He seems the most suspicious. And let the boss try to get close to the villagers. Swallow wondered, was Fedric really asking him, to get close to people? Skeleton stated that there was no choice. Between a knight in armor and a beggar-looking boss, people would rather choose the latter. Swallow wondered if the skeleton had really called him a beggar boss. Fedric clarified that it was only a reasonable assumption. The boss has to make sure he's gotten close enough to the people by the time he gets back. He should try to become his own, to do what they do. First, people spend most of the day sleeping. When they are awake, they get irritated and work too hard. They have no motivation in the morning. The boss said then he was left to behave as usual. Fedric replied that it wasn't that simple. They had yet to learn more about the religion associated with the rosary. Skeleton remarked that the sooner it was over, the sooner they would return home. Knight advised the boss to remain calm, even if people act rude. People began to question Sir Knight. Is he really from Mist of Rowano? If he is an Imperial Knight, does that mean he came from the capital? The questions kept coming. Is it true that Riaz is a place where milk and honey are sold on every corner? Why is one knight in armor and the other not? Is it a disguise? The questions kept coming. Swallow thought, why are these people so clingy? There's not even room to breathe. If he had a choice, he'd just swallow them all. Swallow remembered the skeleton telling him to be friendly. Our hero tried to be friendly with people and bond as much as possible. A child approached our hero and asked if he had ever met Sir Vern or Lady Wynne. Swallow replied that he didn't even know who they were, though the names sounded somewhat familiar. The leader of the robbers dispersed the people to their homes. Rosalina apologized again for stealing. Swallow replied that everything was already fine. The important thing was that things were found. The man said his name was Tot, and he would take over for the chapter during his absence. He has orders from the chapter to do all the errands of these men. The man asked, "Did these people say they came here to save Haston? If they wanted to know the state of the village, it would be better to see everything with their own eyes." Tot added that if they didn't mind, he would show them out right now. Swallow was frustrated. Why had this man decided to show everything now? And on the other hand, if he stayed here, he would continue to be pestered with useless questions. Swallow said he didn't mind going right away. Tot suggested looking around the sleeping area first. Swallow wondered where all the people had gone. The attendant said that everything would become clear after they opened that door. Outside the door, there were people lying on the floor, dead from starvation. Here, it is impossible to steal food even from the neighbors, as they simply do not have it either. Those who are alive do not know when they will die of hunger. Our hero was interested in something from the beginning. Usually, when a village finds itself in this position, the anger of the people is directed at the Lord of the Lands, and the angry citizens rise up, raising pitchforks and torches. The Black Calamity brought the village close to starvation. But why do the people of Haston starve without trying to revolt? Tot said it has been more than a month since the Black Scourge struck these lands. Tot asked why the village was so quiet. Why weren't people trying to protest against the Lord? Isn't Sir Knight curious about this? Renee and Meljo continued to sit at the round table, drinking tea and having a leisurely conversation. Melju said that she wanted to go with Mr. Eater. Just sitting in the dungeon was boring. Renee told Melju not to think so. Mr. Eater has assigned them to guard this lair. What could be more important? Renee added that they had the full confidence of Mr. Eater. She realized that the boss trusted her, not Melj. Melju said she should have guessed it herself. Renee said Melju has to stay focused as they don't know when people might come here. Renee added that there was no need to worry. She constantly checks the dungeon for enemies. Now, it was time for another check. The middle rank magic of the Eyes of the Observer was activated. It became clear that someone had invaded the dungeon, and most likely the invader was alone. Renee told Meljo to get ready. It's coming. The girls took up fighting positions. The one who approached them asked why they were so tense. The girls were surprised. Elizabeth Bathory, mistress of Castle Shate, asked how Renee was doing. Renee apologized and said that was all there was. If Mrs. Bathory had announced her visit in advance, she would definitely have prepared something. Elizabeth Bathory said there was no need to worry. She had come uninvited after all. Renee brought a mug with a drink. Bathory remarked that if Renee still wanted to give her something to drink, she could do it with her own blood. Renee replied that that was impossible. Bathory asked who the new girl was. Meljo asked, did the woman really want to know something about her? Melju noticed that she was the one who ruled over all monsters, the Demon Queen, the 17th successor of Asmodeus, Melju de Lymph Agria. Renee remembered that she had forgotten to introduce them. The guest is the mistress of Shate Castle, Lady Bathory. Bathory said, now I see why this girl's aura is so interesting. Melju asked Renee if she would be able to see all the dungeon bosses if she lived here. Renee said that Meljo says some very funny things. Living here at their expense, she really has no conscience. Bathory wondered, if Melju is living off them, then is she not yet part of the Primordial Core? Elizabeth Bathory inquired as to the whereabouts of Fedric and that retarded fellow now. Renee replied that they had just stepped out, just for a moment. Elizabeth Bathory wondered, were they really absent at a time like this? But what had happened? Bathory said that the villages near Chate Castle had been completely destroyed. All the people must have died, because there's just a sea of blood. But no bodies were found at all. Perhaps it wasn't people who did this. The bloody light on the ground went in one direction, as if creating some kind of path. At the end of that path was Haston. What could it mean? Melju said, if all the bodies disappeared, maybe it was the undead. Bathory agreed with that. Few people could do something like that. The undead are mostly without intelligence, but there is an intelligent one belonging to a higher species with a special title, Elder. An army of dead people moving together means that someone has to command them. The ruler of the undead is the eternal King Erebos. Bathory said he is the most obvious candidate. Bathory stated that she had no conclusive evidence, but that retarded guy needed to be notified. Are there any monsters here that can transmit messages? Renee replied that the dungeon was empty at the moment. Bathory said that they must have some way to communicate. Renee replied that there was no such way, but she had faith in Mr. Eater's decisions. In any case, Fedric will think of something. Melju says it's time for her to step in. She thinks she can help. The Black Calamity was the beginning of it all. Soon after it struck Haston, someone set fire to the fields. Due to the rapid spread of the fire, the crops were reduced to ashes. That's when the bad rumors started to spread. It was said that all the crops in the area affected by the Black Disaster were completely contaminated. And once you put it in your mouth, it would be incredibly painful. That's how Haston became a cursed land. When the rumor began to spread that even the Emperor had given up on Haston, the people became desperate. Even in this despair, however, there was a sliver of hope. A wealthy couple of commoners took responsibility. They had a lot of crops saved that were not damaged by the fire. They opened their warehouses and distributed supplies to the villagers. A group of people began to form around this couple who wanted to work together to survive. Just when everyone began to rely on them and trust them, they were found dead in their own home. Someone, hungry for more food, had destroyed them. After that, no one trusts anyone. Since then, it's been every man for himself. Everyone struggles for leftover food in the hope of living one more day. Those living in the dark alleys managed to survive thanks to rumors of poisoned crops. The young man asked, "So this harvest can be eaten despite the gossip?" Tot replied that for the time being it was. Swallow thought that there was no way a crop he hadn't even touched could have become poisoned. Someone had spread those rumors with bad intentions. The suggestion was made to go on. At first, everyone thought they could overcome this disaster. Now everyone sees the result of that self-confidence. Insects began to gather in the streets because of the bodies left there. They had to dig holes and put them there. The boy wondered, "Don't they burn them?" Tot replied that those who have lost their loved ones still can't let them go. In fact, no one wants to take on such a troublesome job. Swallow asked, "Couldn't they do it themselves?" Tot said the dead couple had a daughter. What he's trying to say is that Rosalind's parents are also somewhere among these bodies. Swallow saw the soldiers and asked, "Do they always stand guard there?" Tot replied that they were on guard there in shifts. They don't protect, they just control. Swallow thought that the soldiers watching the gate in such a situation must be following the Lord's orders. The young man decided that this Lord was very suspicious. In such a situation, there is no better way than to meet him in person. They will not be able to understand his hidden intentions through conventional methods. The knight said that's why he stole the harpy egg. The harpies will come after him. He'll get rid of them and get an official welcome from the Lord. Frederick said it's a brilliant plan, it's just brilliant. That was the plan, but no one expected so many of them. The girl saw her brother hanging from the ceiling. My brother said that Lala must survive. Lala must remember. She must live. The girl jumped up in bed. It had been a terrible dream. The maid asked, "Was my lady having that nightmare again?" The girl replied that it was nothing. It was Lala Sinuiera Etark. She was the Lord of Haston. The girl said she wouldn't sleep again. She'd better go get some fresh air. It's been a few weeks since she took over. She still remembers the day her brother died. The relatives have run off with the family funds, and Huston is still not recovered. In this situation, she has only one way to survive. Lala decided that she must restore Haston. The girl told her interlocutor that she had been promised salvation. She was promised that they could protect her and her land. The interlocutor confirmed this. Lala suggested looking out the window. "Is that salvation?" The man replied that he had not broken his promise. Soon he would sort out all the problems that the people of Haston were facing, so there was no need to worry about it. Lala Etark thought that this man never reveals the details of his plans, but at the moment she had no choice but to trust him. The man said that everything was going according to plan now, so my lady could just go on with her cozy life. The man stated that all problems would soon disappear. Lala said she would believe him and wait. A maid appeared and said she had something to report regarding Haston's safety. The guards reported that the village had been attacked by a pack of harpies, but a knight who suddenly appeared was able to repel their attack with a single powerful blow. Lala Etark asked who he was and what order he belonged to. The maid said that the guard at the northern gate had asked these questions, but had received only silence in response. Lala asked where the knight was now. The maid replied that she had taken him to the guest room. The visitor cautioned Lala to reconsider her decision, for it could not be ruled out that the knight was an assassin in disguise. Lala Etark stated that even if he was suspicious, his actions were for the good of the village. As Lord of Haston, she should reward him for his bravery. The traveling knight greeted Lord Haston. The knight told him that he was badly exhausted after the long journey to reach these lands. Lala Etark thanked the knight on behalf of all the villagers for his courage in keeping Haston unharmed. Frederick thought Lady Lala didn't look like the stereotypical lord. For her age, she might be the younger sister. Lala asked the knight about his lineage, but he didn't answer. She clarified his name, but the knight again refused to give a name, hoping for understanding. Lala assumed he would refuse to remove his helmet if he asked her to. The knight explained that his face was disfigured by battle scars. The skin on his right side was missing altogether, which didn't look good. The woman suggested getting to the point. She may not have a lot of resources, but she would like to reward him and asked what he needed. The knight said he would be glad of food, for right now in Haston, food was the most important thing. From her answer, he would be able to understand the current situation of the castle. The Lady Lord ordered that the knight's request be granted immediately. Frederick was surprised. Lala answered without a second thought, which meant that the castle's food supply was fine. But then why did the people leave their village to starve to death? An energy similar to that of the undead emanated from the knight. He emitted a familiar aura. The knight asked the lady for permission to ask a question. He added that something has been bothering him for some time now. The knight then turned to the hooded stranger and asked who he was. After telling the boss, the young man asked if the lady just sat there and did nothing. Frederick replied that she let him go when he asked out of curiosity. Swallow wondered why Frederick had left the man alone when he sensed the familiar aura. Frederick explained that his boss didn't want him to start a battle right there, and the energy could have come from the necromancer. Necromancers can also cause such feelings. People who use black magic emit energy similar to the undead. Frederick said they came to Huston to clean up the mess, not to create new problems. Does the boss really want him to quit? Swallow apologized. Frederick asked if the boss had learned anything. Swallow replied that the villagers thought all the food was contaminated, and that many were starving to death because they refused to eat it. Swallow has noticed that getting close to the thief Rosalina is very difficult. She's always running away. Frederick joked that it would be nice to have mind control magic. Maybe he should have taken Melja with him. Swallow parried that the skeleton was saying that by taking someone who originally didn't want to go with him. Frederick said they had no other choice. He had food now, given by Lady Etark, and they must try to win Rosalind's trust. Swallow offered Rosalind food, but the girl was very frightened when she saw him. The young man asked her why she was frightened. Swallow held out a cookie and said he wanted to share. The girl rejoiced. "Is this the cloud the priest usually gives?" Swallow asked. "Which priest are we talking about?" Rosalind assumed that the knight believed in him too. Rosalina said she did not expect to meet a fellow believer here, and is very happy about it. There are no believers around her. The girl thinks everyone around her is a fool. All it takes is unwavering faith and one will be saved. Swallow agreed with that. Rosalina led Swallow to a cave in the woods and said that they were already in place. But every time she came here, she got creepy. The young people began to descend into the dungeon. Rosalind warned them that it was dark and to watch their step. At the back of the cave was a temple. The man said that the calamity that had befallen Haston was a test sent to men for their wrongdoings. In addition, he was an omnipotent being who could help and alleviate suffering. Believers who have won his trust must be willing to become elect. The people listened to the priest with open mouths. Rosalind motioned for her companion to sit down. The priest reminded us that we must not forget the divine message that was given to them. He noted that today they will also savor the gifts given to them. Swallow listened to the sermon and thought it might be the usual brainwashing. Rosalind said they were just in time for the Eucharistic liturgy. Swallow asked, "What is it?" Rosalina explained that this is when the priest hands out the clouds. Swallow thought it was similar to what Frederick had gotten from Lord Haston. But why would such a thing be in the castle? Rosalind said she knew a secret that only Swallow was willing to reveal. When Haston's savior comes, those who truly believe in him will find eternal happiness. They say that in such a case, you can get closer to him and receive a great blessing. Swallow asked, "What kind of blessing?" Rosalind couldn't answer for sure, but assumed it would be something better than clouds. Maybe even meat? The priest saw Rosalind and said she had come today too. The priest placed his hand with the cassock on the girl's head and said that this was today's blessing, which she must accept. Rosalind thanked the priest. The priest handed our hero a cloud and said he hadn't seen him here before, but hoped the guy would keep coming. Swallow accepted the cloud and replied that he would think about it. The priest added that he would be glad to see the young man here too. Swallow tried to figure out what it all meant. The cloud suddenly fell to the floor and shattered. Rosalind was frightened. Swallow wondered what the priest was trying to do now. After all, people can't see this mana, but such a thing wouldn't work on him. He told the priest that he didn't care at all what he was doing to these people. The guy warned the priest not to overstep his bounds. The priest assumed that the man in front of him was not human. Swallow added that although he had a terrible memory, he would try to remember the priest. Rosalind asked Sir Knight if everything was all right. Our hero replied that it was fine, just thanked the priest for the food and suggested that the girl get out of here. The young people said goodbye, and Swallow told Rosalind to hurry home. Swallow noted that there were a lot of suspicious things around. He didn't even need proof. A pseudo-cult leader came to isolated Haston, using unknown mana, brainwashing and spying on people. Also next to the Lord was that guy with the undead aura. It's all too well intertwined. Someone is definitely behind this. Melju was thrilled that Mr. Eater understood everything, but Swallow wondered why. He was getting more and more annoyed. Melju admitted that she wondered how bad it was if the Devourer said he had destroyed this evil. She noted that the view wasn't so bad from this spot. Swallow asked why Melju was here, and what she wanted. Melju said that Lady Bathory had visited the Primordial Core and said that Haston would soon face the undead. She had detected signs of anomalies around Shate Castle moving towards Haston. Bathory assumed that Erebos was behind everything. Swallow notes that Erebos is the most likely cultist, but that's just a guess. Melju added that it was normal for the undead to attack in large numbers. She recognized that things were not going well in Houston, the girl asked, wondering if the Devourer was wondering why he didn't use the mana flow to strike. Melju applied a low-class mana detection magic and said that it was exactly as she had envisioned. In the depths of the cave stood a temple. The great evil guardian, the Lich Simon Magus, was there. The dark creature welcomed a loyal follower, Simon Magus. The priest bowed to Lord Erebos, Lord of the Undead. Simon Magus reported on his last report before sending Erebos to Haston. Erebos praised Simon for his hard work. The priest said he had done his best for the Lord, and asked what news he had. Simon Magus reported that an intruder had intervened. Erebos noticed that he had received the same report from Umel, a certain man in armor with an undead aura. The priest replied that he didn't feel the aura of the undead. There was no armor either. But this man contains darkness. Simon repeated, "It is a creature containing darkness." The priest asked if this was something that came to the Lord's mind. Erebos replied that he did not know and would not move without reason. Erebos stated that in order to take over the empire, Haston must be taken first, but caution would be advised. Simon admitted that he had no excuses for the failure of the grand scheme. Erebos sent Masham to the underground chambers at Ukmel's request for reinforcements. He asked the priest what he needed to fight the intruder. Simon said it's under control. Reinforcements will come if needed. Erebos left it up to the priest. The priest noted that there is not much time left before the undead take over the lands completely. Simon figured that soon no one would be able to stop them, unless that monster showed up. Swallow asked Melia if it was possible to find out the location of the caster. Melju replied that one can't be sure, but giant magic spells use the mana flow on the surface to sustain themselves. Swallow noted that the caster must be nearby. Melju added that he was probably using a conductor to direct the flow of mana. She assumed that it would take a huge amount of mana to cover all of Haston and maintain the spell. A guide capable of directing the flow of mana couldn't be something simple that could just be buried. Melju pointed to the place with the most suspicion. This place is the Lord's castle. Melju admitted that she wasn't 100% sure, but that was her guess. Swallow figured that all the residents would gather there if he started turning the castle upside down. Mr. Eater said that Fedric should be on the other side anyway. Is Meljo free now? Swallow suggested that the girl go to the castle together. Mr. Eater decided it was time to replace one of the 7 dungeons of evil. Fedric stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon. He said it was the strangest place here. The smell of rotting bodies coming from below is much stronger here. It's very suspicious. On top of that, this dungeon is useless in times like these. There was a sound coming from the most secret place. Fedric saw the monster. No wonder there was such an unpleasant odor. Fedric thought he hadn't seen a cleaver like that in a long time. The knight apologized for distracting this creature from its work. But who is the master of this place? The monster turned around and tried to hit Fedric with his cleaver. The skeleton ducked and said it was a decent strike. But there was no way he was going to get hit by such a slow attack. Is that really the entirety of the power? That's a disappointing thing to say. The fact that this monster is so openly doing such a thing in the castle dungeon means that that guy and Lord Haston are in cahoots. Fedric thought that now he wouldn't have to act secretly. Now that he was sure of it, he could act more openly. The monster was destroyed by skeleton. After certain actions, Fedric said he was even amazed. I mean, even the Dalahan showed up here. What are they all up to? Fedric openly addressed the Dalahan. By whose orders is he guarding this place? The skeleton saw a sword in his opponent's hands. It was the sword of evil. Dalahan attacked our knight without speaking. Fedric thought his opponent was corroding his opponent's weapons, making the fight more difficult. The skeleton added that this opponent is quite strong. Fedric suggested that they calm down and discuss things amicably. After all, they had a lot in common. The knight has noticed that his opponent refuses to engage in peaceful dialogue. However, it is necessary to somehow find out why he is here. Fedric said that the appropriate lord should definitely have answers to his questions. The lowest level magic was activated. Slip panel. Fedric decided his sword was weak and activated the enhancement. Skeleton said, "If the opponent doesn't like to talk, then it's not worth dragging it out. We should end it in a flash." Fedric snatched the sword from his opponent and said he would borrow it. His opponent doesn't know how to use it properly anyway. The skeleton said that this sword was really strong, and the opponent was split in two. Fedric said that it was an excellent axe. Lala Etark jumped up in bed and thought she was very cold. The knight next to her inquired, "My lady, did you sleep well?" Etark asked, "How dare the knight intrude here in the middle of the night?" The knight replied that he had urgent business with her. "Her name is Lala, isn't it?" The knight thrust his sword forward and said that he was giving Ms. Lala exactly 5 minutes. The man who was with her earlier must be summoned. 5 minutes later, Frederick apologized for inviting them so late, but he had accidentally found something during his night walk. The knight placed a certain object on the table and asked if they knew what it was. It was Adalahan's helmet. Frederick asked why Lala Etark was in cahoots with the undead. The woman was indignant. "What are we talking about? What undead?" Frederick said in a very annoyed tone. "Are they really going to keep messing with him like this? Does she really not know who she's dealing with?" He's not surprised, since she's not even aware of what's going on in her lands. The hooded man said to Mrs. Etark not to listen to this knight. The guards must be called. Frederick said he personally destroyed the Dalahan in the basement prison. It's a dungeon that's underneath the mansion. There are a lot of destroyed bodies there now. The knight told Ms. Etark that the person standing next to her is also undead. Mrs. Etark said she didn't believe those words. Can she really believe what some stranger tells her? Lala Etark said the man promised her he would save Haston. Accusing him of being undead, the knight threatens Haston's safety. Frederick asked, "Does Lala Etark mean to say that she knows who is threatening Haston's safety?" The hooded stranger motioned for the knight and Mrs. Etark to calm down. The skeleton knight said it was the helmet of a Dalahan. But Dalahans are not the kind of people who are very easy to meet. The knight said that it surprised him as well. He immediately couldn't believe seeing such a high-level undead in a place like this. In addition, this Dalahan seemed strange. He didn't speak, though he should have had enough intelligence to do so as an older undead species. The way he moved during the battle also seemed strange, so I had to study the body a bit after his soul was destroyed. It looks like there is a mind control magic circle engraved on the inside of this armor. You can also see the owner's name there. Dalahan's name is Masham. It is the name of the deputy captain of a raiding party of brothers Masham and Hard, assembled 30 years ago to raid the sinister undead that had attacked a human village. They say he was quite a powerful knight. However, after the raid, he disappeared. But who was the sinister undead they wanted to punish? Frederick thrust his sword forward and said that he would ask differently this time, and would appreciate it if the man answered him. Frederick asked where the sinister undead Mr. Erebos was located. Lala Etark was startled when she heard that name, Erebos. The woman said that she didn't understand what the conversation was about. What does the boss of one of the 7 great evil dungeons have to do with it? The hooded stranger laughed loudly. Frederick still held the sword to the stranger's shoulder. Lala Etark cried out fearfully. Hadn't she been promised to protect her and her lands? The man, still smiling, replied that they were right. The plan underwent a change, but it was inevitable. The stranger remarked that no agreement could now be reached peacefully. The knight swung his sword and wounded the hooded man. The unknown man warned that the two of them had better not move on. Lala Etark realized that the undead in front of her was indeed undead. The hooded man continued to laugh. He threw off his hood and introduced himself. "My name is Ukmel." Umel declared that he would first destroy them both, and then all the villagers. They should be proud that they had a chance to be saved. It's all part of the grand scheme of the Lord of the Undead, the Eternal King Mr. Erebos. Frederick admitted that at first he couldn't imagine such a thing. Didn't the undead only win with quantity? He never thought the undead could plan and organize their own invasion so meticulously. Umel said he noticed this knight immediately when he first met him, and the destruction of the Mamas exceeded his expectations. Frederick smiled. This was the first time someone had praised him for destroying his own subordinate. Umel admitted that the knight was increasingly attracting his attention. After all, he too is undead. Why doesn't he obey Mr. Erebos? Etark was surprised and frightened, the undead all around her. Frederick thought they had been discovered. However, they still need a lord who cares for these lands and is willing to cooperate with them. No one is going to destroy Lady Etark. Ukmel suddenly spoiled the mood. Frederick inflicted another wound and said it was best for everyone to follow orders. Umel stated that pathetic threats had no effect on the undead. Frederick agreed, but asked if Umel had anything to lose. The knight added that since Ukmel was investigating, he should know that the man who came with him was much stronger than he appeared. He is so powerful that he can easily ruin any plans. Ukmel replied that then his power must harm people as well. Frederick recognized that they were not on the side of the humans, and suggested that Umel stop wasting time and tell everything. The knight demanded that Ukmel tell him what his master, Erebos, was up to. Umel agreed to answer and asked if the knight knew how the title Supreme was attained. Frederick demanded to stop the questions and just get on with the story. Umel explained that becoming supreme is incredibly rare and supernatural, requiring immense hatred to surpass the limits. They are called supreme because each one is capable of defeating 1,000 zombies single-handedly. Mr. Erebos is an omnipotent being who creates these higher-ups with his magic. Knight suggested that this is the reason they block Haston and create a religion. Umel confirmed. It's all about creating higher-ups. They need people with a living body, but a weak soul. That's why this place is perfect for gathering the undead. Isolation and hunger weaken people's resolve. Mrs. Etark was terribly frightened. That's why religion was created in the first place. Frederick asked about the mountain of bodies in the underground prison. Ummel replied that it was also part of the process of creating new, higher-ups. Ummel added that they were going to destroy the Empire. Frederick realized that this was a very bad thing. If the Empire fell and all humans became undead, Erebos would gain even more power and take control of all the great dungeons of evil. This development could not be allowed to happen. It must be stopped. The realization often came too late. Then the highest-ranked magic, Dark Curse Extension, was applied. Ummel said that even though he was wounded, he would continue his sorcery. It would be foolish to expect otherwise. Frederick recognized that his opponent was good at magic. Ummel laughed. Did the knight really think they would be told the whole truth? There is no creature capable of going against Lord Erebos. The only one who can do this is an ancient monster that hibernated many years ago. Therefore, nothing will thwart King Erebos' plans. Ummel was surprised to see the knight break the bonds by physical strength alone. Frederick noticed that if you put all of what he said together, despite the grandiose goals, things were far from simple. An ancient monster may appear that will destroy both Erebos and the others. Much has been destroyed in the process of their confrontation. Suddenly, Swallow appeared. Skeleton said that the best time had come. Swallow noted that the building appeared to be too fragile. Skeleton added that the boss showed up just in time. Swallow asked the knight how much he had learned. Frederick replied that he had learned almost everything. Ummel was terrified. What kind of power was this? The knight reminded him that his companion was many times stronger than one could imagine. Swallow asked, "Who is it?" Ummel was confused. How could this ancient monster have guessed anything, if he hadn't even sensed the energy of the crystal that was up there? From the strength of her mana, one could tell that it was most likely the Demon Queen. Ummel decided to find out as much as he could and relay the information to Mr. Erebos. He asked our hero, why did the ancient lord come here? Ummel was sure he had heard this ancient lord fleeing after the incident in Riaz. But he didn't wait for a reply. He was attacked hard. Badly wounded, Uxmel collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. He said they were too late. Melju stated that this undead was talking too much. Swallow noticed that Uxmel was laughing, and Melju added that he was quite persistent. Suddenly, Uxmel ordered everyone to fall down. Their master had descended to this mortal earth. Swallow noted that the opponent is clearly putting a lot into his appearance. People on the street saw that the sky had become strange. What exactly had happened? Rosalind was in a hurry. Her face was anxious. The girl stopped and saw Tot. So he was already awake? Tot asked where Rosalind was. The girl replied that she was going out for some fresh air and jogged to Jarbet Square. She wondered to herself, why mention a place no one goes to? Tot could get angry again, and Rosalind apologized. Tot said that the chapter decided at the last meeting that everyone would leave Haston tomorrow night. He added that the chapter does not trust the knights. Tot offered to let the girl explain everything on the way. The young men approached a large mountain of bodies. Tot thought that in this mountain lay Rosalind's parents. He said that after they leave, they are unlikely to come back here again. Tot added that the choice is up to the girl. She's entitled to do her own thing. Rosalina admitted that she wasn't quite sure why the head was so eager to leave Haston. Wouldn't the village be saved? Can't it wait any longer? Tot said he wouldn't change her mind. Believing in religion was her choice. But can she wait for salvation, not knowing when it will come? With her parents forever trapped in this dark place? Is her God alone able to grant them salvation? After all, their actions lead to deliverance. Rosalina is confident that her actions will lead to salvation. The girl agreed with Tot. Rosalind took the torch from her companion's hands. Tot asked if she could do what she had in mind. She nodded. She moved closer to the mountain and held up a burning torch. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm. Someone wondering who was here at this late hour. Tot asked who it was. The man asked Rosalina what she was forgetting in this place. The priest looked intently at the girl. Rosalind was surprised. How did he end up here? The priest pulled her by the arm. Rosalind wondered, what was he doing? The priest's clothes suddenly ignited, and the girl cried out in surprise. Tot ordered the priest to release Rosalind immediately. The girl demanded that he put out the flames. The priest pushed Rosalind away, and she fell on top of Tot. The young men collapsed to the ground. The priest's clothes were still burning, but he paid no attention to it. He turned around and walked away. The priest opened his mouth and began to release dark energy, which was an undead ability. Tot realized that the undead were in front of them. Rosalind was even more frightened. A creature appeared from the mountain of bodies, ordering the men to be silent in his presence. Tot and Rosalind didn't realize what was happening. The bodies in the mountain stirred and began to speak. Rosalind and Tot jumped to their feet and got ready to run. The undead from the mountain rushed after them with an eerie scream. Tot and Rosalind ran into the house and tried to barricade the door. The girl said she couldn't run any further. Tot, holding the door from the inside, replied that they had little choice. It was safer here than outside, but there was a risk of the undead breaking through. They should go up to the second floor. The girl admitted that her legs were not obeying her. Tot suggested, "Get on my back, we have to hurry." Rosalind smiled gratefully. He must be very tired. They went up to the second floor, and the undead were already surrounding the outside of the house. Tot wondered if the two of them could survive if no one else did. There was a terrible odor in the second floor of the house. The young men went into an isolated room. Rosalina asked, "Are we safe?" Tot replied that they were in danger. "It's also very dangerous here, and if the girl wants to survive, you can't relax." Tot noticed a knife tied to a stick. It was an undead weapon. He decided to take possession of this weapon. Rosalind inquired what he was going to do. Tot drew his weapon and walked toward the girl, terror reflected in her eyes. He swung the knife, and the girl, frightened, closed her eyes. Tot leaned over and removed the cross hanging on a chain from her neck. "Every time I saw it, I got uneasy," he said. "From now on, start believing in something more believable," Tot added. The girl admitted that she was very scared. The undead burst into the building. Rosalina screamed in panic as the door was kicked in. What are they going to do now? Tot said they needed to find something that would work as a weapon. Rosalind asked in consternation where he was going to go. Tot remained silent, only smiling at her. He thought he couldn't find Rosalind because of the smell in this room, walked out and shut the door firmly. The girl asked not to leave her. She was scared. Tot said it was time for her to stop relying on others. She was already enough of a burden. On the other side of the door, Tot told Rosalind to listen to him carefully and keep quiet so as not to give away their position. She wasn't supposed to move or make a sound. The girl huffed, and Tot finally said she obeyed. Better that than to die together. The undead slowly approached the armed man. The zombies screamed loudly and rushed at Tot. Rosalind was exhausted and collapsed in front of the door on the floor. The fight was bloody and prolonged. Tot fought as hard as he could, but the blood poured all around him. Above the undead, their lord, the priest, appeared. Simon Magus ordered his servants to attack. People saw the ominous red sky and assumed it was because of the new lord. They guessed that something was wrong. After all, she hadn't been seen or heard from for weeks. People believed that the heavens were angry because of this. One of them cried out that danger was approaching. Many wondered if he had been wounded. Someone decided to examine his wounds. The man asked the wounded man if he was from the Mage Tower. He replied that he was an apprentice in the Wing Guild. Someone shouted that they were undead in front of them. This person wasn't bleeding, and the blood looked like it belonged to someone else. The men looked around and saw the undead approaching. Everyone who could fight had already gathered. One man screamed hysterically that it was undead, and they tried to calm him down. Frightened people shouted that the undead were coming. Suddenly, a rider appeared, a knight who was destroying opponents with a single swing of his sword. The knight said that the undead are not as strong as they seem. He announced to the people a choice: either run away cowardly or fight as proud warriors. Many decided to fight and drive the undead from their land. A group of people confessed that they were once disciples of the Wing Guild. On the day of the Black Calamity, they were assigned a mission, and because of that, they survived. Even though it's late, they want to support the others. Each of them decided to stay and fight. People continued to express their willingness to help fight the undead. The knight called for everyone who can hold a weapon to go to the front lines. The rest of us are to take up the perimeter defenses. They will defend Haston to the last brick. The knight said that the undead were approaching, and everyone needed to take up battle positions. Mages must prepare their spells. A command sounded, and the mages opened the attack, using the necessary spells. The brigand commander didn't understand what was going on there. The captain asked where Tot and Rosalind had gone at this hour. The captain saw a girl sitting on the threshold. It was Rosalind. The leader walked up to the girl and asked what happened here. Rosalina tearfully said that Tot told her not to go anywhere. He said not to move, however she came here because she was very scared. The girl told the commander that Tot was hurt because of her. The leader asked if Tot had been angry with her before her death. The man replied that Tot was not the kind of person who would do such a thing. That's why it wasn't because of Rosalind. It was because of Tot that she was still alive. Rosalina kept crying and told the commander that this was no ordinary undead. They needed help. The leader wondered, what is the girl talking about? The girl looked up and said she was referring to that knight. Rosalind added that they should ask Sir Knight for help. They are most likely in the Lord's castle right now. The commander handed the girl a vial of mixture. She asked what he was doing. The man replied that she probably didn't have the strength to just stand up. She should drink this and follow him. The commander was sure it would be safer inside the castle than here, nor could he leave his comrades to fight alone. He could not endanger Rosalind, for whom Tot had sacrificed his life. The leader said Rosalind should bring these knights. They'll hold off the undead for now. Frederick said they really messed it up. The boss should take a look at that. It's serious. Meljo added that they are really fighting. Swallow asked, why would he look if it had nothing to do with them? The skeleton replied that it had everything to do with them. Skeleton noticed that the humans had a slight advantage at the moment. They were fighting better than he expected. The skeleton replied that it wasn't very much. They have a lot of weapons, and the defense is pretty good for a hastily assembled squad. However, if that's all they have, They'll quickly run out of steam and be crushed by the undead mob. Also, according to Uchmel, there should be at least one supreme in the middle of the undead. Fedric asked if the boss thought that Erebus had put too much effort into preparing for this invasion. He should be repaid for all the spending. The boss said that payback was certainly necessary, but there were some things that needed to be done first. Fedric asked the boss not to think about it and not to do it. Swallow was surprised, for the skeleton himself had asked him to work. Swallow walked up to the girl and asked her name. The head of the city replied that her name was Lala Itark. Swallow promised to remember that name and said in response that he was a eater. The eater moved almost point blank to the girl and asked if she wanted to live. Lala Itark looked startled into the eyes of her interlocutor. Fedric wondered, why is the boss talking? After all they have to do is destroy her. Swallow said he had originally planned to do that, but later changed his mind. Fedric was frightened. What was the boss up to? Was there any point in clinging to Haston? The boss told Fedric to think again. Because of the undead, they're going to leave Haston to its fate. The skeleton confirmed it. What would happen if all the undead in the village disappeared and the Lord started acting on their orders? Then there would be no reason to abandon Haston. Fedric said he didn't think so. Skeleton says the boss said something stupid, but it sounds reasonable enough. Not destroying her, but making her a puppet is a pretty good idea. Melju said that people have long tongues, and a person who knows the truth can't keep it secret for long. The boss suggested that not all of them were like that. Swallow said this woman has enough reasons to want to live. Maybe she wasn't afraid of him at all, though, given that she couldn't look away from his gaze when she saw his true form. I think she'll be useful. The skeleton recognized it. To an ordinary person, this seemed rather strange. Maybe she has a peculiarity, too. All of the heroes Mr. Eater had met had some sort of special ability, an ability that could not be attained through effort alone. This Lord probably has a strong character that allows her to stay sane even after seeing an Eater. Lala Etark recognized that she had a reason to live. Swallow was sure that such a man would not give up his life so easily. Fedric wondered if that was the only thing the boss was relying on. Swallow said he should add his intuition to that. Meljo noted that she didn't expect anything else from Mr. Eater. Fedric asked for something more specific than intuition. Skeleton said that when the boss insisted, he couldn't object, though it seemed unreliable to him. Fedric added that if anything went wrong, it would be on the boss's conscience. The boss promised to think about it. Mr. Eater asked Lala Etark if she understood the nature of the chance she was being given. Everything would be settled as soon as she said, "Please save us." The Lord asked what would happen next in that case. The Eater replied that it was very simple. The undead would be destroyed, and until peace was restored in Haston, Fedric would do his best to help the village. Skeleton said indignantly that the boss was trying to dump everything on him. The boss replied that that was Fedric's job. Lala Etark asked, in that case, what would she have to do in return? Mr. Eater said it was better to take the easy way out. The Lord of the City will have to give him everything she has. Swallow repeated that he was interested in absolutely everything. Lala Etark thought that she would surely die if she refused, whether it was at the hands of this monster or a mob of undead. On the other hand, if she accepted his offer, she would survive, but she would lose everything. Would her brother have committed suicide if not for the Black Calamity? And if her brother were alive, would she be Lord of Haston? Would she be in this position if she were not Lord of these lands? Fedric sighed and suggested just destroying it. Where had his sword gone? Sounds were heard in the hallway. Swallow said someone was coming. Melju wondered if Mr. Eater knew what to do. She could block the door with magic. The young man said, "No need to worry, let him come in." Melju calmed down and replied that she understood. The doors opened and Rosalind ran in. She said that the knights are really here. They need emergency help. Rosalina said that the village is overrun with undead. Everyone is fighting hard, but there are too many undead. We need Sir Knight's help. Rosalind added that her comrade-in-arms Tot had died, and the commander said he would wait for the knights. The townspeople are struggling to survive and fighting with their last strength. Rosalind asked for someone to help them. Didn't the knight say he would save Haston? Rosalina turned around and saw that the knight was actually a skeleton. She screamed loudly in fear. The skeleton said that at the moment, the situation was completely dependent on that person. Rosalina looked at Lord Haston. Lala Etark asked the girl, "Are the inhabitants of Haston dying?" Fedric said that they would soon reach their moral and physical limits. He wants to ask Ms. Meljo for a favor. Meljo said she was curious herself. Melju activated the demonic drone and sent it out to scout, telling it to stay on the path and follow straight ahead. The demonic scout drone was scanning the surrounding areas from a bird's eye view. According to the information received, the battles between the townspeople and the undead continued with varying success by each side. Swallow said there are ghouls in there. He doesn't like them because of their foul odor. It seems like it would be hard for humans to fight for so long. However, there were some among the people who gave themselves to merriment and did not participate in the battle. Some, on the contrary, shouted that it must be stopped because it was impossible to endure. Rosalina asked, "How can the knights stand by with the power to stop all of this? Aren't they all powerful warriors? All undead must be destroyed." Rosalina asked, "What did the lord of the city do when the townspeople died one by one?" The girl repeated her question, but there was no answer. Lala Etark said she is asking to save those still alive, Swallow said gloriously, and headed for the exit. Fedric and Melju followed him. Our hero said it wasn't difficult, why not fulfill this request? Mr. Eater said that these two would follow him. Melju and Fedric didn't mind. One of the wounded men wondered, who said the undead were weak. He didn't even think that everyone could die so easily. Now it could be the end of him. However, Melju intervened in the fight and attacked the nearest undead. The girl said it was a complete abomination. Melju, though disgusted, did her job responsibly. Melju said that this undead was proving to be too noisy. However, the area around it had already been cleared. The male survivor said he was helped by a real angel. Melju got angry. What kind of heresy is the man talking? To show that she was no angel, Melju pushed the man with her foot into his chest. The woman told him to get out of here quickly if he cared about his life. Melju continued to be indignant. How dare this man confuse her with an angel? The girl added that she never suspected that she would be helping people. Simon Magus appeared in front of Melju and said that she was not a human, but a monster. And even in human form with so much mana. She's either a demon queen or a dragon. The priest wondered, "Why is this woman on the side of the people?" Melju replied, "What she wants to do is what she does. An undead like him has no right to interrogate the queen." Simon Magus said that in that case he would know the truth when he stripped her flesh. She's too confident in her abilities. The priest asked, "Why doesn't this woman give up her humanity and become undead? She could definitely become a powerful species." Melju noticed that the undead in front of her was now the most talkative undead she had ever met. Simon Magus has stated that he is one of those who serve the Great Lord of the Lost. Did some demon queen really think that he, Simon Magus, would lose to her? Melju replied that she had no idea what this undead was talking about. Melju said his opponent is not her. The priest saw the young man appear in front of him. Swallow said he had found the bastard after all. Our hero swung around and hit the priest in the nose with his fist. The priest flew backwards. Swallow, looking at his fist, said it felt good. Simon Magus thought that his opponent was the gatekeeper of the undead army. He is even the gatekeeper of one of the 7 dungeons of the vast evil. Swallow told the priest to get up. He couldn't die after something like that. Melju thought that this guy had thrown his opponent off with a single blow, and even seemed to be holding back. Melju assumed that Mr. Swallow held a grudge against the fellow. Did he really know him? Swallow replied that a few hours ago this guy had tried to brainwash him by injecting his mana without permission. It would be nice to hit him a few more times. However, the situation won't be resolved by just standing here anyway. What does Melju think? Is Everos still in the village? The girl assumed that he was no longer in the village. She pointed to the barrier that is designed to lock those inside. Swallow said he thought it was just the sky turning red. Is that really a barrier? Melju assumed that the caster was somewhere outside, but there was no telling what he was up to. Her powers wouldn't be enough to dispel the barrier. Swallow said he was going to deal with it himself anyway. Swallow had asked Melja to take over the little things for now. He meant the undead. The young man explained that he wanted to minimize the loss of people. The village was nearly devastated, and it needed at least a few people to keep it going. Melju promised that she could manage. Swallow said he expected nothing less from the Demon Queen. Then he was on his way to meet Everos. Melju inquired how long it would take. Swallow replied that it wouldn't take more than 20 minutes. The Demon Queen stated that she could hold out for that amount of time. Mr. Eater said that was reassuring. Melju told Mr. Eater to use caution. Swallow said it was now necessary to finish the business started here. Simon Magus allowed that this could happen. The priest asked our hero, "Is he an ancient monster?" Swallow replied that it was close to the truth, but not quite. The priest was confused. He didn't understand who this guy was. Could he be Fedric's slave? But that's a bit of an overreaction. The priest asked, "Did this guy really think he was just going to lie there doing nothing?" The priest said that he, Simon Magus, who had taken the Great Lord Erebos' share of the debt, had never failed him. The priest attacked the young man, and he flew far back. Simon Magus said to go to Mr. Erebos. The Eater said this guy was starting to take off more and more for him. The priest wondered why the opponent wasn't hurt. Simon Magus was frightened. Was the Eater ruling the Primordial Core really in front of him? Magus decided to retreat and thought that the situation had only become more dangerous. Everything must be reported to Mr. Erebos. Swallow thought this guy was pretty fast. He was going to swallow him in one sitting, but he was more cunning than he'd anticipated. Swallow thought that looking for this guy was very problematic. But he couldn't be allowed to escape either. Eater remembered telling Meljo that he could do it in 20 minutes. The young man was actually worried about Meljo. How is she? Swallow said that there was no time to waste here and activated his dark powers. He said that the rascal had definitely gone to complain to his mommy. Erebos is probably hiding somewhere outside the village, so he probably ran to the edge of the barrier. Doesn't matter though. Swallow figured that if he blew the whole neighborhood in that direction, he'd definitely hit that priest. The attack was made, but the village was not badly damaged. Fedric's voice came from somewhere. Swallow thought he was imagining it. Walking a bit forward, our hero discovered the body of a priest trying to escape. Swallow lifted this guy by the collar and said he was the reason the village was in total ruin. What are they gonna do now? Swallow continued onward, with the priest pulling behind him. He shouldn't have taken up arms if he wanted to stay alive. He'd have to explain himself to Fedric later. Our hero saw the very barrier in front of him. Even Melju could hardly break it down. Swallow decided to break through the barrier, but he failed the first time. The barrier was stronger than expected. It's probably going to take some effort just to get Demura's bracelet to hold up. If the bracelet breaks, you could lose control of your human form. Fedric will be very angry. Swallow said that if it doesn't work out, they'll say it's the priest's fault. He's really counting on the undead. However, there was no one in the neighborhood. The search for Erebos continued. The barrier was broken after all, and a huge number of undead appeared around our hero. An explosion was initiated, and the undead scattered in different directions. Swallow wasn't hurt. He said it was not good to greet a guest in such a manner. The undead parted to the side, giving our hero a chance to pass. The boy said that this was the way it should have been from the beginning. Swallow pushed the priest forward and told Erevos to catch the gift. They had much to discuss now. Erevos asked the undead if they thought the wretched humans were worthy to rule this world. Erevos added that humans are proud, rude, and selfish creatures. Even having a comfortable life, they are unable to quench their greed and do not invade the lands of other races. Swallow said the undead talk too much. It's time to get down to business. Erevos stated that humanity must disappear, and there is a force that can make this a reality. He said he used to think that if they didn't crush the capital, they would never take over the empire. But when he heard of the Black Disaster in Riaz, he changed his mind. Erevos added that if he wished to destroy the humans, all the monsters would rush to do the bidding. Swallow asked why Erevos was so tedious, and suggested that he finally get to the point. Erevos said that if the Devourer had not stood by, hundreds of monsters would have lost their lives, and they would have had a chance to wipe out the human race. Swallow wondered, did Erevos really mean to say that all these losses were his fault? Erevos agreed and recognized the dark force in front of him as the cause of what was happening. Swallow said that he was going to destroy the humans, and Erevos should not get in his way. Erevos replied that it was a shame. Swallow raised his head. Magic circles appeared above him. The skill Rotting Tapir was activated. Melju looked at the approaching undead and said that there were a lot of them. The girl activated the explosion. The whole place went up in flames and the undead were scattered in different directions. Melju added that she would have to keep burning them. There was no other choice. Melju thought that the barrier covering the city was close to divine class spells, just as expected of Mr. Eater. She remembered the Devourer saying he would deal with Erevos one-on-one, but it hadn't been 3 minutes since then when he'd left. The squad leader asked the sorceress if everyone else was safe. Melju replied that if Erevos was talking about humans, they were burning in that fire right now. The commander asked if Melju was the companion of the knights, one of them large and in armor, the other looking like a vagrant. Melju wondered, how could she be their companion? She is only a servant and will never compare to them. The commander thought that judging by the way she was fawning over the knights, they were in on it. He thanked Rosalind for getting there in time. The commander decided that Tot's sacrifice had not been in vain. Haston would be saved. The commander told the sorceress that he would soon turn undead. He asked her for a favor. The commander thought she was human, but it didn't matter now. The man asked if there were any weapons nearby to give them to him. Melju stuck a spear into the ground in front of the wounded man. Another monster with a very strange body appeared. A power worthy of the title of Ancient Monster. Is it an ancient slime that has had the skin of the undead stretched over it? Fangs of Evil Divine Class magic was activated. Mr. Eater lost his human form. The monster recognized that this was the strongest spell in its arsenal. Even an ancient beast would find it difficult to resist it. It decided that there was finally an opportunity to destroy the ancient monster and turn the entire continent into undead. Erevos said he would become the supreme creature, the true ruler of the lost. The end of the ancient monster's 1,000-year wanderings is a doom it must accept with honor. However, it was Erevos' attack that hurt. He admitted that he couldn't take it anymore. The Eater wondered, could Erevos no longer tolerate it? The attack damaged the nearest tree, which surprised the dungeon lord. The Eater asked his opponent if this was really his strongest spell and if there wasn't something stronger. Erevos thought that the ancient monster had allowed itself to be attacked on purpose to assess the danger of divine magic. He decided that there was no chance of victory, and it was better to retreat. The undead lord realized he had rushed and now needed to increase his distance and run. The eater urged Erevos to stop fussing, for he was being spoken to. If Erevos has something stronger, now is the time to use it. He asked if that meant that Erevos really didn't have anything stronger. The eater wondered why everyone fell for the trick in such the same way. Erevos decided to use magic and avenge his enslavement, but his opponent proved to be tough. The eater took human form again and said that this opponent was very nasty, but since it's gotten bigger, it needs to be taken seriously. Mr. Eater thought it was time to destroy one of the 7 dungeons of evil. Frederick asked what his boss was up to. Frederick said his boss is a walking disaster. He's so stubborn. The lord of the city didn't understand what was going on there. Frederick said that it was the boss that was causing him new problems, i.e. destroying the undead army. Lala Etark asked, was he really saving Haston now? After all, was that what the knight was trying to say? Frederick replied that everything would work out somehow. A woman shouldn't have to worry about anything. This formality unnerved his bones. No more undead were seen in the village, as expected from the Demon Queen Melju. The Demon Queen said that it had been a long time since she had spent every last drop of mana. Frederick thought that Melju had helped him a lot. Melju inquired, what about Mr. Swallow? Skeleton said that compared to him, Melju had done a tremendous job. Melju asked, is he back yet? Frederick replied that from the sounds of it, the boss was still fighting. Melju admitted that the Eater has incredible power. Skeleton added, when you think of the collateral damage, it all looks fantastic. Everywhere the boss goes, something always happens. Frederick added that there is a lot of work coming down on him in the future. Frederick wondered why the boss was dragging it out when he could just crush them. He didn't seem to appreciate being cleaned up all the time. The skeleton asked Rosalind how she was feeling. He added that they had decided to leave alive only the ruler, the mistress of these lands, the only one whose life they had promised to preserve. Frederick remarked that he should finally deal with Rosalind. The purge must begin. The skeleton said there was no point in letting her live. Lala Etark shouted for Frederick to stop. You can't touch that girl. She's her loyal subject. The skeleton laughed. It was a joke. There was really no reason to destroy Rosalina. Considering the deaths of all those bandits, alone she was unlikely to thwart their plans. Moreover, given her psychological state, it's safe to say she's not a threat. Besides, it is unknown how the destruction of this girl might affect Mrs. Etark. The skeleton turned to Lady Meljo. The Demon Queen replied that she was listening attentively. Frederick said it was necessary to put someone to sleep. Meljo said it wouldn't be hard to do. But who? Skeleton stated that he would like to talk about this in private. Meljo said goodbye to Rosalind and wished her sweet dreams. Frederick reminded Mrs. Etark that they had kept their end of the bargain. Now she must fulfill her promise. Lala Etark asked, what exactly should she do? Frederick reminded her that the woman must not divulge everything she had seen so far. She should already understand it. Frederick said he was about to tell a story, so Mrs. Etark should listen carefully. The story is about a brave lord who made many sacrifices to protect her subjects. One day the landlady, upon learning that the vile undead were encroaching on her land, made the decision to defend her territory. But with the undead gaining her trust, she lost all her able-bodied soldiers. Her only option was to ask for help. Before help arrived, however, the people of the lands began to riot, blaming their lord for everything. As the people died at the hands of the undead while they waited for reinforcements, the mistress continued to hold firm. After a long period of waiting, reinforcements from the Empire arrived and chased away the undead. There was peace and quiet in Haston. Frederick said that Lala Etark was clearly not a cowardly cat that hid behind the back of the Empire. Etark is a lord who sacrificed herself to save her people. The woman asked, did the knight really want her to lie to her own subjects? Frederick asked, didn't Lala Etark say she wanted to live? The skeleton told the woman to distribute the castle's supplies to anyone still alive. Reinforcements from neighboring towns will arrive soon. Etark asked why the knight was sure these men would come. Frederick replied that he wasn't sure of that, but he would just bring this back up here. He will make sure that the young mistress becomes a hero of Haston. There was silence. The knight said that if it was quiet, then the boss was done. Frederick added that it was time for them to move out to the boss. He would appreciate it if Lady Melju would move them. The Demon Queen wasn't sure. After all, she had very little mana left. Lala Etark asked the knight why they were so eager to save Haston. After all, they are dungeon monsters, and it makes no sense for them to save human lives. Frederick asked, didn't the woman say she wanted to live? She should know her place and not sniff out anything. Swallow decided it was time to reduce the number of great dungeons of evil. The Eater added that Erevos would have avoided all of this if he had simply dwelt peacefully in his dungeon. Why do people like Erevos always cause trouble? Why can't we just leave him alone? Erevos said he was truly amazed at the power of the Eater. Swallow replied that it didn't bother him at all. He wondered why Erevos had chosen Haston in particular. Swallow added that if Erebos hadn't attacked these lands, he wouldn't have had to do all this. Erebos said that Haston is the most strategic place to invade the Empire. Swallow said that's not what he was interested in. Swallow thought that this rogue attacked Haston even though he knew it was his empire. Erebos tried to use transformation magic, but it failed. But it didn't matter, he was dead anyway. Mr. Eater looked around and wondered what to do with all this now. Everything was upside down. Suddenly Fedric and Melju ran up. Skeleton said that he missed his boss a lot. You missed him too, didn't you? It was pouring rain in the city. Rosalind took shelter from the rain and thought there was nothing else left here. Is that salvation? She's all alone. The girl wondered, whose fault was it? Who had destroyed them all? Renee rejoiced at Mr. Swallow's return. Swallow said they were indeed back. Renee rushed over and said she had been waiting patiently for them. Renee added that she had cleaned up everywhere while she waited. The boss recognized that Renee had done a good job. Melju plopped down on the floor and said she was very tired. Fedric stated that he was also exhausted from fatigue. Renee noticed that Mr. Swallow was very tired. Renee suggested having dinner first. Or perhaps the gentleman would like to take a bath first. The young man replied that he didn't mind having dinner in the bathroom. Fedric asked Mrs. Bathory what she had taught Renee while they were away. Elizabeth Bathory inquired how it went for them. Swallow said Bathory could leave. Fedric noted that everything had gone splendidly, except for the number of people killed by hunger and undead, and the fact that the boss had trashed almost the entire village. Elizabeth Bathory asked what Swallow was doing there. The young man replied that he was mopping up the undead. Bathory asked if Swallow was sure that the sweep had only affected the undead. Swallow replied that he'd cleaned it all up. In confirmation, he tossed Erebos' head on the table and said that he was now gone to bed and not to be disturbed. Bathory, pointing to her head, asked, "Isn't that just a shell?" The dungeon lord, while falling asleep, said that this rascal used magic at the end. Fedric said that in that case, the boss had done a foolish thing. It couldn't be called a sweep. Turns out Erebos is still alive, and besides, the ruler knows the truth. What was the boss doing in Haston anyway? The boss reminded him that Erebos had lost at least 70% of his life force. Fedric reminded that the conflict between the two evil dungeons was still not cancelled. Whatever the reason for this conflict, the boss now needed to be careful. For now, Erebos doesn't bother them as he won't be able to do anything for a while. But the boss has to start taking all of this seriously. Fedric reminded that he could take care of the consequences in Haston. But recruiting monsters in the dungeon was still the boss's job. Rosalind stood in front of the tree where the men were hung. There were people under the tree. One of them said that it was the third day they had been given food. But what was the point of one filling his belly if his wife and children were already dead? What did the ruler help them with? Did she really think it was all right if they were fed? The man said he doesn't want to live like this. He's ready to follow his own. The other man suggested that Rosalind at least get something to eat before leaving. Rosalind thought, why would she want to go anywhere? She, too, was in pain and wanted to run away. But why should they run away? What had they done wrong to be killed? Rosalina said that people should think, whose fault is this? Who destroyed these people? The girl said loudly that it wasn't fair. There is no point in directing your anger at those who are not at fault. There is no point in needless death. The girl added, if they were to die anyway, they should take revenge on whoever had brought them to this point. People asked what they should do in such a case. Rosalina replied that they already knew that. It was necessary to destroy all the undead. The man fell to his knees before His Majesty. The ruler called this man by name, Our Edelbrace Gall Riviston. His Majesty was surprised that the young man's voice didn't seem tired from his long speech. The ruler said that the fate of the raid center would depend on Riviston's words and actions. Therefore, he has high hopes for the young man. Riviston said that he would strengthen his resolve to justify His Majesty's confidence. The aircraft, aided by the homunculi, continued over the city. Inside the comfortable cabin, the young men were having a leisurely conversation. The girl asked the young man, so they were entrusted with full control of the raid center? The young man asked if Primor was really wanted. Now he is being chased, but since he was an aristocrat with a huge fortune, he must have helpers. Catching this man would not be easy. The young man remarked that it would be enough to show that he was wanted. The young man thought that it had already been a month since the Black Disaster hit Riaz. This has greatly affected the upper echelons of power in the Empire. Accusations have been sprinkled on everyone, and those who can't handle it find themselves eaten. Too much has changed. The aircraft landed on Palace Square. The girl said that the young man had a meeting scheduled in 2 hours. What would she do if he was late? The boy replied to wait until he arrived. The young man inquired, is she there? The girl replied that she must be inside. The guy swung the doors open and said he was coming in. A girl appeared in the room with her mouth full of food. She was holding sweet donuts. The young man inquired of the girl if she had rested well. Win Historia swallowed her food and smiled sweetly. The three travelers decided that if they felt a monster, they would run away. They should be careful. This is the core of the antiquity, and they are about to reach the first room. The men were counting on the information they had gotten to be reliable. Ahead was indeed the entrance to the first room. It appeared to be true. The information that no monsters had appeared here since Hishtald's raid 2 months ago was correct. The leader expressed confidence that there is a lot to pick up. They should keep it up, and then they will definitely get rich. However, there was nothing at all in this room or in the rooms that followed. One of the companions asked, "What if everyone had known about this information for a long time? Maybe other groups had already raided the place and taken everything of value." The third traveler replied that this could not be the case. The leader was asked if this was really the core of antiquity. If they found nothing by going this deep, there was no point in going even deeper. Ahead is the fifth room, where ancient anthropophagus plants grow. It is a plant monster with numerous thorny leaves and stems. Its body is capable of turning into a hard mineral-like stone, hardened by a special treatment. Even as a material, it costs a lot of money. "You can take it away and at least recoup all the costs," the traveler asked. What if there was nothing in the fifth room either? Or what if there are monsters in there? After all, they are the S-Rang's punishment squad, and even the weakest monster could destroy them with a single blow. The leader asked, "Does anyone want to come back empty-handed? I won't hold anyone back, but if there is anything of value there, those who left won't get their share." The fifth room was indeed a plant monster. It's a good thing no one left. We should quickly pack up and head back. Suddenly the leader's face changed. Did he see something? The leader turned around and yelled to run. A monster had appeared in the cave. Frederick said that, as expected, these guys had nothing worthwhile. They would have stayed alive if they had given up in time and left. There is no limit to human selfishness and greed. Renee thought she really hated people. Frederick, looking at the clothes of one of them, thought they might be worth something. Frederick asked the boss what he thought of that. Swallow replied that these guys were many times tastier than the undead. The skeleton assumed that these people weren't even from the Empire. Judging by the coat of arms on their clothes, they were from the western kingdom of Krantal. Renee agreed that these people came from far away. Swallow couldn't believe that foreign delicacies would be delivered directly to their home. What a beautiful world this was. Frederick said that the reinforcement of the dungeon couldn't be delayed any longer. The rumors about the lack of monsters in the core of the ancient world spread too quickly. The knight asked how the boss could be so irresponsible when it came to his dungeon. Frederick told the boss to hurry up and come down. Skeletons stated that they were lucky to have Ms. Melju with them in this situation. Thanks to her observation magic, Melju quickly spotted the uninvited guests. Swallow recognized that Melja could be relied upon. Renee said that she could use magic too. Swallow agreed that Renee was amazing too. Melju was glad that she was able to help the great core of antiquity, at least a little bit. The skeleton confirmed that it was all thanks to Mrs. Melju. They owe a lot to the Demon Queen. Melju wondered how much longer she could stay here as a guest. Someone said that the preparations are complete. It's time to go to Judaica. It was His Majesty Ubar. Melju thought that her future seemed very bleak. She had no money, no place to call home. It's sad. The Demon Queen thought she needed to make a decision soon. There would be a meeting of the Demon Kings in a few days. The skeleton appeared and said that the air was especially fresh today. Melju saw Frederick and asked if he had come out to breathe too. The skeleton replied that it was a kind of undead joke. Melju said that there was nothing funny about it. Frederick asked what Melju was doing here. The girl replied that she had just gone out to get some air. The skeleton said he didn't need things like sleep, so he spent his free time honing his skills. Melju wondered, could Frederick really get any stronger? Frederick has noticed that if a swordsman's sword and hands stop practicing, they begin to rust. Skeleton thought it was the first time he was talking to a demon queen one-on-one. Frederick noted that Mr. Eater has almost recovered. Even Lady Renee is on the mend. Would Melju like to pay him a visit? Melju didn't know that Mr. Eater wasn't fully healed yet. The skeleton had said that he couldn't expect anything better, but even that was a miracle. Renee said there's a little more left, but the recovery rate is too slow. She added that the boss wouldn't be able to grow more than 5 tentacles. Melju clarified, had he really fought against the Hishital Trade Union? Skeleton asked if Melju had a Demon King's castle near the capital. In that case, her ignorance seemed strange. Melju wondered, how could she not know? After all, it's about a raiding party that had the greatest hero, Vern Hishitalt, the raiding party that destroyed her father. Just how powerful must Mr. Eater be if he was able to survive against such opponents? Melju thought she had been hovering in the clouds all this time, dreaming of staying at the core of primordiality. If Mr. Eater recovers soon, we need to convince him to recruit new monsters. Renee offered to take only men, like those golems in the 4th room. Frederick disagreed. The Demon Queen said she'd better go to Utica. The woman asked Win Historia how her wounds were. The girl replied that they were fine. The woman advised Win to act as if she was still healing. Otherwise, others might be wary because of her rapid regeneration. The young man offered to drink tea and said they still had goodies. Win said she was going to leave. The meeting was coming up. The boy asked if the maid had come today. Win replied that she wasn't sure. She'd gone out to get some goodies. The guy said Win could go to the meeting room without him. He had paperwork to deal with. He'd catch up soon. Garrett told him to hurry up. Win asked him to come faster. The young man inquired about the maids who washed the tea set. The masked man behind him said he would find out as soon as possible. Many confidential documents were scattered around the office. The maid could read some of them, but there was no way of knowing which ones. The young man said to find all the maids and get rid of them in exactly 4 days. His Majesty thanked everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules. He called for a discussion of the Black Catastrophe and the Eater threatening the peace of the Empire. The man said the royal court ruled, Black Catastrophe is not an Eater. Who disagrees with that? Scout leader Kartha was told that it wasn't like that. The announcement was made to reassure the townspeople. The leader asked where the proof was that Black Catastrophe was an Eater. The young man replied that he had seen it with his own eyes. He was the one who fought with Heroine Win, causing Garrett as Anelgia to suffer a hand injury. The scout leader was indignant. How dare he be lied to so brazenly? He had not heard such reports. The young man said the proof was right in front of him. The leader assumed that the young man didn't seem to be deceiving. Could it be that even Win Historia was no match for him? The young man reminded him that the Eater had shown up without warning. We should be prepared. There was no telling when he would reappear. The leader asked what the plans were. How are they going to stop the Eater? The leader said there were no breaches in the capital's defenses. So such measures are useless in the face of a devourer? The young man agreed. Duke Rolfos was absolutely right. We can move on to the next question. The young man recalled the need to get his hands on the 36th masterpiece. But isn't everyone looking for it? The 36th masterpiece is not easy to find. The search has been going on for a long time. Even the brachycephalic tooth, recently returned, has ended up in the hands of an Eater. The leader wondered how much power it would take to fight back against the Eater, for even the strongest talents in the Empire looked helpless. Duke Rolfos thought that people other than Win were too fragile. No matter how much they practiced, they wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on the Eater. In order to overcome the incredible aura and power of the Eater, one must acquire the 36th masterpiece. The leader noted that the bishop has been acting strangely lately. He spread rumors that the Eater was God's punishment for the sins of the Empire. The woman said it was completely absurd. The young man added that it was not surprising. The Empire had been oppressing religion for centuries. The woman yelled for the guy to watch his words. It could be construed as cheating. The young man replied that he was simply telling the truth. Also, his interlocutor overestimated her power. The lad remarked that he would not treat it carelessly. If left to its own devices, the Empire will split in two because of the actions of the bishop faction. His faction holds 3 masterpieces out of 36 that are called sacred relics. To take these relics away, we'll have to start a great holy war. Frederick asked the boss if there was anything he wanted to say. Would the boss respond nothing to Lady Meljo's departure? Mr. Eater wondered, what was the big deal? Frederick said that there had to be some way to respond to this. Couldn't the boss hear him? The dungeon boss remembered that the skeleton had said that Lady Meljo was going to go to Judaica. There would be a banquet of demon kings. It's quite normal for her. Frederick said that the demon queen might not come back. Swallow noted that Melju hadn't promised to come back, had she? Frederick said he was right this time. Skeleton said Melju's condition raised questions for him even before the words about Judaica. Instead of, I'll be back, the demon queen said, I think I should go. Skeleton recognized that perhaps he would see meaning where there was none at all. Renee said she sensed something amiss too. Melju is probably going to recruit an army of monsters again. Someone asked what's so delicious that Renee cooks. Renee noticed that the boss looked depressed, so she made porridge soaked in her love mixture. The boss wondered, porridge soaked in doom? Frederick said that the boss had heard that, but in the end, the result would be the same. The boss said he understood why Melju left. But why are they all here? Do they have something to tell him? Frederick pointed out that it had been 2 months, and it couldn't be delayed any longer in hiring monsters. Renee supported the skeleton. The dungeon lord wondered, why did Frederick always put all the work on him? Frederick replied that it was the other way around. The boss continued to lie there and declared he wouldn't take a step out of here. Ida reminded him that Frederick was the gatekeeper here. Aren't gatekeepers supposed to fill in for the bosses in such matters? Frederick recognized that the boss was right now. The boss was surprised that Frederick recognized it. The skeleton remarked that he was unlikely to succeed anyway. Has the boss forgotten that he gave Frederick full authority over Haston? Now there's a lot of work to do. The boss said, now it's clear why the skeleton agreed so easily. Then who will go? Frederick answered that Renee would go. Renee told Mr. Swallow not to worry and to leave everything to her. Swallow asked if people would have any questions or suspicions about Renee's eyes. Frederick replied that of course there would be questions. However, the boss can take a break and leave everything to Renee. She can certainly handle it. The old man stopped the wagon and told the girl that they had arrived. The old man advised the girl to take care of herself if she wanted to see the world at such a young age. The girl thanked him. Melju had heard a lot about this place, but didn't think she would ever visit. It was a mercenary town, Knecht. The girl entered through a dilapidated gate into the city. It was empty ahead. People appeared in the back of the city. The city lived up to its name. Everyone looked rather menacing. This city was located between the borders of the Union of Kingdoms and the Empire. Its affairs are not interfered with by either side. This is where 1 in 4 residents have made a career out of raiding. It was from here that the squads got the most information about the dungeons. However, there were no signposts or map of the city to be seen. It was the first time she had ever been in such an unfriendly place, Melju thought. We'll have to look at the stars to see which way Judecca is. A huge building towered in front of the girl, large like a demon king's castle. Melju felt a dense concentration of mana. There were about 10 people inside, all mages about the level of the 3 strongmen she had seen earlier in Riaz. It must be full of information and raid requests. Melju saw a guard stop a visitor at the entrance. The visitor showed a placard and was allowed in. Melju thought that one could not get in without such identification. Is a little effort just to get information? The doors to the inside opened, and Melju felt a strange energy. She moved to another location and saw the beasts behind the bars. Melju realized that there were monsters behind the bars, and furthermore, there were injured among them. All of these monsters were violently captured and caged. Suddenly a man appeared and asked what such a young and lovely miss was doing here. Melju saw a beast with a red collar tied to a cage behind the bars. The Demon Queen remembered how the Eater had complained that Frederick was always shifting all the work to him. The man asked what brought the young lady to this place. He introduced himself as Poon of the Albright Trade Guild and asked if the girl was looking for something in particular. Poon thought that the girl looked very young, but if she came here alone, then she wasn't an ordinary aristocrat. Poon decided it was better to have a good relationship with her. The girl introduced herself as Melju of the Agria clan and asked what this place was. Poon replied that it was a storehouse of trophies from dungeon raids. These trophies are mostly used to make equipment and jewelry, but now they are for sale. Melju thought that after rebuilding the castle, she would have to recruit a monster army anyway, so she might as well look around. Poon said the girl could walk around and see everything. Melju looked at the beast in front of her. It was a lycanthrope, a mighty monster she had as the sole warlord of her army. In the battles for the castle, he was always victorious. Melju thought that she just had to buy it. The girl asked how much the monster cost. Poon replied that it was an extremely dangerous creature. 4 members of B-Rang's squad had to give their lives to deliver him alive. Melju said she wanted to hear the price. Poon named a price, 250 ounces. Melju thought it was too expensive. Melju had some amount of money with her that she was willing to spend here. Melju received a small thank you for helping Mr. Swallow. Right now, the girl had 500 ounces received from Miss Renee. But she couldn't spend half of it on one monster without even starting to rebuild her castle. The girl said she would take a look at the others. Poon said not to shy away from Melju. Melju looked at the beast with the red collar and asked who it was. Poon replied that he didn't know much about the beast. It was found after a dungeon raid when they were catching monsters. His mother wasn't around him, and he didn't attack people. It seemed to be just a big dog. Melju reached into the cage to pet the beast. Poon had warned her that it was dangerous to do so. It was a monster, after all. However, Melju was not frightened and petted the animal. It did not show any aggression. The girl said not to worry. She would not prosecute him. Poon replied that he was more worried about the client. The beast and the girl looked into each other's eyes. The animal looked rather good-natured. Melju asked, how much does Poon want for this monster? The girl ended up buying the beast, though she wondered if it was too big. Apparently, because his fur blended in with the dark cage, he seemed much smaller. Only his face was clearly visible. Melju declared that she would now call him Duantius. The animal barked happily. She had heard that night falls half an hour earlier in Knecht than in other places. And indeed, it got dark quickly. Melju raised her eyes to the sky and said that it was very beautiful. It was the same as the sky in the core of antiquity. However, she decided that now was not the time for idle musings. She needed to get to Judec sooner rather than later. Melju told Duantius to follow her. After a while, the travelers arrived at the right place. In front stood a horned beast. The girl said that she had arrived and this beast should show her the way. The horned beast greeted the Demon Queen. The monster said the girl should head to an abandoned monastery just over the hill. Most of the kings had already gathered there. Melju told Duancio not to follow her. He should stay here and wait, as befits a soldier of her army. The beast understood nothing. She repeated again for Duancius to stay and wait for her return. If people came, she had to hide quickly. The girl declared that she could not take Duantius with her, for things were very strict there. She thought the name Duancius sounded a bit insincere and needed to pick another good name. Melju decided that she would call him Svald from now on. The girl promised to return as soon as possible. and for Svald to stay here. She went on her way, thinking that she might not be able to see him again, and hoping he would forgive her for that. Swallow said he wouldn't forgive him. He'd always said and would always say that Frederick would die in agony. Frederick replied that the boss had been cursing him for 100 years, and asked if he was tired yet. Swallow hoped the skeleton would develop osteoporosis. Frederick wondered. This was something new. Frederick said that to keep the boss from thinking bad thoughts, he would be on vacation, you might say. Skeleton held out a bracelet to the boss. Swallow asked how many of them Frederick had. Skeleton replied that there were still plenty. Frederick said that this bracelet was very expensive. Did he really spend the entire budget of the dungeon? The skeleton said that the boss had gotten it all wrong. It was just a cheap trinket. Swallow asked if Frederick had lied to him. The skeleton replied that he had done it with good intentions, so that the boss would use the bracelet carefully. Renee appeared and asked if Mr. Swallow was waiting for her. The girl added that they could now depart. Renee felt like they were going on their honeymoon. The girl was very excited. For a few days, it's just her and Mr. Swallow. They'll eat all sorts of things together. The boss said they would go tomorrow and turned around. Frederick wondered where the boss was going. The skeleton said that jokes are inappropriate. It's time to pack up for the journey. We can't forget what they're going for. Frederick shouted afterward for the boss not to make trouble and to go back. Swallow asked Renee again where they were going. Renee replied that they were going to the mercenary town of Knecht, where there was a lot of news about monsters. Frederick thought that he had sent them together for nothing. Now he would definitely go crazy. However, as long as they thought with their heads, there would be no problem. Ahead along the route, ruined buildings were appearing. Melju thought she hadn't been here in a while, and stepped inside. There was a banquet of Judek's demon kings. The demons looked around and looked at the new guest. The girl took the glass of drink and felt the tension. When she came here earlier with her father, she was the center of attention. Right now, however, Melju felt like a stranger at this celebration. Someone accidentally grazed her from behind, and she doused herself with the contents of her glass. The girl looked around and asked if she couldn't be seen. Melju looked at the man and thought he wasn't a demon king. Some demented man dared to touch the queen? She was ready to behead him. However, the man only smirked and laughed. Everyone present looked at Melja and laughed. Is this really the demon queen? Melju thought. Do these scoundrels dare to despise her so openly? If she has no strength, does that mean she can't hold back in her mockery? Melju decided that she would bear it all and gather the greatest army possible. Someone came up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. Melju thought, hadn't they done enough? Who else dares to touch her? Standing behind was a woman who asked, is it really Melju? Melju recognized. It was Marmolia. Marmolia hugged Melja and said that she was alive after all. She was very worried. Marmolia added that it's been years, but it's like yesterday they were learning and playing when they were kids. Melju thought that from her mannerisms, Marmolia was being too childish for the Demon Queen post. Marmolia wondered, since when did they need manners? The travelers entered the mercenary city of Knecht. The young men put the gold coins on the table and asked for a better room. The audience looked at our heroes and thought, do beggars have servants now? Or maybe it was a maid. The owner of the place said that he would show them the room. Swallow entered the room and immediately threw himself on the bed, saying that he could now rest in peace. The master said that the young men were welcome to settle down, and he was ready to help them at any time. Renee wondered if Mr. Swallow had decided to lie down a little early. The boy replied that they had traveled a lot without rest. Renee stated that there was an errand board nearby with dungeon raids. They just need to pick a few suitable monsters through the board. If the boss went with Renee, it would be over even faster. Mr. Swallow only needed to get up, but that was no longer feasible. Renee thought she should get on it soon, but the boss looks very tired. Renee decided that, whatever the case, such a chance only came once in a lifetime. Renee remembered how Frederick had suggested she have a good time in the boss's company. The girl asked, are we really talking about a date? Frederick replied that it wasn't about that. She would just need to tell her boss a few times that she was going to go look for monsters alone. Renee asked, and are they going to have a honeymoon? Frederick once again said that it's not about a date, although there would be a date too. Swallow lifted himself out of bed and said that apparently he wasn't going to get any rest now. Renee thought she was just following Frederick's advice, and here was Mr. Swallow volunteering to squeeze in of his own accord. This is clear proof that Renee is important to him. The girl thought that now the boss would definitely belong to her. She thought that now the boss would definitely belong to her. Renee decided they were in for the perfect honeymoon and would go on to a happy new life. She was sure she was a true genius. Marmolia said she heard what had happened to Melju Castle and immediately sent her demons to reconnoiter. But all the surrounding areas had already been taken over by humans. Marmolia added that everyone thought Melja was dead. Where had she been for 2 whole months? Melju replied that she was just wandering in different directions and didn't want to mention about her stay in the core of antiquity. Marmolia was very glad that Melju was still alive. Melju said she expected the same reaction from Marmolia as she got from the other kings. Marmolia replied that the fathers did not get along with each other, and that was their business. The fathers' rivalry is left to the fathers. It is none of their business. Marmolia added that they are queens now and are not dependent on their fathers. Meljo agreed. Marmolia asked, wondering if Melju had come for help. Is that why she's in Judek? Melju realized that Marmolia already knew everything. Marmolia said she could help. She noted that she was not saying this as a friend, but as a demon queen. If Melju tries hard, help will be guaranteed. Meljo thought that Marmolia had matured a lot, unlike her. The friend suggested going back. Melju thanked Marmolia for her decision to help and promised to rebuild her castle. Marmolia assured her that Melju would be able to do it. When they were little, the girls often quarreled. Melju said that her father was stronger because he was a true descendant of Asmodeus. Marmolia claimed her daddy was stronger, his horn looking much cooler, so the girls have been fighting since childhood, always finding reasons for conflict. Was it really their fathers who had such an influence on them? For as long as Melju could remember, they had never gotten along. Despite their poor relationship, they could still call themselves friends. However, it was at that moment that they began to change, so Melju thought. Melju decided that she was still a child inside. Meljo asked, where was Marmolia taking her? Marmolia replied that she alone could not help rebuild the army. There are other demon kings with the same goals. The girls walked into a room where there were many demon kings. Marmolia nudged Melia forward and told everyone that she had brought her. Melju thought it was expected. She was still very young, and Marmolia hadn't changed at all. Marmolia smiled and called her friend a simpleton. Demon King Ubar of the 4th generation of Satan's direct streams said that Melju de Limphagrea was a total disappointment. Marmolia asked, did Melju really think that a demon king who had lost all his power would be welcome here in Udic? Melju guessed that she would be treated badly, but she didn't think it would be this bad. King Jubar said he would give the descendant of Asmodeus a chance to vindicate himself. Melju stated that it was a misunderstanding. She didn't lose to humans. Those present were outraged. If she survived alone, does she really think that's a victory? She must be destroyed. Does Meljo really think she didn't lose? Melju thought she had nothing to refute that accusation. The loss of the army rested on the Demon King's shoulders. The girl knelt down and said it was all her fault. The king said she was a disgrace to their race. How dare she come to Utica? Someone said that she must not be allowed to continue to hold the title of Demon King, or she would bring more disgrace. Those present were ready to destroy Melja. We can't let the meeting be derailed for someone like her. It was decided that the verdict would come on the last day. The king added that until then, the rogue should be behind bars. The guard said he would not let the young men pass any further. You have to show the insignia. Someone said those two look like a poor man and a servant girl. Besides, this guy looks like he's going to fall off his feet at any moment. Renee approached the guard and showed the insignia of the A-class raid members. The guard invited the two men to go to their store. He hoped they would continue to work for the good of humanity. Swallow wondered, when had Renee managed to get them? The girl replied that she had found them while cleaning and kept the cleanest ones. Swallow remembered that such tokens were indeed lying all over the dungeon. Renee confirmed that there were plenty of them. Our heroes looked at the board and said that it really does have all the information about dungeons. Will they be able to read it all? Renee said they are looking for a powerful monster that humans have no way of defeating. Swallow said that in that case, they should have brought another monster from the Great Dungeons. Though he realized that wasn't an option. The young man asked Renee, wouldn't a level slightly below the Great Dungeons be okay? The girl held out the cards and said that if the boss wanted monsters a level below the Great Dungeons, he would like these ones. The man stated that he would have to start cleaning up. Could the young people come back here tomorrow? Renee stated that they want to stay a little longer. Can the man wait a little longer? The man said that everyone else has already left. He can't stay here for these two. Renee thought that if things dragged on until tomorrow, the date plan might fall through. Swallow wondered if he had to come tomorrow too. Swallow thought it would be easier to destroy this man. However, the man received another gold coin from them. Renee asked, they have other requests, don't they? The man asked what kind of raid they were interested in. He wondered, did none of these things suit them? Renee pointed her finger and asked to give this one a raid. Studying the information, the girl said that there were few useful monsters here this time. Swallow suggested an ancient slug. It is said to be a dangerous monster. Renee thought of him too, but the dungeon was too far away from here. Swallow recognized that. Swallow wondered if he should have just recruited Melja. Renee stated that she'd thought of that too. If you think of the level of people attacking great dungeons, Melja would reach his limit in 3 years. However, Melja is cooler and everything looks like a demon king. Swallow recognized that Renee was right, but still should have asked Melja about it. After all, Melju had been very helpful in bringing Renee home to him. Maybe he let her go too easily? However, the guy remembered that he had blown up her castle. Swallow inquired, how long would the king's meeting last? Renee replied that it would be at least 2 days. Renee said that if the boss was going to be there, they would have to make it before they were done. Swallow replied that they should try. Renee notices that to get into Utica, the boss needs to read the stars. She's heard it's a hereditary skill of demon kings, but she doesn't know what to do. Swallow says he knows how to do it. Dwincius and the horned monster continued to wait for Melia in the open air. The monster said he felt uneasy. The monster heard someone approaching and told them to stop immediately. Horny stated that this stranger did not look like a demon king. From here, only demon kings are allowed to enter, so it's best to stay away if you want to stay alive. The horned monster said he had warned this stranger enough. Why does he keep coming? The monster said he was Bamut, servant of the great Ubar. As long as he guards this place, strangers here will not pass by alive. Swallow wondered, why is this Bamut shouting so loudly? Marmolia inquired, isn't this a beautiful place? Meljo ended up behind bars. Marmolia said Meljo looked better than she expected. Marmolia said she wanted to give advice, since they were once friends. When they were discussing what to do with her, everyone said to set a good example and destroy her. Marmolia reminded him that she was a friend, so she couldn't let that happen. Marmolia added that she worked hard to convince them. In doing so, it was very difficult for her. Will Melju guess what punishment has been chosen? They decided to take out Melju's horns and fangs. Poor Melju. She won't even have any horns left. How many demon kings would look down on her in such a situation? Melju had no idea how much Marmolia wanted to see her like this. Marmolia added, if Melju loses the privileges of a demon king by losing his horns and fangs, she has a great idea. Maybe Melju will become her subordinate. She's willing to give her that chance. She might even offer her a higher position if Melju licks her heels diligently. Marmolia asked, why is Meljo silent? The guards said they were ordered to bring Lady Melia to the courtroom. Marmolia told me to get Melja out of here. She said the fun was just beginning. The person in charge announced that there will now be a trial to determine the punishment. For losing the trust of the demons who served Melju, for the great crime by which he dishonored the title of Demon King, Melju will be punished. Melja will be punished by cutting off the demonic circles and ripping out the claws. King Ubar said he would give her the last word. Does she wish to say anything? Melju said that although she didn't spend much time behind bars, she had time to think about a lot of things. Even so, she still doesn't understand anything. The weak perish, the strongest survive. The Demon King's army was originally assembled for her defense. The weak army fell. The strong Demon King survived. So what's the problem? The people present became indignant. Is this really how the Demon King sees his army? Melju was indignant. Did those present really want to say that she had abandoned her army? Do those present know how each other were treated in the army? Marmolia said that Melju is throwing around lofty speeches while her army has been wiped out, and she herself is in a sorry state, Melju said as she finally came to her senses. No matter how much she thinks about this trial, it doesn't make any sense. She has done nothing wrong. Those present are already discussing her punishment without waiting for a decision. Melju noticed that she could still understand the lowliness of her former friend, but the fact that the greatest demon kings were supporting this farce was ridiculous. Meljo asked Sir Ubar, was she not right? Marmolia resented it. How could she call the king not lord, but sir? The people present said that her tongue should be torn out along with her fangs. The king said that Melju had already lost everything, and he was not the least bit hurt by her words. Melju thought, no matter what she said in this place, the outcome would be the same. She decided that those present should behold what a supreme being really looked like. How could the so-called demon kings be so ignorant? Melju felt much calmer now. The person in charge said that they would enforce the first punishment first, and then determine the measures for her insolence. He ordered it to begin. The executioner with a gun in his hand said they would do a good job. The executioner added that it was going to hurt a lot, so you should enjoy it properly. He would start with her slaves. However, everyone was surprised to hear a suspicious noise outside. Marmolia thought, what's all this noise? Just started the most interesting part. Those present wondered, where are these sounds coming from? Melju thought, is it really the eater? Could he have come all this way? Someone asked why dog barking could be heard in a sacred place like Utica. Melju stated that she would rather listen to a dog barking than all that nonsense. Melju came to her senses and decided that there was no way the eater would have come here. She must have imagined it. There was no reason for him to be here. She still had hope, however, that Mr. Eater was here. She turned around and saw Mr. Swallow. Mr. Eater turned to the girl and called her by her first name, Melju. The guy asked, she seems to be in a bit of trouble, doesn't she? In the ruins of the old castle lay a destroyed monster with a broken horn. Swallow assumed it was the last one. They'd resisted for nothing. They were kings, but in fact, they were nothing. Swallow looked back at the noise and thought, did anyone really survive? He asked the survivor, If he has horns, is he a demon king? Mr. Eater asked how old he was. It was hard to tell with demons, unlike humans. The wounded demon king didn't dare to give his name. Melju said it was Mr. Yubar. Meljo hugged the dog and said that she had told him to sit and wait. He must have gone after Mr. Swallow. The handcuffed Marmalie asked the two men, "What kind of demons are they? Who is their king?" Had they lost their fear if they were distracted from sacred judgment? Renee was indignant. How dare she? She should know her place. Swallow asked Renee to calm down. He apologized and said he didn't mean to interrupt them. They don't have a king. They were just passing by. The Eater wondered if these demon kings were ashamed of Melia, since she had managed to lose everything. Is that why he thinks so much fuss has been made about punishment and everything else? Swallow asked what would happen to them if he destroyed their property. Following their logic, all of them should be similarly punished? One of the demon kings was outraged. This upstart had forgotten his place. Not only had he come to Judica and insulted them, but he was also threatening Mr. Yubar. One of the monsters screamed that it was about to tear Swallow into little pieces. However, this monster was instantly destroyed. No one even had time to blink. The demon king stiffened. The young man remarked that he had nothing to do with it, and there was no need to look at him with that expression. Swallow added that their eldest had done it. All eyes turned to Yubar. Why did he do that? Yubar asked those present how dare they show such disrespect to the greatest. He bowed to the young man and greeted the supreme creature, Mr. Swallow. The people present gasped. Was it really Swallow from the ancient core? The aide asked in surprise. Why would Yubar do such a thing? One of the demon kings asked Renee if they had met before. She looked familiar. Renee replied that if Yubar hadn't done what he did, all the demon kings here would have been destroyed by now. Yubar respectfully asked the supreme creature what brought him to this place. Swallow noted with a smile that Yubar had changed a lot. He barely recognized him. Yubar replied that everything was due to the favor of the supreme creature given to him 900 years ago. Swallow told him to get up. He didn't come for that. Yubar thought that that fear was impossible to forget. Everything that was happening reminded him of that very encounter, 900 years ago, when Swallow had appeared just as suddenly. Swallow asked thoughtfully, really wondering why he had come. The Eater redirected the question to Yubar. What did he think himself? The hero added that there was no need to worry. Perhaps the fear of the past still hadn't let go of Yubar. But this time, the reason for the visit was different. He said he had come for Melja. The Demon Queen asked in amazement, was it really for her? Renee added that after much discussion, they had come to a conclusion. They needed Melju in the dungeon. As such, she asked, would the Demon Queen be willing to become a part of the ancient core? Renee continued, if Melju agrees, she will become the manager of one of the rooms in their glorious dungeon. The monsters will be housed there. These monsters would surely become part of her new army. Melju couldn't believe what was happening. She was really going to become the manager. Renee noted that every member of the ancient core would be assisting in the selection of monsters. Swallow, however, refused to participate right away. He confirmed that that was what they were there for. The Eater added that he wanted to ask Melja for a favor. Marmalie shouted that she was strongly against it. Would a lowlife who couldn't manage his own army become the ruler of the ancient core? She continued. Ever since she was a child, she had been compared to Melju, told she was inferior. And now, with the opportunity to overthrow her rival, Marmalie turned to the majestic Mr. Swallow, assuring him that Melja was deceiving him. How could anyone trust such a scoundrel? Unlike Melju, she, Marmalie, is a true demon queen with an ancient lineage. And if Mr. Swallow allows her to take the position, she is willing to give him her body, heart, and soul. Renee was outraged. How dare Marmolia pull her filthy hands on Mr. Swallow? In the next second, Marmolia's fingers were already hurt. Yubar hastily apologized to Mr. Swallow for such rude behavior. He promised that if he gave Marmolia to them, they would punish her properly. Marmolia screamed, demanding to be released immediately. She screamed louder and louder, but no one listened to her. Meljo asked Renee if she regretted that decision. Renee replied that if Meljo had just asked, she would have slaughtered all those kings. Melju said that there was no use for the ancient core. She did not choose to spare the kings out of mercy. Now they would count against her, and living allies are more useful than dead enemies. Meljo wondered how they had found Judeca in the first place. Renee replied, Mr. Swallow can read the stars. True. They were met at the entrance by an annoying guard who refused to escort them out. But they were helped by a monster that smelled of Melju. Melju petted the dog and said that this was exactly what she expected from the first soldier of her army. Melju said she would do her best to become a worthy member of the ancient core. She realized that the previous managers had been much stronger, and now she would have to take their place. It was a little worrying. Renee admitted, the truth is, Meljo doesn't fit the criteria. She won't last 3 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Melju replied that she had expected such a thing, but hearing it was like being stabbed in the heart. The Demon Queen cried again. Renee said they came here at Mr. Swallow's request, Then we must try not to disappoint him. Melju assured her that she would try her best. Renee added that she has already received Mr. Swallow's permission to confess. Melju wondered where Mr. Swallow had disappeared to. Meanwhile, Jubar was approached by Bjerman on behalf of the Northern Demon King. He stated that Swallow was an ancient monster, and the strongest among the dungeon bosses of the vast evil dungeons. But even with that in mind, this kind of behavior is unacceptable to the Supreme Demon. Jubar replied that he heeded his words with all his soul. It was obvious that many were afraid. He might undermine the authority of the kings. Bjerman recognized that there was some truth to it. This should not happen again. Jubar called those present worthless fools. He activated the giant's hand. Bjerman asked in surprise what he was doing. Jubar replied, "Did Bjerman really think that he would take this insolence for noble bravery and forgive everything? If he's so worried about the burden, he might try to shoulder it, if he can." Jubar straightened up Bjerman and turned to everyone. "Who else thinks he bowed his head because of weakness? Let them say." Those present began to apologize for their ignorance. Jubar let them go. He thought it should serve as a lesson to them. But the Supreme Demon King was curious. What did a child of the Agreb family have to do with an ancient monster? Suddenly Swallow appeared and noticed that this was where Jubar was hiding. He asked if he needed anything else. The young man admitted that he hadn't originally intended to get involved, but now he had changed his mind. Jubar realized that it wouldn't be that easy. Swallow confirmed that he had a request. Jubar sighed. There was nothing to lose. He had already bowed his head. Swallow asked, "Isn't Jubar the Demon King?" He showed him the plaques and noticed that he tensed up somehow. An emergency meeting of the Demon Kings has been called. Renee was surprised that Mr. Eater hadn't been too lazy to gather them for this. Swallow said they were good friends and had put in a lot of hard work. Renee also admitted that she hadn't expected him to be so enthusiastic. She was truly happy. Swallow grinned. If Renee was never going to be happier, then there was no point in trying anymore. He thought he'd done the right thing, trusting everything to the Demon Kings rather than going through the monsters at the inn. Meljo was asked if she had finished her business. She replied that she was fine. Now that she had become a member of the Ancient Core, she was ready to help Mr. Swallow with his luggage. Renee interrogated if Melju was sure she had settled everything. The Demon Queen nodded. She didn't need anything else here. Her goal had been accomplished. Back in the core, she would do everything to become a strong Demon Queen. It was decided to return to Knecht. All that remained was to screen the remaining candidates. Marmolia looked at her hand. Someone had healed it with magic. She touched the horns and realized this wasn't a dream. The aide reported that Madame slept all day. "Is she all right?" Marmolia asked where Meljo was. It was reported to her that Melju had gone with the ancient monster. The aide added that the mistress need not worry about the horns. The Demon Kings will find a suitable explanation for their absence. Though not all, many still supported her. Marmolia abruptly told him to shut up. Who dares to call Melia her friend? No one dares to say such a thing. Relying on other kings is futile. We need someone strong who can stand up to the core of antiquity. Is there such a person? She said she needed an ally who could challenge the dungeon. At that time, the hooded man asked the young man what brought him here. He replied that he had a question for the third eye. The question was about homunculi. Hotel in the town of Knecht, overnight. Melju and Renee studied the cards provided by the Demon Kings. Everything was detailed, stylized to look like human raid requests. Renee noted that the Demon Kings had selected monsters as strong as themselves. Melju marveled. Mr. Swallow was truly great. She wondered, even such strong monsters don't suit Renee. Card. Elizabeth, Queen of the Succubi. Her race and characteristics speak for themselves. She is a flirt and uses it skillfully. Renee emphatically declared that this one was no good, and tore up the card. Meljo asked what about the giant lamia from the foothills. Renee replied that it didn't fit either. The description said that it stood out for its gracefulness and beauty. Renee added that there's really only a bunch of mediocre monsters here. She said none of them fit the criteria. Meljo understood. It appeared that Renee was also wary of other people's beauty. Meanwhile, the young man talking to the hooded man felt that for the safety of the Swallow Empire, Swallow should be eliminated. Ufyun entered the room and asked the commander if she had been able to find out anything. The young man suggested a cup of tea to start with. He said that based on the book he found, the only information that remains the most reliable is that of the Ancient Core. Although the facts were common knowledge, he found something disturbing when he read carefully. Information about the gatekeepers and the very meaning of the dungeon's existence. The tentacles can be left out. There are many such creatures with unknown origins, but there is no record of the other two. Even considering the possible variables, there's too much left unsaid. Dungeons of abundant evil usually seek to expand their power, but the Ancient Core is not. Most importantly, the purpose of Mr. Swallow himself is still unknown. Garrett asked to hear her report. The young man asked why Garrett had come in the first place. She remarked that the question was timely. There was an urgent message from the Third Eye. Demon Queen Marmolie is requesting negotiations. The hooded man thanked the commander for responding to the unexpected call. The young man confirmed that he had been informed of Marmolia's request. The hooded man recognized that the place had been chosen by another party, and in haste. He did not recommend accepting the invitation. It could be dangerous. Nevertheless, the meeting took place. The woman said she expected to see the old man at the head of a human organization. She added that she was pleasantly surprised that the man in front of her was young and quite handsome. The young man introduced himself. He is the commander-in-chief of R. Edelbrace Gal Rivisten. Marmolia recalled that the message said the commander would come without an escort. It was a hint of Garrett's presence. She added that they will not be alone in the negotiations. The woman suggested not stalling and getting straight to the point. Riveston agreed. He too was ready to get right into the discussion. Marmolia said that there's a village of Rosoid near her castle, where about 400 people live. If the negotiations don't go according to plan, her army will destroy the village. Riveston noted that this is a very petty move. He refused the offered tea and expressed his wish that such tricks should not be used in the future. Marmolie thought he was a simpleton at first, as she could feel neither magic nor aura. But soon she realized that the commander was not so simple. He proposed to get to the point. Marmolia stated that one of the demon queens would be leaving Knecht soon, and she needed to be destroyed. Riveston clarified, "Is the lady asking them to march against the Demon King's army?" It looked like a request to become cannon fodder. Marmolia explained that all they needed to do was to destroy a demon queen named Melia. If he did so before she left Knecht, the commander was promised a generous reward. She added that people in robes need monsters for biological experiments, right? Riveston declined. Marmolie wondered, was it really about the reward? The commander said it was something else. Then she asked what it was. If he was in such a hurry, did he need something too? Riveston noted that this woman had no fangs, probably no horns either. Her demeanor suggests a fugitive. The demon queen, who had never been contacted before, suddenly asks for negotiations. It was either a trap or something very serious. Marmolie marveled. Was this man really laughing at her? Riveston said he wasn't laughing at all. Isn't she hiding something? The mistress requests the destruction of a demon queen named Melja, but Meljo clearly has a patron. The commander stood up and stated that they were returning. He saw no point in interfering with the demon's succession games. Marmolia tried to stop them by admitting that Meljo did have a patron. Riveston suggested simply pretending that the negotiations had not taken place. Then she called out the patron's name, an ancient monster from the Dungeon of Evil, Swallow. But, she thought, there was probably a way to eliminate Melja away from Swallow's eyes. Riveston stopped and said that he agreed to a deal. They would eliminate the demon queen Meljo de Rimph Anrea. Marmolie was amazed. She hadn't given her full name, after all. Does the commander already know about her? Riveston replied that he simply could not be unaware of the demon queen being near Riaz. However, they should hurry. Meljo might leave Knecht soon. Marmolie thought, this was all very strange indeed. Marmolie thought that the man clearly smiled when he heard Swallow's name. Then there must be something wrong here. The demon queen said that no matter what a person thinks about, he should leave those thoughts behind. The commander had not forgotten. They had 400 people from Rosoid village as hostages. Riveston said the lady could destroy them. The commander added that it would be a special honor for them to die for the great renaissance of the mighty empire. Riveston concluded that negotiations had taken place, and he was ready to be rewarded according to the terms of the deal. Riveston recalled that his opponents had promised to provide monsters as test subjects. One of them is now right in front of him. The aides told Ms. Marmolia to hide behind their backs. Marmolia thought that now even this dirty man didn't take her seriously. Marmolie shouted for all these people to be destroyed immediately. Renee said it was time to wake up and wished Mr. Swallow a good morning. The boss would agree to sleep for at least 5 more minutes. Renee noticed that the boss had said the same thing 3 hours ago. Swallow noticed that they basically didn't care whether it was day, night, or morning. Renee turned around and said that it was time for Melj to use it. The Demon Queen realized that she was talking about that very forbidden spell of total destruction. Swallow said he was already up. We can knock it out. What was that even on? Can demons use holy magic? Melju replied that this magic is called genocide, and it's light magic. Renee said that since Mr. Swallow was already awake, he could have the breakfast she had prepared. There was roasted goat meat with stewed vegetables for breakfast. Swallow thought it looked like a homunculus. How could he have made this? Renee said that on the day they were returning from Giudecca, a reply to the letter they were sending to Federico came. Renee showed the piece of mirror and noticed that it was in the letter. Swallow wondered, did the skeleton really want them to admire themselves? Melju assumed it was a magical communication device. To make the connection, you have to pour mana in there. Melju said the device was working, and Fedric appeared in the mirror. He asked if he could hear him. Swallow noticed that Fedric had strange nostrils. Skeleton said they'd just made contact, and already the boss was picking on them. Fedric said that judging from the letter from Renee, Melju was already helping them. That's why he contacted to help with hiring monsters too. Swallow wondered where Fedric had gotten the thing from. The skeleton replied that he had borrowed it. It was a piece of mirror from Bathory's room. The boss wondered, had she borrowed it so easily? Fedric stated that she wanted blood in return. But skeletons are bloodless knights of doom. Bathory was interested in the blood of a homunculus, so they agreed on Renee's blood. She's around now, isn't she? Renee appeared on the screen and said she too welcomed Fedric. The skeleton disappeared from the screen, but then reappeared. He said the connection had finally been established, and now the real Fedric was in front of them. He found out that Melju was helping them. Renee says it's too late. Her blades are sharpened, so the real Fedric can get ready. Melju also suggested that it's too late. Fedric offered to cut to the chase. He looked at the queries that Renee had sent and didn't find any notable monsters. So he sent information about the ones he had found himself. Renee said she couldn't remember any information that might have been in the letter. Meljo noticed something attached to the back. After studying the information, Renee said that there were monsters here that weren't in the requests. Fedric explained that he had to work hard to put it all together. Individually, they are nothing special, but together they can be a real threat. Some are even able to take advantage of the caves effectively. Fedric added that he'd had his eye on them for a long time. Swallow wondered how long ago, before he and Renee had gone looking for monsters. Fedric disappeared from the screen again. Meljo assumed that this time he had actually passed out. Renee said she thought so too. Renee figured this skeleton would still get its thank you. Monsters everywhere were destroyed. Riviston said that the Demon Kings were really unreliable. Who would have thought they would come here with such an army? The hooded man told Sir Argarius that one demon was still alive. Could he take it for himself? Riviston replied that he didn't mind. The commander added that he would now like to receive the award he deserves. On her knees was the bloody demon queen Marmalie. There were armed and masked men beside her. Marmalie asked, did the man really think he would go unpunished after something like that? If he did something to her, the other demon kings would come after him. Riviston remarked that he didn't care about that. Nevertheless, the demon queen was a great help to them. Thanks to Marmolia, they had a chance to deal with Swallow. Marmalie laughed. Riviston wondered why she had such a reaction. The demon queen replied that his words were ridiculous. The question is, who will deal with whom? She can assure a man of that. Marmolia added that it was absolutely impossible. Man has no idea how terrible this ancient monster is. The hooded man said there was no need to listen to her further. He humbly thanks you for such excellent material. The hooded man added that he would do so without fail and with all splendor. He'll make the best homunculus out of this demon queen. The aircraft provided by Melju was scouring the airspace. Intelligence had led to the assumption that enemies had enlisted in their ranks. Fedric said that nothing is more important between a vassal and a ruler than trust. To increase loyalty, the boss needs to get personally involved in recruiting. Melju reported to Mr. Eater that they had arrived. Fedric reminded that the recruitment priority is with Golem Protector Connect. The stones are quick to gather, and the golem continues to function even after being destroyed. That's why he's perfect for them. Melju noticed that this place was similar to the one Fedric was talking about. She assumed that the object she was looking for was directly ahead. The aircraft began its descent. Renee recalled Fedric's words. The golem infinitely regenerates. If it's a magic golem, regeneration will work as long as its core, the magic stone, is active. Swallow said that in that case they just need to find that rock and take it away. Melju asked a reasonable question. Would such a huge thing fit in a cave? She also noticed that the golem looked quite imposing. The demon queen promised to restrict his movements. Then they could take out the stone while the golem recovers. Swallow reassured Melja and thanked her for her delivery. Mr. Eater stated that they will deal with it quickly. He jumped off the flying machine right on top of the golem's head. Swallow delivered a crushing blow, and the golem shattered into pieces. The hero admitted that he even enjoyed it. Renee told her companion not to yawn. They needed to find the magic stone. Finished with the golem, Swallow complained about getting dirty and wondered who was next on the list. Meanwhile, the monsters were discussing a rumor. The golem from Stone Mountain had disappeared after the recent earthquake. It is said that the silver wolves from the plateau above the canyon were enslaved as well. One of the Cyclops remarked that there must be people behind this. The leader cut the conversation short. It was too early to worry. He added that as long as no one knows where their dungeon is, there is nothing to fear. At that moment, the girls appeared behind him. Meljo asked Renee if she had heard of this Cyclops. He looked really huge. Renee admitted that she hadn't expected to meet them here. Fedric turned out to be an excellent informant. The Cyclops wondered who they were and how they had gotten here. Renee explained that they had come to offer cooperation. They were looking for monsters for the dungeon. The Cyclops had figured it out. These were the same ones who were kidnapping monsters around the neighborhood. But how did they get in here in the first place? The leader of the monsters declared that they were not going to surrender, and raised a huge battle club. Renee whispered to her companion, "Words won't convince these people." Later, the girls would return. Renee admitted that she hadn't expected the Cyclops to be so weak. She looked at the list. Melju said the next one was a monster named Yaksha. Suddenly, they were called. The voice said that they had indeed found their way here, though he doubted it. The young man, dangling head down from a branch, noted that the Cyclopes had probably already lost their heads. Renee said that rumors spread quickly. The boy jumped to the ground and added, "Surviving and going unnoticed is not their only virtue. They are the fastest at gathering information." Renee nodded, meaning he didn't need to explain everything. The young man confirmed that he knows everything, and they want to offer him a job in the dungeon. He agrees, but only on one condition. He turned to Swallow and asked if he was the same eater. Renee was outraged. How dare he speak to him without respect? The young man offered to fight. He had long wondered how strong the ancient monster was. Renee was indignant. Mr. Swallow shouldn't waste her time. She could do it herself. But Swallow said he would accept the challenge if he was asked. He added that it will be interesting to see what the opponent can do. The guy raised his fists and asked to fight seriously. After a while, Swallow exhaled tiredly. Everything made him angry. He was tired. 2 days without rest. Even immortals could die from overwork. Renee offered him a snack. There was no time to cook, so she bought food in town. While Swallow ate, Renee studied the list. It turns out the only monster recruited was Golem. Cyclops and Yaksha had gone to their ancestors. Swallow didn't believe that guy could have died from even a pinky punch. Renee added, Arachne turned down their offer too, but it was not in vain. They got a lot of valuable information. It was a memorable trip. All were destroyed and the spoils were taken. Swallow was curious. What was in the boxes the monsters had taken from the humans? Renee replied, nothing unexpected. Magic tools. Swallow asked if there was anything among them that could pierce Fedric's bones. A strange flower appeared in the palm of his hand. What is it? The hooded man thanked the commander for providing the copy. Riviston replied that it was all for the good of the Empire. The interviewee confessed he didn't expect Riviston to get such great material. He offered to take a look. Isn't that beautiful? Riviston agreed, though he added, looks were not the main thing. The results of the experiment were important to him. The hooded man said they're working hard. But if this body is removed early, it's unlikely to last more than 2 days. Riviston remarked that that was enough. After all, it doesn't matter. He also expressed doubt that the object's consciousness was completely suppressed. The interlocutor promised to produce positive results no matter how the object was used. Riviston wondered, was this body really that strong? However, the decision to assign it had already been made. Pointing to the flower, our hero asked Melju if it was also a magic item. Melju confirmed, yes, but it has already been used. The protection spell seems to still work, but otherwise, it's a useless trinket. Renee remarked that a flower would look good in her hair. Meljo agreed. Swallow asked Renee to stand still and not move. He was doing something on her head, continuing to ask her not to move. Swallow then secured the flower in Renee's hair and said she looked cute. He figured Renee is always working hard. Since arriving at Knecht, she seemed to have changed. He didn't know what it was exactly, but it felt like she wanted something. Besides, he had never given her a gift. Meljo noticed that Renee was especially sweet right now. Renee was touched. Was she really beautiful? Swallow said if she didn't like it, he could find something better. Renee cried and admitted that she was very happy. Swallow said that now that they were done with the bodies, they could rest. He was scheduled for a day's nap. But Renee reminded him that they still had 2 places to go. Win Historia had been lying on the couch for a long time. Bored. She remembered the admonition. Best to act like she was still recovering. If the Imperial family found out that she had recovered quickly, she might be sent back to the front lines. Win decided that inaction was the worst thing to do. What if someone was in danger right now? We should at least check the situation in Riaz. She went out on the balcony and decided to leave the building that way. Riviston suddenly appeared and asked where Lady Win was going. He wanted to talk to her. The girl noticed that it was customary to knock before entering a room. Riviston admitted that he suspected Win would try to escape. The girl objected that she was not. However, under the weight of hard evidence, Win admitted that she had lied and really wanted to escape through the balcony. She asked how Garrett was doing. They hadn't spoken since that injured arm. Win felt guilty. Riviston said it was not a good idea to take on the responsibility of defending the Empire. It's certainly a commendable quality for a warrior, but everyone in the Order of the Black Wolf is willing to sacrifice themselves for the Empire, including Garrett. Besides, Garrett doesn't feel too bad about the injury. She's trying to be considerate of Win, so there's no need to blame herself. Riviston then asked the girl for a favor. It concerned artificial beings that the Empire had studied in the past. Recently, an incident was reported at a research center. It turned out that the artificial creatures left in the center had escaped. Fortunately, they are far away from populated areas, and no one has been hurt yet. Wynne said this needs to be reported to everyone immediately. However, watching the expression on her interlocutor's face, she thought that Riveston, on the contrary, wanted to keep the incident a secret. The commander explained that the matter had to be resolved secretly, with as few people involved as possible. Besides, Wynne couldn't fight now. The Imperial family and her entourage would immediately suspect something. Wynne asked what exactly he wanted from her. Riveston replied that he had made arrangements with the guards at the teleportation hub in the west wing of the palace. He would go first, and Wynne would arrive there in exactly 3 hours. The girl nodded, saying she understood and was starting to get ready. Riveston reminded, in exactly 3 hours. As he left the room, Riveston opened the door and faced the priest. Pope Dionysius III said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He joked, maybe he should call Riveston Commissioner now. Riveston was surprised that a man who did not serve His Majesty had come here. The priest laughed, noting that the title Commissioner sounded sharp. Dionysius III said he wanted to know how the hero and pillar of the Empire was feeling. Riveston clarified that to the best of his knowledge, Hero Wynne Historia and Pope had not previously met. Even if it is true, he doesn't believe that Papa has only come to inquire about her health. So he has to go. He's got a job to do. The priest said he's here to see the commander. Can he spare a few minutes? Riveston tried to figure out what was on the Pope's mind. How can you make such an offer right now? Riveston saw the assembled men congratulating the punishment squad on their return. Connect is a mercenary city with a third of the population involved in raids. Riveston looked up at the city from above and thought that Swallow was lurking around here somewhere. To eliminate this ancient monster, we need more information. And to do that, you'll have to take some risks and extreme measures. The commander was informed that the preparations had been completed, and everyone was now awaiting his further instructions. Riveston thanked Sir Stormin. The hooded man inquired as to how they were going to search for the demon queen who was hiding in Necht. Riveston replied that as an ordinary man, he had neither the means nor special methods to do so. However, someone is already searching for this demon with far more fervor than them, and he intends to take advantage of that. Riveston asked Sir Stormin how much time they had. Stormin replied that it was 78 minutes until the hero arrived. Riveston motioned for them to begin. Only demon kings could easily detect their own kind, so Melju would find her without difficulty, and then he would appear. Riveston stated that there is a rare sight to be seen. The warriors in the bar were discussing that the dungeon was very dangerous this time. It's a miracle there were no casualties. A colleague asked where Burkus was going. The man waved him off and said that he would be gone for a while. Burkus thought he had a really bad stomach ache. He had been drinking everything for nothing. Burkus saw a man nearby and thought another had had too much to drink. He smelled an unbearable stench. Burkus saw a monster devouring a man. How did the monster get into the city? Burkus thrust his sword forward and tried to resist the monster. The man thought that this monster had incredible strength. Looking around, Burkus saw that there were many more of these creatures. What the hell is going on here? The city was in flames. The man said that even for a commissioner of the Empire, it was too much. He added that it was too much even for His Majesty's order. The hooded man told his interlocutor to watch his tongue. He knew that the Third Eye was conducting inhumane alchemical experiments, but how could one carry out a real massacre in the center of the city? Riveston, who was nearby, said not to worry too much. It wouldn't come to the point of total destruction. Riveston said, and there he was. The man wondered, was it really a homunculus too? The huge monster towered even above the flames. The man shouted that if these things started rampaging, Knecht would be in even more danger. The man was frightened. Was it really all planned? Riveston urged him to calm down. It was only a small sacrifice. Judging by Knecht's condition, Swallow has no intention of destroying him. The fact that the ancient monster came to this big city, and not just doesn't destroy it, but doesn't take any action at all, indicates that it has some other purpose. Depending on the situation, he could prevent the homunculi from destroying the city. Riveston offered to look at this painting. He thought it was admirable. The sacrifice of the citizens of the Empire for the prosperity of the state. The man thought this one had lost his mind. The girls, watching the town, thought their hotel was that way. Swallow shouted in rage that his bed was burning there. The young men saw a huge tree, just like in the forest of Graphenia. But this forest is just as old. Swallow said that now that they had dealt with hiring monsters, the rest of the day could be rested. Renee agreed, and added that they would be heading back afterward. Melju thought the biped seemed to be acting unnaturally, and wondered what was the matter. Our heroes looked toward the city and saw the glow. Renee said there was a hotel on that side as well. Swallow began to sigh heavily and said that his bed might have suffered. Renee said Mr. Swallow could lie on her lap. Melju felt the presence of demonic energy. Melio was surprised. Could she really feel Marmalia's presence? Swallow wondered. Who could spout air mana? Melju asked. Could Swallow-san feel it too? The young man asked Melju what was the matter. Melju asked her companions if she could go first and scout the situation. In the burning city, people tried to hide from the monsters. The people fought back as best they could, but the forces were unequal, and the outcome was escape. One of the warriors said that these things are uncountable. The warrior asked the armed man if he was a hunter. The man said they were from the Red Ursus. This was the same A-rank squad where every member was an elite. Their help came in handy. The warrior said they've almost cleared the neighborhood. Do you know anything about these monsters? The man replied that he didn't know anything about them. He then introduced himself. Dayan Unrock Burkus. These monsters looked like artificial creatures, but they didn't look like homunculi at all. Burkus looked up and said the main problem was that thing. This monster was precisely their target. The warrior stated that we would have to get closer. Burkus expressed his desire to go with him, because he was an Oranga. The warrior refused, saying it was a one-way trip for Burkus. The warrior added that he wasn't immune either, but advised Burkus to take heed. The warrior remembered that someone had been looking for Burkus on the way here. Burkus noticed that this person was trembling for some reason. The warrior realizes that Burkus wants to protect the people of the city as much as he can. But he should be more concerned about himself and the people around him. The warrior added that the rest should be entrusted to the Red Ursus. A young man with a sword in his hand rushed towards the huge monster. The warriors grabbed their ears and said that the ringing annoyed them too. It's like the magic is scraping my eardrums. Such monsters they had never seen before. Now we know what kind of monster ravaged their city. This monster has an enormous mana reserve. You can't be fooled. The monster is much more dangerous than it looks. The commander ordered everyone to fall back. They are not prepared. The monster applied detection magic on the attack spell. Is it really looking for something? You have to attack the monster in one fell swoop if you want to destroy it. The order came for all mages to open fire. The leader said it works great. You can't stop attacking. However, these attacks did not deal damage to the monster. It became clear that humans were no match for this monster. Suddenly an angel appeared and asked if Marmalie was looking for her. She had become very ugly. Melju asked, is Marmalie really that offended by her? Melju added that she intended to put an end to it. The ultimate magic, Black Annihilation, was activated. It's been a few days since Judeka's graduation. Marmalie has no reason to stay and connect after everything she's been through, but that demonic energy is definitely calling to her. Melju thought that this energy belonged to Marmolia. Even in that state, Marmalie couldn't forget her hatred. Melju didn't know what had happened to her. Melju stated that she would not feel sorry for her in any case. The people watching from the ground were surprised that the Demon Queen had defeated this monster. The people decided that in their current state they were unable to do anything, and it was better to retreat. Melju thought it was strange. Even though she had used pure destructive magic, why did Marmolia die so easily? Melju also realized that the people who had fought her before were A-rank hunters. Melju, looking at the destroyed monster, thought that the mana properties had changed. Suddenly another creature appeared from the body of the destroyed monster. People were frightened. Is this monster still alive? The mid-level magic, Silent Dagger, was activated. A newly emerged monster attacked the humans and destroyed some of them. Melju realized that Marmolia was in front of her again. Marmolia said her body is melting and she is in unbearable pain. She seems to be dying. Marmolia added that she would have time to take Melio with her. The ground-penetrating Caprice skill was activated. Marmolia now looked like a demon queen. She attacked her opponent and initiated a powerful explosion. The hooded man asked Rivisten if he was satisfied now. The commander replied that he was satisfied. Now he understood why the man had been so confident. The man said that Rivisten would witness an even more unique sight. The commander added that he is looking forward to it. The demon queen thought that there was almost no mana left, and her body wouldn't last long. She believed that all she had to do was just hold out and victory would be hers. The confrontation between the rivals continued. Meljo wanted to lock Marmolia in the ice. The fight went into a melee phase. Sparks flew in all directions. Marmolia laughed and said that her opponent was about to be hurt. The skill, Sylphid's Rejection, was activated. Melju thought she had used up all her mana on Marmolia. It was a similar situation when she was protecting the teleportation center on Swallow Sand's orders. Meljo begged Mr. Swallow's forgiveness. She had not even had time to begin the work she had been assigned. The girl was bleeding. Renee, looking at the burning city, asked the Eater if Melju would be all right. The young man replied that Melju could handle it. She was stronger than she looked. Renee noticed that there was a powerful demonic energy there. Swallow added that Melju might not realize it herself, but she was a very outstanding demon queen. Dwincius looked faithfully in the direction where his mistress was now. Melju turned her attention to the demonic energy spreading around her. The people who were watching the blazing tower decided that the demon queen had been defeated. Changing the formula showed great results. The hooded man admitted that he used to try to get crushing power by minimizing side effects, like with Nifrim. But in her case, he decided to focus solely on strength, turning a blind eye to everything else. She is unstable, but her power is undeniable. Riveston thought it was all necessary for the upcoming raid. All of this is needed to measure Swallow's strength. Riveston has it exactly as he intended, but Swallow is taking his time. Does Melju have nothing to do with him? Then it'll be over before Win arrives. We need to get some information on him before he shows up. Where is this Swallow? Marmolia told Mr. Riveston to look away. Melju sensed the mana of the Great Devourer as well. Marmolia attacked her opponent, but Melju had time to use Ice Spear. Melju didn't realize what was happening. Marmolia was completely covered in ice. This had never happened before. Her spell was so powerful. Melju thought, as she used all her remaining strength to throw Marmolia off. In such a state, she should have died from mana depletion and blood loss. However, somehow Melju's body contained Swallow-san's mana. All of the girl's wounds were gone. Did Mr. Eater do something to her in Riaz? We'll have to check it out. Life detection mode has been activated. Melju breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was finally over. Melju thought that if she had been careless with that black mana of Mr. Swallow's, she would have been torn apart even before Marmolia's scythe struck. She decided that it was too dangerous and needed to get back to Mr. Swallow as soon as possible. The girl heard strange sounds and looked around. Suddenly, a monster reappeared from the frozen Marmolia's body. Melju noticed that this monster began to eat Marmolia's body. The monster was also absorbing Marmolia's mana. Melju didn't know what it was, but she decided to make sure to deal with it. Marmolia was dead, and she had done her duty as her friend. Melju decided to distract the monster with a simple attack and escape with teleportation magic. She told herself to get up. It was the price for using someone else's mana. Renee appeared nearby and threw Melia onto Dwinzius's back. Renee said she was beginning to worry why Melju was gone so long. Melju apologized. Swallow asked how long he could wait for Melia. He almost fell asleep. Swallow asked Renee if he could do all the rope tricks. Renee replied that she didn't know. A beginner could cut himself in half by mistake. Renee added that Mr. Swallow will definitely do well. The young men noticed that the monster was getting significantly larger. Renee said she'd take care of it now. Swallow stated that he would look into it himself. Mr. Eater had a one-on-one encounter with this monster. Renee asked Meljo if she wanted tea. The Demon Queen wondered where Renee had gotten it from. Renee replied that being prepared for something like this is usually done for a maid. Swallow squeezed the monster's body with his hand. The huge monster received a charge of negative energy and began to lose strength. Melju couldn't stop wondering, is it okay that the boss is tossing that monster around so much? Renee replied that there was no need to worry. Mr. Swallow had split the monster apart and was currently holding one of its tentacles. Swallow told the monster that at first glance he seemed tough, but what happens if you use force on him? Mr. Eater activated his abilities and attacked the monster again. There was a huge explosion, and the monster's body shattered into tiny shards. Swallow thought he'd used too much mana this time. Renee took cover under the umbrella. Meljo wondered where she had gotten the umbrella. Melju thought that this creature was incredibly strong, far stronger than most demon kings, let alone ordinary dragons. Swallow walked over to the girls, yawned, and said he wanted to go to bed. Renee urged her boss to be careful not to get that slop in his mouth. Dwinchus brought part of the monster in his teeth to Mr. Eater. The boy pushed the dog away. Why would he slip that stuff to him? Melju said it was a piece of Marmolia's flesh. Swallow wondered, who is it? Renee tried to explain who Marmolia was. The boss said he seemed to recall something. Melju said that when she met Marmolia, she already looked strange. And then it came out of her and consumed her body. Could it be a parasite? Swallow kept pushing the dog away, saying it was an abomination. Melju yelled for Dwinzius to throw the abomination away. Renee explained to her boss that it was a homunculus. The hooded man couldn't believe it. This was his new creation, the pinnacle of alchemy. His colleague added that, even by the standards of evil, such a creature should have lasted at least 3 minutes. Riveston said he shouldn't be so desperate for excuses. The commander added that it was expected. No matter what kind of monster was created by alchemy, it was still no match for Swallow. However, if Swallow had dealt with that monster so quickly, calling for Win was unnecessary. We need to get back to Riez. Riveston inquired if the Tower Master was all right. The answer was positive. Riveston stated that this is the end of their deal. The Tower Master was outraged. The commander called it a sacrifice for the future of the Empire. How could he just walk away? So everyone had died in vain? Riveston patted his companion on the shoulder and told him to look. Connect's brave warriors had successfully defended the city. The damage was half as much as predicted. Riveston figured they'd gotten something out of it after all. They become convinced that mediocre strength is not enough to overpower Swallow, and learn that he has someone for whom he is willing to act on his own. But most importantly, because of this catastrophe, war will break out. This is an event in which I cannot do without the power of masterpieces. The destruction in Connect will be seen as a normal clash between humans and monsters. No one will realize that the homunculi did it. The man in charge said that beyond the alley is a teleporter leading to Riaz. His subordinate is already there. Suddenly, there was a report of an unknown intruder in the teleportation center. There was only one intruder, a monster in the form of a maid. Riviston wondered, is there really such a thing as a maid with a blade? Are they trying to block the escape route? Then they recognized the human's involvement in this. Apparently, homunculi can recognize their own kind. The commander ordered to return to the mage tower immediately and set up a temporary teleporter there. The mana under the tower should be enough for long-distance teleportation. The men were attacked. The military man said he'd stay here. Sir Stormin must take care of the commander. Stormin replied that he did not doubt Sir Gwyn's strength and bravery, but how would he manage alone? Gwyn shouted that time was running out and we had to hurry. Riviston said he would not forgive a death that was not part of the plan. The warrior raised his sword and turned to the one hiding in the smoke. They say she has claimed the lives of thousands of hunters. He has heard of her notoriety. Out of the smoke and ash, a maid with a blade appeared. It was Renee. Stormin asked the commander why he allowed Gwyn to be alone. Riviston replied with a question. Did Stormin think he was there alone? Stormin is well aware of Gwyn's abilities. Stormin said he knew everything, which made it even harder for him to understand. He should have left at least one more knight to help him. Riviston replied that he would only be in the way, for Sir Gwyn is blessed by the spirits. Renee said that Mr. Swallow told her to destroy the teleporter and finish off the suspicious people. Gwyn asked if the maid was going to play with him if he was alone. Renee said she didn't want any more idle talk. She sees that her opponent is stalling to buy time to win it for the escapees. The maid attacked her rival and asked, did he really think Renee wouldn't guess? Renee added that for one man, he's holding up pretty well. Gwyn summoned the spirits. Renee realized he wasn't just a swordsman. All this time he'd been accumulating mana. Plus, it's alien mana. The spirits were really supporting the warrior. A monster appeared, which the swordsman aimed at the maid to deal with her. A wall of wind and rocks appeared in front of the girl, a typhoon that consisted of a huge amount of mana. The space was literally saturated with the power of higher magic. Gwyn said it was for her, for underestimating humans. This will become that monster's dungeon. Renee marveled that a rival could control two higher spirits at the same time. She said it was entertaining. Necht, temporary shelter. Burkus was informed that Ursus's unit had been defeated. Burkus replied that he was not going to sit idly by. He had to act. We must check on the city. The warrior told the leader to stop Burkus. His body had not yet recovered. The leader stated that he would not allow Burkus to act alone this time. It has been reported that there may be survivors in the Aaron Center and Mage Tower. These survivors are their targets. We need to clear a path to those locations. The leader said that Dayan Yunrock's squad was performing a mission to drive the cursed monsters out of the city. Someone reported that the Guardian, a golem from Knecht's mountain range, had come to them. He should join the squad and help them. The power of the Guardian Golem will help a lot. The warrior shouted to the men to run away immediately. There was a massive explosion, and everything in the epicenter went flying in different directions. A little earlier, our hero had a video communication session with Fedric. The skeleton asked, I guess the boss did something wrong again? And when things got out of hand, he decided to come up with some excuse. Swallow wondered, who does skeleton think I am? Fedric said that the place that could create homunculi was the Imperial Alchemical Community. Judging by the scale, the Empire was involved. The skeleton had a hunch that the Demon Queen Marmolia had made contact with humans. In the process, a conflict arose, and she was captured. Does the boss know what is done to demon kings when humans capture them? Are they beheaded, and the head sent to the king's army, or displayed in the main square? They do it to boost morale, but it's still very cruel. If they refuse to do it, turning her into a homunculus and releasing her into the city, then they had some kind of devious plan. Swallow thought there was definitely something fishy going on here. When he had been looking for Renee, he had seen a homunculus that could fly, but compared to that, the one here was on a whole other level. Last time, he had trashed the place, so the research materials should have been destroyed. Fedric wondered, is that really all the boss has to say? At this rate, in a few years, we'll see results on the level of Renee herself. Swallow said he was tired of it all, but it couldn't be left as it was. How do we find out where they are and what they're up to? Do we destroy the whole town? Fedric said that was the right thing to do. Eater wondered, is the skeleton serious? Fedric confirmed, would people leave a specimen created from a demon queen unattended? Surely they must have been watching. Swallow said, so it turns out I was followed too. Skeleton added that the men had touched Melja, followed the boss, but that wasn't enough for them. They ran away, leaving the boss to deal with the samples. This is outrageous. Mr. Eater said he was ready to act, but Fedric shouldn't complain afterwards. Fedric confirmed, if we have to, we should level the city. Mr. Eater said that Fedric had given the go-ahead, and now we could blow the whole thing. Swallow looked at the golem and said it was a great view. Apparently all the people had gathered there. Tracking their movements was much easier. The young man said that there were 2 supreme spirits near the teleporter, judging from the mana. It looked like Renee was fighting a rather strong opponent. If such an opponent is here, it's likely that Imperial officials are still hiding nearby. Melju remarked that there was no need to worry about the main gate. She watches them through the general view. No one will pass by. Melju added that her body was almost back to normal, and she would deal with it. Swallow wondered, isn't the gate the other way? The Eater figured that if everyone was doing well for themselves, it was time for him to do something too. Swallow looked around and thought, where to start the destruction? What catches his eye? The tower was destroyed first. The commander and the hooded man were surprised to see the destruction. Stormin asked the commander, where did that come from? Did an ancient monster hurl this? But they had to be careful. The tower began to fall right on top of them. The commander shouted to the mages to block the fall. The Lord Commissioner was informed that the temporary teleporter, as well as the crystal in the teleportation center, needed to accumulate mana. Riviston asked Stormin how long it would be before Wynn arrived. He replied about 5 minutes. The teleporter destroyed by the maid with the blade is just a device. The coordinates leading to connect remain. If Wynn confronts her and goes in front of Swallow, it will be bad. Wynn without the completed apocalypse is powerless against him. She could definitely die this time. Stormin asked for permission to return to the teleporter. Stormin promised to bring Wynn Historia. Gwyn said that the power of spirits is not omnipotent. Summoning them requires a significant investment of time and mana. It takes a lot of mana to support them, so time plays against him. Gwyn thought that with the typhoon, he had the advantage. Even if the maid broke through, he would block the path with the earth spirit. Gwyn remembered that his goal was to win. There were 3 minutes left before the mana ran out. As a child who admired heroes, Gwyn read a story about an object with a telling name. High in the sky, it appears to be a small dot, but as it falls, it grows larger, like a guillotine. However, Gwyn couldn't understand how the blade and rope could freely extend tens of meters. Why would a hurricane like this stay out of the way? The maid inquired if the man had the blessing of patronizing spirits. Renee figured he was half chopped up already, and healing would not bring him back to life. However, one must be sure. The maid approached her opponent. Renee was called out. Someone behind her called her a maid with a blade. Stormin with a huge hammer thought it was great that she stopped. Gwyn has his blessing. Gotta buy some time. Stormin saw the destroyed Gwyn and screamed. Renee noticed the new rival and said that apparently you could get more information from him than from the mage. Stormin saw the weapon in the maid's hands and thought it was just a tiny blade. However, as it approached, the blade grew considerably larger. Stormin managed to dodge and said that throwing the weapon was a mistake for a maid with a blade. Renee says she doesn't think so. Marmolius and Homunculi. She wants to know everything the opponent knows about them. The maid added that otherwise that person would be destroyed as well. Stormin recognized that the blade maid would win this fight. However, she wasted so much time on the old man. Someone called out to her again. The maid with the blade was attacked by Wynn Historia, Stormin thought, as expected of the warrior. She had put down the blade-wielding maid with a single blow. The old warrior thought that the female warrior had incredible strength. Riviston decided that the most important thing now was to ensure safety. The temporary center will be activated without any problems. Stormin will be able to join Wynn. There can be no further deviations from the plan. Even if the blade maid recognized the homunculus, there was no way it would reach the citizens of the Empire. Now the question had to be addressed. How to deal with the aftermath. The hooded man asked the commander if he was okay. Riviston asked how long it would take for the center to activate. There were only 3 minutes to spare. Riviston thought, was it really an illusion? The fear lurking in him would never go away. A man appeared in front of Riviston, who was surprised to see the commander sprawled on the ground. He couldn't even believe that he had made such a terrible mistake. The owner of the Polaris Magic Tower had sent a formal request for help to the Imperial family. The request was intercepted halfway through. Otherwise, this entire incident might have become public. Riviston thought it was the master of the Magic Tower who started it all. But if this man is here, then the entire staff of the Edelbrock Black Wolf Knight Order has gathered here. The man said he wasn't sure if it was part of Riviston's plan, but Gwyn is killed and Stormin is wounded. Wynn fights the maid. Riviston said they had to go right away. Garot asked, where did the commander run to? Riviston replied that the entire Order of Knights should leave the place immediately. Melju saw the people running and said she found them. The girl turned to Mr. Eater. Swallow wondered, was this really it? When the smoke and dust cleared, Renee appeared. She was still on her feet. Stormin told the warriors that they could not fight here. They told him they had Wynn and the entire Order of Knights. This monster is no threat to them. Stormin reiterated, this is an order from the commander, you can't stay here for long. The warrior was shouted to the warrior that they should return. Wynn wondered. If she was given more time, she could take this monster down. Gareth said it couldn't be done that way. Win would understand later after the retreat. Win didn't understand after all. This was the perfect chance to destroy the core guardians. Gareth added that now was not the right time. They would still have a chance. The order came for everyone to run towards the temporary center. The maid wondered where they were going. Mr. Eater had sent her here because he trusted her. No one leaves this place. Renee looked at Riviston and wondered if it was the dark-haired one they had in charge. This is going to be a little tedious. Win told Gareth to move to the teleporter. Renee thought that this blue-haired creature was pretty strong. The girl had dealt with countless A-class raiding parties that had invaded the dungeon, but she had never yet seen a single person who could create such destructive power with a single instantaneous burst of energy. Renee told the warrior that she would love to finish her off first. Win said the maid could try it, and wondered if the monster had a name. Renee was outraged. How dare a person mock the name Mr. Eater himself had given her? Win saw the butterflies, and told the commander it was a magic spell. Suddenly, Mr. Eater himself appeared and said that he had come here looking for Renee. It looked like everyone was already gathered. The Eater asked how things were going. Swallow looked at Garrett and Riviston and said they looked pretty familiar. Our hero added that he expected never to see them again because people live too short. Swallow thought this guy was pretty sharp, but how would he deal with the consequences? Riviston thought that there must be a reason why this ancient monster came here. We need to find out who is behind all of this. Instead of tearing down the Imperial City, he ended up here. Riviston knelt before our hero and said he was honored to be remembered. Swallow said he didn't need those greetings. Did he start all this? Riviston had nothing to do with them. Swallow knew that these people lived in the capital of the Empire. They couldn't just come here. Riviston said they were here to resolve the situation. If the Lord wants to find the culprit, they will do their best to help. Swallow turned around and said he didn't care. Our hero called out to Renee and told him it was time to leave. He was terribly tired. Swallow was outraged when he saw that Renee was bleeding. Riviston thought it had worked. Swallow leaned over him and wondered why he was smiling. Our hero asked, "Did this man really think he was going to leave it all so easily?" Win turned around and ran to our hero. She said she owed her a debt from Riazi, but this time they had crossed the line. One of the warriors decided to lend his support to Lady Wing and began to use his arrows. Gareth shouted for all the knights to cover them immediately. Win decided to take Riviston out of range. The warrior dragged the commander aside, her arrows covering her. Swallow cursed. These people always got on his nerves. Mr. Eater activated his unique abilities using demonic energy. Win thought they couldn't escape the targeted attack initiated by the Eater. Win lowered Riviston to the ground and ordered the warrior to take care of the commander. Riviston stopped Win, but the warrior didn't understand why the commander was stopping her. Garrett thought to prevent Win and Swallow from colliding. That would require teleportation. Garrett felt the black mana around her, like a poisonous gas that made it harder and harder to breathe. The movement of the knights slowed down, and it became difficult to calculate the coordinates for the teleportation spell. Garrett realized that at all costs, they needed to find a way through. Gareth shouted that Einar's help was needed. Einar replied that he understood and was taking decisive action. Einar thought to cast black mana so that there would be a chance to focus on teleportation magic. This can be accomplished with the third of the 36 masterpieces, a mind wall that will block Swallow's energy. Einar with shield in hand moved forward, but was attacked instantly. Garrett, Win, and Riviston did not expect this speed of counterattack. Renee said she didn't know exactly what the man was up to, but as long as she was here, he wouldn't succeed. Einar was destroyed. Win screamed that she was about to rip that maid to shreds. Riviston grabbed Win and told her not to tear up anywhere. The commander said he certainly couldn't let Win be lost. Swallow didn't understand what these people were doing. Riviston asked Sir Stormin for help. Activated the mind wall. The energy reached its limit. Old man Stormin thought he'd blocked it all out. Swallow noted. This old man is tough. It's worth adding some seriousness. Many spells appeared all around. Gareth thought that the magical teleportation circle was almost ready. Need to hold Sir Stormin out a little longer. Legends say that the 36 masterpieces were created by God. No matter how powerful the ancient monster's magical attacks are, it can't win now. There was an explosion. Stormin shouted to the commander to run away. Win has to take care of the commander and the Empire. Stormin added that he was old and could be forgotten about. The old warrior said he was honored to serve the commander. Mr. Eater wondered if they were still alive. Riviston again said that Win couldn't handle him. Win replied that it didn't matter. She was a true hero and protector of all. Swallow and the girls were returning to the dungeon with the jewels, though that wasn't why they came here. Renee said the time was well spent. Swallow agreed. Our hero said he wanted to test Golem's abilities, but as soon as he finished with the village, he ran out of mana. We need to recharge it when we return. Melju remarked that it would take forever to get back. The golem weighs like a mountain, and their dog is pulling the cart alone. Meljo added that the biped had even lost weight. Such cruel treatment of monsters. Renee offered to switch with the dog halfway through the journey, so they could pull the wagon on all fours. Melju said she is the dog's owner and has no intention of losing face. Melju assured me that the Balencius was very strong, so there was no need to worry. Renee wondered why Mr. Swallow hadn't destroyed those people. Even in his true form, the boss was much slower than usual. Swallow replied that he could kill them, but it would be too easy a death. Wynn stood in the cemetery near 2 fresh graves. Wynn remembered Vern's squad challenging the ancient core. This time, they only lost 4 knights and 1 masterpiece. Black Wolf Knight Barishik said that many survived thanks to warrior Wynn Historia. Garrett said everyone is grateful to Wynn Historia. Wynn replied that she wasn't. Everyone was probably mad at her. If she had come sooner, Gwen would still be alive. If she was stronger, she could handle a maid with a blade. If she was stronger, she could destroy Swallow and save everyone. Wynn cried. Gareth said that the warrior would surely defeat him. The day would come when Wynn would fight Swallow. That's the one victory everyone fights for. Garrett told Ms. Wynn to put the past behind her and look to the future that lies ahead. Riviston wondered why he was still alive. Why didn't Swallow destroy it? He had the opportunity to do so at any time. The commander remembered the teleportation magic. He also recalled Swallow addressing him. I think the ancient monster had said something then. Riviston wanted to look into it, but there were too many eyes on him now. One must not act rashly. He thought that he couldn't even attend the funerals of his comrades. The man's eyes were watery, like they were about to burst. What's going on? Could this pain be from fatigue? Garot asked the commander if he was all right. Riviston was surprised. He hadn't even noticed he was unconscious. Gareth saw the blood and shouted for a healer to be summoned immediately. Riviston, bleeding, realized that Swallow wasn't going to let him live. Swallow only gave him 6 months. Garrett looked at the mirror shards and wondered if the hallucinations were getting worse. Riviston replied that he was used to it and there was nothing wrong with it. The commander thought he was lucky to be able to see people as they used to be. It's been 4 days now and it's only a matter of time. The treatment doesn't work. The symptoms don't go away. The cause has not been determined, so it cannot be cured by modern medicine. Riviston realized that the Devourer had infected him, and it was probably incurable. Garrett received the order with the commander's permission. No one must know about it, including when Historia must remain in the dark. In order for the apocalypse to end before its demise, the priority should be to rebuild the destroyed masterpiece and strengthen the strength of the Knight Order. Gareth said that she would take care of the knights and gather the talent that the commander had been focusing on for so long. Garrett added that since they had departed hours ago, there might already be teams that had made contact with the target. The commander wondered where Wynn and a few other members had gone. He said that Garrett should have warned him earlier. Garot replied that she saw no point in reporting to her superior in his condition. It would only make things worse. She would make a detailed report after the case was over. Gareth said she needed to get away. On her way out, she saw the commander's special favorite person heading this way. Riviston noticed that you couldn't just use magic in this room. There was a knock on the room. The priest said he had come after hearing the news and hoped that the old man's support would calm the commander down a little. Riviston replied that perhaps the priest had been in the place too long, but he was always bad at deception. Is the priest here just to hear his answer? He confirmed that he would not deny it. The priest said he wanted one of the strongest members of the Empire, the Order of the Black Wolf Knights of Edelbrass, to support them. In the current Empire, religion is merely a means of maintaining relations with the Holy Kingdom. But in reality, it is a structure subject to holy oppression. The priest added that at times his life was worth no more than the life of a mere nobleman. Riviston was surprised. The interlocutor speaks as if suppressing doctrines. Even if there is a god in the Empire, their god is none other than His Majesty the Emperor. The priest said that this is the case now, but soon the blessing will reach every corner of the earth touched by humanity. Then they can escape oppression and spread the doctrines on a wider scale. The commander said it sounds like the priest is going to start a new holy war. Riviston added that, unfortunately, the priest was jumping to conclusions. Even a spoon is hard for him to hold. What kind of weapon can we talk about? The priest said that the commander was in bad shape today, so he would go. But I never heard him answer. The priest expressed hope that the commander would be able to fulfill God's will. Riviston thought he would answer this priest differently next time. Our heroes found themselves in the 4th room of the dungeon, where they were warmly welcomed by Fedric. Fedric turned to Mrs. Meljo and said that she and the demon dog would be taken care of here from now on. Melju got excited and said she really liked it here. The demon queen told her dog that this was the very core of primordiality. It felt like they were in a fairy tale. Melju added that you could build a whole castle here, and you have to think about how to decorate your room. Fedric was glad it had ended safely. Skeleton remarked that it was worth destroying Knecht for the sake of it. The boss had brought a great watchman with him. It was about the demon dog. There should be enough of him here. Dwincius will do his job. Swallow noticed that this dog belonged to Mrs. Meljo, and she had come up with this nickname for him. Fedric noted that Melju was good at picking her subordinates, but that she had trouble choosing names. Swallow agreed. It seems that the Demon Queen doesn't understand what this dog is at all. Frederick assumed that now was just not the right time, but someday she would realize that. Renee informed Mr. Eater that the work on the golem in the third room was complete. The energy source, the magic stone, was charged and hidden in the wall, so that ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it. Swallow noted that this was excellent work. The boss added that Renee had been through a lot and had done fine. The girl thanked Mr. Eater. Frederick thought he'd seen this scene 1,000 times before. These two don't change at all. Skeleton said he refused to watch it and would go straight to the main thing. Swallow wondered, what main thing? Swallow said that if Skeleton wanted to chase him away, he wouldn't leave. Skeleton replied that that was the point. There wasn't a single step outside of the dungeon this time, but there were a lot of events happening. An entire city was even destroyed. The rest of the great and terrible dungeons are already aware of this and have found the Eater's actions extremely strange. Swallow asked what he was going to be charged for this. Frederick said they would. Skeleton added that Lady Elizabeth Bathory has already been contacted. Other dungeons want to speak out too. Swallow remarked, "It's just awful." Mr. Eater asked when they were coming. Frederick answered that it was today. The dungeon lord yawned and acknowledged, home was always good. Bathory wondered if the Eater realized what everyone was doing here. Eater joked, maybe cleaning up for New Year's Eve? Elizabeth Bathory was outraged. What New Year's Eve are we talking about? Did representatives of the dungeons of great evil often gather here? Frederick explained that if we're talking about a gathering like the one in Judaica, it's never happened. They're not that close. Judaica aims to strengthen the bond between the demon kings, and the dungeons of evil are too divided by race and beyond. Meljo wondered, was this really the first time? Then she would be witnessing a historic event. Frederick agreed. A historic event indeed, for he didn't recall the dungeon masters getting together. It means the boss's lawlessness has crossed a red line, and that's no reason to rejoice. It is enough to look at the text of the letter. The letter stated that everyone was heading to the core of antiquity. They did not bother to ask permission or reveal the purpose of the visit. Melju remarked that there was not an ounce of respect in the letter. Skeleton agreed. These cronies turned out to be very unapologetic. Skeleton added that they have a complete lack of manners. Meljo turned to Mr. Frederick. It seems someone has invaded the dungeon. Skeleton asked Melja to inform the others, while he himself would go first to find out the purpose of the guest's visit. The center of the union of the kingdom of the Great Desert. The main trade route connecting all 5 kingdoms ran through this desert. The man in the wagon felt the ground shake. Suddenly the ground opened up and a dungeon emerged. A huge monster appeared from underground. The dungeon took over the entire trade route. People wanted to end the dungeon and reclaim their land. There were only huge insects against them, but with a mighty army gathered from the 5 kingdoms, they should be able to drive these creatures out. However, the insects were stronger, and the humans could not win the battle. The commander didn't understand how insects could have such an army, outnumbering the human army by dozens of times. It seemed impossible. It was a nightmare. The mother of all insects, the lord of the desert, the embodiment of the despair that had gripped the kingdom, appeared from the ground. The boss of the Sandhell Evil Dungeon, Mother Hexabel, said that the monsters hadn't been fully replenished yet. Frederick thought it was a clumsy imitation of a human voice. Among the insect-like monsters, there are those who imitate the voices of eaten humans. Is the monster trying to assess the combat capability of the core of antiquity? Frederick decided he had to take action before the boss came in. The boss showed up and asked what their games were. Renee yelled for Mr. Swallow to wait for them. Frederick told the boss to stay behind. He'd handle it himself. Swallow wondered why. The huge monster saw Swallow and called him teacher. They hadn't seen each other in a while. Mr. Eater is in great shape. Swallow said that Hexabel had gotten even bigger. Hexabel was surprised. How can you say that, lady? What does a teacher do? Swallow asked how Hexabel was doing. Monster replied that she was doing just fine, thanks to her teacher's guidance. Swallow said, her face glowing. Renee and Meljo stood silent, their mouths open in surprise. The boss introduced the girls. This was Hexabel, the former gatekeeper of the ancient core. The monster apologized for not introducing herself earlier and informed that she was from Sandy Hell. Elizabeth Bathory said that Hexabel was the guardian of the Blue Path before she came, and the question about replenishing monsters was asked out of concern for their dungeon. Hexabel shyly admitted that she just didn't know how to say hello. Frederick wondered why his boss hadn't told him before. Swallow replied that he'd been busy doing nothing. It had all slipped his mind. Skeleton said that even if Hexabel is the former gatekeeper of the ancient core and a friend of the boss, she is now the head of another evil dungeon. There's no way they can relax. Hexabel told the skeleton that she was a big fan of his. Frederick was surprised. Why should she be? Hexabel replied that he is unrivaled in swordsmanship. And even though he is a skeleton, he is called the Knight of Doom, the strongest swordsman. It is a great honor for her to meet Frederick. Frederick smiled and suggested that Hexabel make herself at home. The skeleton loudly told everyone that the boss of the other evil dungeon was a fan of his. Renee remarked, "That's just awful." Renee said that she is the current gatekeeper. Melju added that she is the demon queen. She is still small, so she is unpalatable. Renee apologized for the indelicacy and wondered why Hexabel called her the mother of all insects, while she called herself a lady. Did it have something to do with her gender? Hexabel replied that she was a female. Renee said it was clear to her now. Renee continued her questions. So before her arrival, Hexabel had been the only woman around Mr. Swallow? Melju said that in her experience in lovemaking, there must have been something salacious between them. Frederick covered the demon queen's mouth. Where did Melju get such knowledge from? Renee told Frederick that it was just a parasite. The skeleton tried to calm Renee down. Frederick apologized to Hexabel for all the chaos. It was just that when they found out that the evil dungeon bosses had decided to pay an unannounced visit, everyone got kind of jumpy. Hexabel said that she just wanted to see her teacher after a long time. But it was only for her. The demon queen stood in front of the cave. Could this really be the core of the antiquity? This time, she would let this ancient monster know that it could no longer rampage. It was the dungeon boss of the vast evil dungeon, Margar Ajihadaka. The great dungeon of evil is the Margar Ice Palace. Dragon inquired of the boss. So she's leaving? Mrs. Ajihadaka had indeed packed for the road. When Erebos and the Devourer Lord of the great dungeons of evil clashed, neither gave an explanation. Such was the case with the incident at Connect. The boss said they could no longer leave the Devourer unpunished. Ajihadaka declared that she was the Lord of the White Range, and the strongest dragon could not allow others to underestimate herself. The little monster told her little sister to look at her. Now she could turn into a human too. Ajihadaka had to look at her tail. Isn't that cool? Ajihadaka agreed. Ajihadaka thought she had planned to come alone. The little monster said he wanted to come too. Ajihadaka told Fafnir to call her boss or mistress in public places. Fafnir agreed. Fafnir told mistress that her tail had gotten smaller. The boss of the other dungeon was outraged. How could he bring a child to a meeting of the lords of the great evil dungeons? Ajihadaka was also outraged. How dare he come to a meeting of lords with such an aggressive attitude? It was the boss of the great evil dungeon, Nirkambal Kurak. Lord Nirkambala seemed like an ordinary orc at first glance, but he had become the boss of the dungeon due to his power. Ajihadaka couldn't believe that she ran into him at the entrance. Ajihadaka said that Fafnir has power far beyond that of a normal dragon. She would not tolerate unnecessary interference from Kurak. Fafnir replied that she would not tolerate such a thing. Kurak replied that in that case they were lucky. However, the Dragon Lord must remember. The orc noticed that losing a comrade could be lost in an instant. Ajihadaka told her sister to stay close to her no matter what happened. Fafnir replied that she obeyed her mistress. Ajihadaka also asked Fafnir to move around on 2 legs. Looking around, Ajihadaka noticed that there was nothing here. It definitely says that hundreds of glaciers, known as cave monsters, swarm in this strange place. Kurak said this is the first time he's ever seen this book. Perhaps they were destroyed by the raiders. Ajihadaka thought, this is a pristine core, not some third-rate dungeon where you can hunt monsters unsupervised. This is clearly a trap. Do they intend to test her, the great Ajihadaka? She will not tolerate such disrespect. Kurak wondered. Were the golems sleeping too? Fafnir asked her mistress if this could be part of their ordeal. The dungeon boss was furious. How dare they? How long are they going to bully her, Ajihadaka? If that's what they want, she can react accordingly and burn the entire cave to the ground. Suddenly someone asked, what are they doing here? He came here because Lady Meljo told him. Frederick asked, should Lady Ajihadaka be in front of him? And next to her, Mr. Kurak? Did they come here together? Kurak said they only met at the entrance. Frederick said the others are already here. We should go inside. It's time to get started. Kurak inquired. Start what? Fafnir was surprised to see that the bones in front of her were bones. Frederick said that the first gathering of the lords of the great dungeons of evil was beginning. Fafnir wondered what the mistress would do. Ajihadaka stated that if her hunch was correct, most of those gathered here had suffered from the Devourer's rampages. In that case, there is only one way out. Even if it means having to confront the Devourer, they must band together to stop his rampages together. As expected, everyone here has something to say. The expressions on the dungeon boss's faces spoke for themselves, though Ajihadaka wasn't quite sure what was striking the face of this overlord, Hexabel. Frederick thanked everyone for waiting. Everyone was interested to see what he looked like. The strongest dungeon lord, the great Devourer, Black Calamity, appeared in front of those present. Everyone regarded this boss with interest and fear. Swallow sat down in his seat with a tired look. Frederick and Renee stood beside him. Ajihadaka thought, is it okay to look at him? Would she be gagged for looking without permission? The woman decided to pull herself together. She had come here as a representative of the dragons. Everyone probably feels the same way she does right now, but is silent because of his pressure. Then she should take responsibility for herself. Elizabeth Bathory said she had nothing to say. She came here for fun, having heard that everyone would gather. But why was everyone silent? Aji Hadaka was surprised to hear the word fun. Bathory walks up to Swallow and says he's the problem. How long is he going to act arrogant and powerful? He should act like a real boss of the Great Evil Dungeon. Swallow thought that he could sleep peacefully at this time. Aji Hadaka was surprised. Did Bathory of Castle Shade already know the Eater? And what's more, they seem close. Hexabelle said she didn't have much to add either. She was just here to meet her teacher. Aji Hadaka wondered again. Was Hexabelle from Sandhell really a student of this monster? Bathory stated that she came here after a long time, but it's pretty boring. Bathory said this girl has something to say, so let her continue. Aji Hadaka realized she had to say something now, especially since Fafnir was watching her. Aji Hadaka wanted to speak, but another voice broke out. She's going to start a war against the Empire. Kurak declared that those were his words. He sent a message to everyone that he was heading to the Primordial Core, and gathered everyone here to ask for help. When winter is over, Nurkambal will destroy the Empire. Bathory wondered, why then was Kurak asking for help? Kurak explained that he asked that no one interfere in the war between Nurkambal and the Empire. The orc was asked, does he even know how long it is until winter? Kurak replied 1 month. Kurak said he wanted to continue, and repeated his thought again. Kurak added that all preparations have been completed. All Nurkambal warriors await orders from him. Hexabelle said that they could not defeat the Empire, relying only on their orc warriors. The Empire now has several million soldiers ready to fight. Kurak remarked that this was their only chance, as the Empire was in chaos right now due to the fall of Riaz and the situation in Knecht. Kurak added that he has formed an alliance within the Empire that shares their goals. Everyone present marveled. Had the orc really allied himself with the humans? Swallow tells Kurak to fuck off if he's going to fight. Eater added that there was no need to breed quarrels in his house. Swallow asked if Kurak might want to fight him. Bathory said she had nothing to talk about with someone who sold her privilege of being a monster. Swallow said he had a hunch it would end this way. Fedric told his boss that he wanted everyone to leave, and he did manage to send everyone away. Swallow noticed that he wasn't the one who had started the fight this time. Judging by the orc's confidence, the alliance he mentioned should be quite strong. Skeleton added that destroying the Empire was their shared dream. However, the boss reacted too impulsively. The boss is the only one who thinks so. Now's not a good time for that, Fafnir asked her mistress. Was the orc really serious about destroying the Empire? Aji Hadaka replied that she too dreamed of wiping out all humans if they crossed the borders. However, destroying the Empire is another matter entirely, and it's not an easy task. Aji Hadaka remembered the orc's words when he said he was pleased to hear that. Kurak warned that the loss of a comrade could happen in an instant. Aji Hadaka thought of Hexabelle and Kurak. Weren't they in on it? She remembered exactly that they had gone off in different directions. It was all the more surprising why they now found themselves together. Southeast of the Empire, Yobaf. The man asked, "Isn't it tasty?" The girl replied that she had lost her appetite. "It's kind of sparse with visitors here, even though it's only morning." Wynne asked her interlocutor how long he planned to behave like this. The man said that the warrior would not bring her comrades back by refusing to eat. Now he understood why Garoth had sent him here. Apparently, the others had left to find Cian. The man noticed that Wynne was interested because he mentioned another warrior. He was sure they had disguised themselves and were hiding somewhere. Wynne wondered if they could even catch them. The man replied that at least they were the ones they could communicate with. Perhaps they would be the ones assigned the more difficult jobs. The man told Wynne not to even think about getting up from the table until she finished. In the meantime, he would go do his job. The chef walked into the room and asked the customer what happened. The man replied that they were looking for someone. They were told that person was here. Did the chef see him? The chef was shown the image. He replied that he had definitely not seen the man, although he was unable to remember all his customers. A melee ensued between the man and the chef. The man said the chef looked a lot like the man they were looking for. The man asked if it was better to call him chef or former hero. It was the former hero, Rushmer. Rushmer said he wasn't quite sure what the interlocutor meant. The man wondered, is the chef really saying this after blocking his stabbing? The man added that they had a request for the former hero. Rushmer said he had to refuse. The man lowered his sword and said in surprise, for he hadn't even voiced what he wanted. Chef said that the Empire had enough seniors already, so they must be trying to get him back on the battlefield. Rushmer advised his companion to go home while they could both still laugh. The man remembered that Garot had warned him that the former hero might refuse, but he was also told what to do in this case, although he doesn't really like this method of conversation. The 36 masterpiece skill, Bloody Mary, was activated. The man introduced himself. His name is Barisk. He is a member of the Order of the Black Wolf Knights. He said he was Rushmer, the chef. There was a sound like steel gnashing. Rushmore was attacked, but it didn't take him by surprise, and he deflected the blow. Rushmore said he hadn't fought like that in a long time, his power control problems making themselves felt. But thank God he didn't put a hole in the wall. Win asked Barisk if he was okay. Barisk asked, treating him more gently. The chef thought that this girl was sitting quite far away. How on earth did she manage to move so quickly? Win said she was honored to meet a hero from the past generation. Her name is Win Historia. Rushmore replied that the great heroine of the Empire was before him. Had she really come to meet a former star? Win said that they had their reasons. The Empire was in a state of crisis. Rushmore knows about Mr. Vern's passing, doesn't he? Rushmore said, so the rumors were true. Win asked if Mr. Rushmore was going with them. Rushmore asked the girl if she knew why he fights with a kitchen knife and not a sword. Because they live in times of peace. Riaz is much richer than any other country. However, the Empire's greed knows no bounds. Young men are sent to their doom under the guise of a dungeon raid. Win asked, is Rushmore really against the Empire's noble mission to raid dungeons? Rushmore said the girl has a discerning eye. She already wants to put him away for treason. Win replied that since Rushmore wouldn't agree to their polite request, she would have to capture him and bring him to the Empire. Win attacked her opponent, but the chef easily dodged. Rushmore said the youngsters are now full of energy. Win attacked again and again to no avail. The girl couldn't understand why she couldn't hit her opponent. Barisk thought it was like Rushmore was fighting a child, not the great Win. Rushmore suggested that the opponent still can't figure out why she's not hitting. The chef threw the girl back with one punch and said her attacks were too predictable. This is probably because of its straightforward nature. But such a simple attack pattern will only be a hindrance when facing enemies of equal or greater strength. Another man appeared in the room and asked, is Mr. Rushmore here too? The chef was surprised. Who is it? The man said he was pleased to meet you. He is the acting commander-in-chief of the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters, R. Edelbrace Gar Rivisten. Rushmore realized who had sent the two men. Is Rivisten going to change his mind too? Rivisten asked Win to leave them alone for a moment. There was something to discuss with Mr. Rushmore. First of all, he would like to apologize for having to be contacted in this way due to the circumstances. He would very much like this conversation to be direct. Rushmore said he had nothing to discuss with His Majesty's subordinate. Rivisten assumed that the former hero still harbored a grudge against the higher echelons of the Empire because of that incident. Rushmore assumed that the interlocutor was making inquiries. Rivisten said that it was more of a preparation for a pleasant conversation with Rushmore. Rushmore remarked that in that case Rivisten should know perfectly well why he couldn't go back to the Empire, and he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Rivisten said there weren't 6 of them. Jacob, Brenda, Arnold, Kenneth, Vig, Reinhardt. Rushmore wondered, how did Rivisten know those names? Rivisten added that there were not 6, but 8. There were 2 others that Rushmore did not know about. The chef asked, is it really true? Rivisten replied that he even knew the names of the 2 men. Mr. Eater told the skeleton to do nothing. Fedric recognized that doing the minimum amount of work was the best course of action right now. The boss said that whether the skeleton did it before or after, he would still have to work. Fedric agreed, but if he worked after the fact, he would be praised more strongly. Fedric couldn't believe that his boss could come up with such a productive thought. Swallow said he'd rather enjoy the happiness of the present than chase an uncertain future. Skeleton admitted that the boss had a point. Fedric added that he's going on hiatus right now for his true happiness. Skeleton suggested starting by repairing the dungeon and called it maintenance. The first and second rooms are still empty. The boss remarked that the place was perfect as it was. Swallow couldn't believe it. Did Fedric really want him to look around all the rooms? The boss didn't agree to listen to vacation requests. He'd definitely tear the skeleton to shreds as soon as he turned his back on him. Fedric saw the boss again and said he finished earlier than expected. Or did the boss, as usual, do the work after his sleeves? The boss replied that he had discovered the problem earlier than expected. The skeleton wondered, what problem are we talking about? Swallow explained. The problem is with the food storage. It's empty, before Mr. Eater bowed and apologized. Melju wondered if the monster traders had come because of food supply problems. Fedric confirmed. The great and terrible dungeons are different from the ones that merchants seek out for goods. In their case, it's more of a symbiotic relationship that goes beyond a simple market relationship, as they care for the leprechauns. Mr. Eater asked where North was now. Melju wondered. Did Mr. Eater really know all the members of the trade group by name? Skeleton explained that North was particularly competent among the leprechauns. The boss was quite impressed with him. The trader reported that a few days ago, there was a supply raid against most of the trade groups. The boss inquired who had done it. The merchant stated that it was a group of orcs. Fedric suggested that it might have been Nirkambal. North said he wouldn't let the orcs take it all. Some of the supplies must go to Master Eater. The merchant said that North tried to stop them, but the orcs wouldn't listen. The merchant added that the orcs had taken north along with the supplies. The merchant apologized again and asked for mercy for the others. Swallow inquired where the orcs had gone. The situation had gotten much worse. He didn't think orcs would attack monster traders for war supplies. Fedric said it's still possible to get the food back, but the problem is north. Swallow asked the merchant to take him to the orcs. Fedric asked if he should go with the boss. Swallow replied that he could handle it himself and show him what happens when someone steals someone else's food. The small wooden buildings in the winter forest are an orc settlement. The orcs were preparing food and discussing matters of the day. If the merchant had given the food right away without too many questions, there wouldn't have been a problem. But he said that the food was for the great and terrible dungeon. The old orc wondered, did these two really believe his words? Are they really such cowards? He suggested that instead of stealing supplies, seek cooperation by avoiding conflict with other great and terrible dungeons. The old orc told the commander that now was not the time to be an obedient boy. They were about to have a war. Even if they encounter other great and terrible dungeons, as long as he, Gakundar, is with them, there is nothing to worry about. If they want to fight, they'd better bring that ancient monster from the core of creation. A merchant appeared and asked if the orc was sure he wouldn't regret his words. There was someone else standing behind the merchant. The orcs realized that the leprechaun who had escaped was the one in front of them. But who is this one with him? The merchant said he was here to bring North back. The orcs wondered, had the leprechaun brought only one merchant with him? The peddler shouted loudly, "Where is North?" The orc leader said to bring that guy with the beard. However, this leprechaun is very brave if he wasn't afraid to come here. He will be rewarded. The peddler resented what had been done to the old man. The orc threw North, and the old man flew straight for the merchant. The leprechaun tried to catch the old man. The orcs said the old man annoyed them, so they had to teach him a lesson. North told his comrade to run away. The orc put out a long sword and stabbed it through North, who slumped into the merchant's arms. The orc said the old man was already good for nothing, and could be thanked for putting him out of his misery. The orc explained that it was the price for challenging and mentioning the Primordial Core. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in one of the orcs, and it shattered into pieces. Mr. Eater told the head orc that he shouldn't have done that. He only wanted to issue a warning for stealing food and bad words about the core of the Primordium. Swallow added that that stupid orc shouldn't have done that to North right in front of him. The orc thought, was there really an ancient monster in front of him? So the old man was telling the truth? The orc shouted that he needed a teleporter. He didn't want to die here and needed to survive for a greater purpose. Swallow asked, wondering which teleporter we were talking about. Did the orc really think he was the smartest? The orc told the caster that he had asked to teleport him, not to move the commander here. Custer told the commander he could explain everything, but those were his last words. The orc, the lord of this dungeon, has destroyed a comrade in arms and admitted that it was his mistake. His stupidity led to his subordinate's insolence. He is ready to take responsibility. Mr. Eater wondered, who here is talking about responsibility? He liked that word, and he had a great idea. Kurak said he could destroy the Empire in just 1 month. Kurak must bring him 20 times more food than they had lost. The deadline is 1 month, or better yet, 3 weeks. Kurak thought this was absurd. Where would he get such a large amount of food? But if he refused, not only the Nurkumbal, but every orc on this continent might die. Kurak realized that he had no other choice but to attack the Empire as soon as possible. He said he understood. Rushmore asked, so it wasn't just him who got the call? Riviston said he needed to say something to the two of them. Rushmore saw another man enter the room. It was Lady Cian. The girl braced the knight and told him it was time to get up, for he had promised to go with her to get food. Why is Lancer sleeping for so long? The young man opened his eyes and said as he was on his way up. Kurak remembered that he had only been given 3 weeks by Mr. Eater. The orc leader realized what would happen if he didn't make the deadline. Swallow said he was too lazy to move. He sees no point in doing anything. Mr. Eater said he could do something else. He could cast black tentacles on Nirkumbal, and then we would have to see the child of the creator himself. It will consume everything. Don't look away. Prosperity will be followed by extinction. Do not forget, the fall has already begun. All should rejoice, for it is not doom but life that meets them. Swallow said the protagonist of this myth is not him. Kurak must realize who he means. The old man said he was honored to stand before the Great Legion commander. The commander said enough formalities. He asked how the investigation was going. The old man replied that the myth that had swept across the continent was true. The black tentacles from the core of the Primordium had indeed nearly destroyed all life. If this beast rises against Nirkumbal, his orcs will be exterminated. And not just them. All living things are threatened with annihilation. The other commanders said they were honored to welcome the Legion commander. The orcs of Nirkumbal are awaiting orders from the great commander Kurak. Kurak figured orcs didn't like long speeches. Kurak announced that they were performing. The orc leader thought it had been a long time since his heart had pounded like that. Kurak shouted that he would bring the matter to an end at any cost. All humans would be wiped off the face of the earth. Everyone present had no doubt that Nirkambal would triumph. They would take over the empire and build a new Nirkambal on its ruins. Riviston said there's a war coming. Rushmere wondered why. Cian stood silently to the side. Riviston corrected himself. A civil war awaited them, and there would be no easy victory. Rushmere said the commander brought 2 heroes here and now claims war is coming. But where is the proof? Riviston replied that he had proof, if it could be called such. The chef asked, "Are they really going to play riddles?" Riviston said that Pope Dionysius III had never once uttered the word war, but had already mentioned starting it twice. Rushmere asked if the commander was sure it wasn't a hallucination. Riviston said that if Rushmere didn't believe him, he could ask Cian himself. Cian said she had already confirmed the truth of those words with magic. Riviston wasn't lying. Rushmere wondered when he had done it. He hadn't even noticed him casting the spell. Rushmere said he's not here to listen to different jokes. The bandage on the commander's face deflected, and it became clear what had happened to him. Rushmere scrutinized Riviston's face and wondered, did the Eater do this? The officer asked that Sir Rushmere calm down. Riviston said he had not forgotten his promise. The commander held out the envelope and said there were 2 names listed there that Rushmere did not know about. He also gave the context of the incident, so the final decision was Rushmere's. Chef apologized for letting his emotions get the best of him. Riviston said there's no need to apologize. He knows what happened and understands everything. That anger is justified. Rushmere said we can get to the point. What are they required to do? Riviston reminded us that war is inevitable. The moment to prevent conflict had long since passed. He would like these 2 to side with the Empire in this civil war. Cian expressed doubts that the Pope had the strength to lead a coup. Rushmere said he thought so too. Rushmere said that if it was treason, then we should destroy him and be done with it. The commander said they weren't sure exactly who he was in alliance with yet, so it's not likely to be a wise decision. If outside forces have intervened, the death of the Pope won't change anything. The war will still happen. Riviston said it was just a request for military support. Rushmere said he was definitely not going to side with the Pope. Rushmere looked at the departing officer and thought it was a strange man. Riviston said that the 2 men were not very close. Rushmere confirmed this, for he always preferred to work alone. Besides, they were usually sent on different assignments. When things calmed down a bit, he was too busy mentoring Vern. Riviston said Vern died in the raid on the Eater. It's a familiar outcome. Riviston said he had a request regarding him. The commander clarified that he was talking specifically about the Eater. For the sake of victory and the future of humanity, he asks to take responsibility for the training of the hero, Win Historia. Rushmere wondered, what was the point if the Eater couldn't be defeated? The commander replied that Rushmere was right. However, they need Win to keep growing, because everything has its stages. Riviston noted that even if it seems impossible, they are obligated to try. All this is done for the sake of the beloved Empire. Garrett noticed that the commander still managed to convince them to join. Riviston re-emphasized that they were on the brink of war. Garrett asked, can't it be prevented? Riviston replied that the best thing they could do now was to prevail. Garrett expressed concern. Had the list been handed over to Rushmere too easily? Would he continue to cooperate now that he had what he wanted? Riviston assured him that it was no big deal to lose leverage, but to gain his trust. If they didn't give him the list, he would try to reveal their identities himself, and that couldn't be allowed. Riviston prayed in the temple for the coming war, and for the future of the Empire. He also hoped that there would be peace in the Empire. Swallow noticed Fedric's displeased face, and asked him what was wrong, since he hadn't done anything wrong yet. Skeleton replied that the boss had nothing to do with it. Fedric complained that his ears itched for some reason. The boss looked at the skeleton and asked, what ears? Fedric explained that sometimes he itches as if someone is calling him. Maybe it's a sign that his mana is about to awaken. Skeleton remarked that if he had been subjected to strong magic like Lady Melju, it would have been much more convenient. At this rate, he could even become a second Erebos, Swallow suggested. In that case, why not just crack his skull open right away? The patient confessed that he was jealous of the freedom. The doctor suggested that he was harming himself, and it was necessary to continue the experiment without paying attention. However, if the patient loses consciousness, it will not be possible to record reactions. Freedom is beautiful, but it's dangerous. Does he want it? Then we can make a deal. The man woke up and looked around in consternation. He was sitting on a bed in a dark room. The light from a small window only slightly illuminated the room. He felt nauseous. The man abandoned his comrades and fled into the night forest. Beforehand, he ate all his companions, though he didn't want to, just not cannibalism. He ate them to survive. That was his struggle. The skeleton tormented him with words, but he just wanted to live. There was no other way. The man fell to the ground and looked back to where he came from. A bright light appeared behind the bushes. He shouldn't have done that. Never. A nightlight. Someone was nearby. The skeleton was interested in how resilient human regeneration was. If you cut off all the limbs, would he be able to regenerate as long as he could eat? The man mentally screamed that he couldn't have done otherwise and waited to devour the remaining two. He got off the bed and vomited with fear. He apologized and said he was sorry. A plate of hot food appeared on the table. The old woman said that one should eat even if everything comes out. The man replied that it was not worth worrying about. The boy sat down at the table and thanked for the food. The old woman said she would go to the field so he could take his time. A girl came into the room and told Lancer that it was noon. What was taking him so long to eat breakfast? He had promised to go with her to gather wild herbs before sunset. The girl asked where the grandmother was going. She replied that she was going to the field and asked her not to shout like that. The old woman told the girl to stop tormenting the child and let him eat in peace. The old woman left with the girl, and Lancer proceeded to eat. The girl claimed she was faster than the Lancer. The grandmother tried to hold her back. In the forest, the girl asked if he remembered his real name and past. Lancer had looked intimidating in his armor when his grandmother had brought him home. Perhaps he was a mercenary. Lancer admitted that he didn't remember anything. Maybe he was a mercenary. The girl reassured him that his memory would come back sooner or later. On the way, they met a hunter who asked what Lancer and Pestle were doing. Pestle saw the prey and asked if the Lord had returned from hunting. The man replied that thanks to the guardian spirit, hunting had been flourishing lately. The guardian spirit drove away all the monsters, and now there are many animals in the mountains. Does Pestle remember that troll by the wall? It had recently been destroyed, probably by the work of a guardian spirit. The man warned the young men not to tell their grandmother about the conversation. They must return home before sundown. Pestle motioned for Lancer to come down as well. Lancer asked if monsters had often approached the village before. The girl replied that people don't live where they are threatened, but there used to be a lot more monsters. Now they are almost invisible. Lancer said that was a good thing. Pestle asked, wondering if he was starting to remember being a mercenary. The young men saw local people working in the field amidst the fire. The man noticed Lancer's surprise. Was this the first time he had seen grass burning in the fields? The young man nodded. The guy asked if they always cultivate the land this way and leave as soon as it dries up. The man admitted that it wasn't the best way, but it was the only option for them to survive. He asked if Lancer had thought about staying here when the memory came back. The man noticed that Lancer was now one of them, and he seemed to like Pestle. The young man must be having a hard time with her? The guy replied that it was the other way around. Pestle was helping him a lot. At that moment, Pestle vigorously called out to Lancer. Lancer thought that was what they called him here. After he had escaped from the core of the Primordium, these people had welcomed him warmly. Pestle, on the other hand, did not receive him very warmly. However, these people are weak and cannot defend themselves against monsters. One troll can jeopardize the life of an entire village, so every night he sneaks out to hunt them. When the village is safe, he can leave. They call him Guardian Spirit. The orc leader looked out from his ambush and said he had found them. An associate asked the chief what they would do next. Keep going forward? A mountain of slain monsters lay before the orcs, but they had never heard of anyone who could take down so many enemies with one man. One of the orcs doubted that it could have been done by one man. The warrior said he had seen this man, short and holding a sword with both hands. First tie up an enemy, then deliver several blows that caused severe bleeding. Then he delivers a final blow to the vital points. Someone who acts like this is very dangerous. All the monsters here were destroyed in the same pattern. One of the warriors reported that the Great Legion commander had told them to move without delay. The squad leader stated that they just changed direction a little bit. Lancer looked for footprints and thought more monsters would come here after smelling the smoke. But they didn't. We should check the other side. He made a mark with his knife. Patrol in this area is over. There's been a noticeable decrease in monsters over the past few days. Considering that they're looking for supplies for the winter, it's even too few. Lancer looked up and saw smoke in the distance. What could it be? The hunter said he didn't know. Perhaps the smoke was from a large village under the mountain. Lancer wondered, was there a village there? Another hunter confirmed that the village is large, and perhaps there is a celebration there now. Smoke from people is common. Lancer thanked for the information. He wished the men a successful hunt. The man said they were going after their prey and would have a real feast tonight. Hunter reported that Pestle was looking for Lancer, and he should go see her. One of the girls remarked that Lancer has very soft hair and is a real cutie. A welcoming ceremony was to be held. Peziel said the adults had planned to set her up earlier, but everyone was busy. The boy in Pestle's arms asked if he and Lancer would get married. The girl was angry. Where did he get such words from? The boy replied that he had heard it from his mother and aunt. Pestle tried to explain that it wasn't, but the boy wouldn't calm down and repeated the question. Pestle admitted that she liked the Lancer, but just a little bit. She hastened to clarify, lest Lancer misunderstand her. Just cute, nothing more. The woman looked out of the house, and when she saw the people, she asked what they were looking at. Pestle and Lancer saw smoke from above, the same smoke that Lancer had noticed the day before. The young man said he needed to go home and calm the children down. Peaseal assured the children that their fathers would be back soon and would bring plenty of food. Lancer said he would go after them, but Pestle should stay here. He promised he would be back soon and asked the girl not to worry. Lancer saw a lot of blood on the snow and scattered hunting gear. In the forest in front of him was a large army of orc warriors. Lancer decided to follow them and stealthily crept closer. The young man jumped down from the tree right in front of the monsters and entered the battle. Despite their numerical superiority, the orcs lost and were destroyed. Lancer heard shouting in the distance and realized the men were getting close. Standing in the blood, he thought that Pestle might be in danger and needed to hurry. Suddenly, another army of armed monsters appeared in front of him. The orc leader greeted the human warrior. His name is Kalthum. He is from the great tribe of Karaim. He said that the man could be unafraid and approach as long as he was not going to do anything bad to him. Lancer asked where the villagers were. Kalthum noted that Lancer was smart, for they had just received a report that one of the units had been destroyed. Lancer asked again where the villagers were. Kalthum replied that he had seen many destroyed orcs under the cliff, and decided it was time to fight the man. Lancer said, repeating himself one last time. Kalthum ordered these men to be brought in. Lancer found himself surrounded by armed orcs. Kalthum declared that he intended to fight the man. If he won, he would release the prisoners. Lancer saw Pestle among the prisoners. That means she's alive. Lancer drew his knives and asked what the orc was waiting for. It was time to take a fighting stance. Kalthum replied that he liked it. The orc rose to his full height and roared loudly. The duel begins. Kalthum was stronger, but couldn't touch Lancer. Lancer constantly wounded the orc with his knives. The young man accelerated and jumped on the monster, trying to climb onto its back. Lancer ended up on top and swung the knife to deliver a blow to the head. He slid the knife in and pressed to sink it deeper. However, the knife broke. The orc said that in battle you have to be unpredictable. You have to know both yourself and the enemy. The orc added that he had taken into account his experience at the foot of the cliff. He wore a protective helmet on his head. Lancer thought the armor was too strong and wished he had a proper weapon. Lancer wanted to jump, but the orc grabbed his leg and said they were having a fair duel. Did the man decide to run away? Lancer was injured and fell to the snow. Kalthum said the man had entertained him more than he expected and was one step stronger because of him. Kalthum added that now, as agreed, he could cut out all the people. Lancer thought he had to save Pestle and the children. Kalthum ordered his subordinates to quietly dispose of the prisoners. They would go for food anyway. Kalthum looked at his wound and said he was impressed. How could one inflict such a thing with a wretched weapon? Now he wouldn't be able to use his left arm for a while. Pestle was worried about Lancer's well-being and kept repeating his name. The young man opened his eyes and saw a green-haired girl in front of him who said, Nifrim. The girl said that Nifrim manages to sleep for a long time after such experiments. The boy was surprised. Sylvia? An audience member asked what was being experienced with him today. Sylvia replied, looking at Nifrim, and immediately wanted chocolate. A guy said he was craving hard liquor, and another added that he'd eat stew from the Drip Bowl Tavern. The girl stated that she would have eaten fresh bread with a heavy layer of fruit jam, while someone wanted a whole roasted boar. Someone asked what Nifrim would eat. The guy replied that after the experiments he didn't feel like eating at all. Nifrim promised to do everything he could to get them out of here and eat to their heart's content. The monsters were perplexed that he was still alive. The man received a direct blow from the chief but did not die. Kalthum liked him, so he decided to sacrifice him. He's really strong. How many of them are there in the capital? It doesn't matter though, because Great Chief Kurak is with them. This man is too dangerous. It's a good thing his legs were hurt. Fedric told the boss that it seemed to be starting. The boss asked what it was about. The skeleton replied that he was talking about the war. Mr. Eater asked why Fedric was reading the news while sitting on his head. Fedric continued reading. Judging by the reports from the trade guilds, they are advancing with obvious enthusiasm, across mountains, rivers, plains, and even seas. There are no barriers for them. Skeleton noticed that they loot every village and don't forget to set it on fire. The Eater said they were clearly overdoing it. Fedric assumed that this was their tactic, to take the capital in a ring without looking for easy ways. Swallow told Skeleton to shut up. What was he even excited about? Fedric replied that watching a war was much more interesting than watching a campfire. Swallow noticed the bag and asked what was in it and why did it smell so bad. Fedric explained that it was popcorn that Melju made with oil and fire magic. People eat it when they are watching something interesting. Popcorn is made from corn. The boss can join us and eat. Bathory said he'd be here soon. The humans are angry at the ruthless orcs, hoping they will soon run out of steam and retreat. After all, this isn't a dungeon. What do orcs want on human soil anyway? They say a paladin has arrived. Has anyone seen him? He looks imposing. I can't believe he's human. The commanders said that the number of orcs is decent. but they are just monsters. Children compared to the Imperial Army. The main threat is Kurak, the boss of the evil dungeon. The commander added that if they held out for a bit, heroic-level reinforcements would arrive, and then victory would be theirs. The leader declared that none of those foul orcs would dare set foot on his land. A monster came out of the dungeon and roared loudly. The dungeon monster asked, "Is the orc in front of him?" The orc asked, "Is the next fairy in front of him?" The creature above said it could see the fighting spirit. The orc doesn't back down, even feeling the vast difference in strength. The fairy added that it couldn't help but like it. The orc said he wanted to hear the name. He would remember it. The associate suggested that the chief rest, for he was probably tired. The chief said he was fine and asked what was the matter with Kaltham. The aide said that he should be joining soon. It was also stated that he had captured an unusual man and was going to sacrifice him. Kurak said he was interested in the question about provisions. The deputy reported that they raided several villages and were able to stock up on people for food. Kurak said Kadachvi should be called to him immediately. Kadachvi said he arrived on the chief's orders. The count welcomed the guest and said that his presence was a weight off his shoulders. As soon as everything was settled, he would personally thank the church immediately. The ministry of the empire is the ministry of the church. It is only natural that they should help, even if their contribution be insignificant. On behalf of His Holiness, the Pope thanks the Count for his generosity. The aide said he had a report for Mr. Count. The orcs are about 10 times the number of humans. They appear to be the main force. However, they had very few siege weapons, which would prevent them from taking advantage of their numerical advantage. The Count asked if his troops had enough supplies. The aide replied that they were just preparing to winterize, so they could feed the soldiers and inhabitants. The Count inquired as to the status of the mobilization of troops. It was answered that all the punitive units in the county had arrived without any problems. Among the warriors and common people, rage against the orcs is boiling. Morale is stronger than ever. The Count stated that to justify their fighting spirit, they must win. They only need to hold out for a week. Then the Empire's strongest unit, the Red Spear of Roa, will arrive. The aide asked the Count, did he have to wait at all? It's clear enough without any reports. How are the orcs going to fight a siege with such a wretched arsenal? Or do they rely solely on magic? According to intelligence, orcs have more shamans than humans have mages. However, there are paladins present that can neutralize their sorcery. The aide said that's exactly what he was worried about. Since when did they ever help the Empire? I'm more worried about what they're up to than the orcs themselves. The Count said that their enemies now are the orcs of Nilkumbal. There was no need to cause confusion and suspect those who came to help. It was unclear how long the orcs were going to just stand there. However, it was noticeable that someone was approaching from afar. The Count said it was Nilkumbal's boss, Kurak. You can tell from the aura that it's the evil dungeon boss himself. The archers have been ordered to take up positions. The orcs are closing in. Mages should prepare spells and prepare to fire on signal. The order came to raise the shields. The Lord's safety is paramount. A sentry reported to the Earl that something was amiss. Kurak is followed by just one orc, and he conjures. The men clutched their heads. They could hear this orc addressing them. The voice amplification magic was activated. The orcs said their bravery was commendable, but they would not be able to stop Nilkumbal's advance. Kurak asked, do people really hope that they can hold out just a little longer? Do they really think they can win and raid? It is precisely because humanity cannot awaken from its pathetic dreams that it is doomed to perdition. Kurak said he would snap the men out of this dream in half a day and kill every last one of them. The commander was indignant. What is this pathetic orc saying? He himself lives in rosy dreams. The Count didn't understand how he could be so sure. After all, the ringleader would not throw around words. It was obvious that he was absolutely serious. But why? Had he been waiting for something all this time? What did they miss? The Count ordered everyone to be on guard. After all, the boss of the evil dungeon himself was speaking before them. There's definitely some intent behind his words. We can't let our guard down. Suddenly, the Count was attacked. His body was pierced by a spear. Blood rushed in different directions. A ruthless orc who was behind the commander's back stabbed him with his spear. The orc said that His Holiness was right. The Earl was too smart. Starting with an attack on these lands was the right thing to do. The wounded commander said that there were some damn traitors in their camp who dared to go against the Empire. The orcs need to be stopped. It's teleportation magic. They are going to move their troops right inside the domain. However, it was too late. The Holy War was beginning. The wounded lancer was in a wagon behind bars. He was told that humans destroy each other, but they don't eat human meat themselves. Why are they so strange? A man must eat, for he has yet to be an offering for the chief. The orc asked, why is the man looking at him? Does he really want a challenge with a body like that? The orc told the man to eat or his patience would run out. Lancer said he wouldn't eat for anything. The The wounded young man thought he would just die. Under no circumstances would he eat it. The orc lifted the young man above the ground and asked, how long would he be stubborn? The orc said that in that case he would feed him himself, and began to poke the meat in Lancer's face. The orc said not to be stubborn or he'd die, and if he continued to starve again, he'd have to shove it down his throat. The man seized the opportunity and pounced on the expecting orc. The orc was surprised. How could this be possible? Lancer was on his back and continued to strike at his opponent's head. The doctors reported that they had finally succeeded. The regeneration was successful. Does Nifrim feel anything strange? Nifrim said his arm recovered in a second. The doctors noted that this is great. With this method, they will be able to mass-produce invincible soldiers. The doctors advised Nifrim to just swallow it, without forcing them to help him. The doctors explained that he had to take the food to activate the ability. To fully activate it, he would have to eat this particular meat. Nifrim didn't understand why he had to eat this particular meat. Lancer stood on the defeated monster. The orc's body was bleeding. The other guards were puzzled, for this guy's legs were injured. How could his legs grow back? It seemed impossible. Lancer shouted loudly and lunged at the other orcs, striking them. The orcs swung their weapons but could not stop the man. Lancer was fortunate and quickly dispatched his opponents. After a while, all the orcs were defeated. None of those who were nearby escaped the massacre. The new orcs who had arrived looked at the man and said that he was a walking undead. A normal human would not be able to do such a thing. The magicians have been ordered to practice sorcery. No power can be wasted without Caltham's permission. Lancer felt the effects of his powers waning, but he really wanted to avenge the residents, every single one of them. Lancer was loaded with the rest of the men to be sent to the main army. Melju told her dog that the handsome men were hauling luggage. And once upon a time, she had many acolytes too, though you couldn't tell that now. The Demon Queen thought maybe she would one day regain her glory. Melju said that Dwunsius had been unfriendly to her lately. Has he grown tired of her? Fedric asked the Demon Queen what she was doing here. Melju asked why there were so many extraneous monsters entering the dungeon. Fedric replied that he didn't like it either, but they weren't enemies. No one can object to the boss. Melju said that she sometimes forgets that she is in one of the dungeons. The skeleton replied that the problem was not her, but the boss. Melju admitted that she hadn't expected them to get their hands on a mythic-level magic artifact so easily. Melju thought that Fedric was going to steal the magic orb from Obstericus, second in rank among the Demon Kings, all to watch the military events in real time. Elizabeth Bathory showed up. She said her boys were doing fine without her, so she was a waste. Bathory said hello to the lovely demoness and told her they hadn't seen each other in a while. Melju reciprocated. Fedric said he was very proud of Melju. The girl wondered, why would a skeleton say such a thing? Bathory suggested looking at Melju's skin. It's a sight to behold. Meljo didn't understand what was going on. Fedric explained that Bathory had come in kindness, so it was logical to return the favor. Melju repeated again that she didn't understand anything. Why is she being told this? Bathory said that if the skin is like that, then the stuff that flows inside is also perfectly clean. Elizabeth Bathory stated that a deal is a deal, thanked Fedric and said she was taking it away. Meljo didn't understand what the deal was, or where it was being taken. Bathory asked at the mirror, Swallow, should I take everything else to room 4? She'll be staying there for a few days to entertain herself. Fedric doesn't mind, does he? Bathory said that even the smell from Melju was pleasant. The Demon Queen was outraged. After all, she had even made popcorn for them. Bathory added that they have to share a room for a few days. They need to get along somehow. Melju called Fedric a shameless bonehead and declared that she cursed them all. Bathory said the mirror only activates when she's around, so she'll quickly taste-test it and come right back. Melju screamed for Fedric's pelvis to fall off. Fedric asked Duanadius not to look at him like that. He was sad himself. Bathory inquired, what is it? The skeleton replied that it was popcorn. Melju made a whole mountain of them, and they are eaten during the spectacle. Bathory wondered where the carcass was now. Fedric pointed to Mr. Eater's huge paws peeking out of the popcorn. Swallow asked why Elizabeth had come again. The woman replied that Fedric had called her. Swallow asked who would be guarding her dungeon now. Bathory replied that the dungeon should protect her, not the other way around. Swallow thought that sounded quite logical. Bathory made herself comfortable in a chair peering out of the popcorn. The woman wondered if Swallow had decided to just watch from the sidelines. The Eater said the Imperials have been really annoying with their raids lately. It's annoying. He didn't like Kurak as it was, and now they could fight among themselves. Bathory asked why Swallow had given the orc a deadline of 3 weeks. Swallow replied that he was just wondering how far Kurak would be able to go. Swallow asked where Renee was now. Skeleton replied that she had gone to comfort Melia. Bathory tried to figure out what was on his mind. Was it really all for some kind of food and amusement? Is he really acting out of curiosity? Swallow said popcorn is fine to eat as long as you ignore the foul odor. Bathory kept trying to puzzle out if there was some deeper agenda behind this. Swallow wanted to see how Kurak would cope, and Bathory wondered what the Eater was preparing for. The woman decided to stop these musings, or her mind might have boiled. The duty officer ran into the room and gave the urgent news. The situation was critical. The duty officer shouted that Felstein had fallen. The commander was surprised. The battle had lasted less than 5 hours. It seems that if this continues, they will quickly reach Riaz as well. The commander-in-chief was asked what the future plans were. Red Dragon Squad Commander Kart stated that he would lead the suppression squad and look into the matter. Riviston responded that he was not giving permission. The situation on the battlefield is extremely difficult. He doesn't doubt Karth's ability, but with his current strength, he can only buy a little time. They may be orcs, but they are warriors of the great and terrible dungeon. There's a good chance that the Red Dragon Suppression Squad won't be able to withstand it. Karth replied that the commander may not trust him, but he himself has faith in the commander. He is confident that everything will work out the way the commander wants it to, so he is ready to go forward. Karth added that he is acting for the future that the commander envisions. Riviston agreed and authorized the use of Nixir's Red Dragon unit. Karth rejoiced. Now it was a different matter. He reported that the Red Dragon Squad was moving out. Riviston expressed hope for their safe return. He thought that Pelstein was not a fortress that would fall in half a day, even under the onslaught of superior forces. It seemed that the enemy had finally made a move. The man said he was already afraid his dad wouldn't show up. The move was so flawlessly placed you had to believe it. How fortunate that he'd taken the path of betrayal for power. But more importantly, no one knows why they're still alive, and why he isn't doing anything about it. A man from the magical community came to see the commander. Riviston asked if everything was ready. He replied that everything was ready and they were ready to move out. The man added that here you can remove the hood. No one is hostile. Mass production has been established, as requested by the commander. He asks what to do with the captured papal rat. All the important information was taken out. Does the commander still need it? Riviston says the magical community will find a use for it. This man is no longer the man he used to be, but was once called Daddy's right-hand man. Riviston said they could use it for its intended purpose, and the interviewer wanted to make the moment dramatic. Riviston figured they now held all the cards to get Daddy to reveal himself. The whole operation is just a play designed to capture a collection of 36 masterpieces. The only way to destroy the Eater is to use the material from the meltdown and create an apocalypse for Wynn. Riviston thought that many citizens of the Empire would die, all because of him, because he had started this war. He's going to hell for this. The interlocutor was startled when he saw the condition of the commander. Riviston, bleeding, fell to the floor. The man promised to bring painkillers. Riviston thought that monsters like him had no place in this world. He doesn't need monsters like that. Necessary evil? What's good about him? What does the world really need? A small but bright ray of light. Rushmore said that if Wynn dragged him out at night to practice, she should get ready. Wynn replied that she thought it sounded like Riviston was calling her. Rushmore asked, did she think he would be able to yell so that he could be heard from here? The girl has to focus. He noticed that she still hadn't hit once. The teacher said she had one more try. Wynn tried to attack again. Elizabeth Bathory said, did Swallow really think I would watch this in silence? Fedric replied that in such a situation, even the boss had to be a little pissed off. When he said he had allied himself with humans, it seemed like he was talking about a hostile nation, or mercenaries. Bathory thought that this orc had forfeited the right to bear the title of monster. By joining with a religious order, he had overstepped his bounds. Swallow wondered, what's the big deal? He just messed with people. The great and terrible dungeon, the ice palace of Margar. The aides welcomed Mrs. Welcome back and said they had been waiting for her for a long time. They asked how the meeting had gone. The lady said it had gone fairly smoothly. The Eater wasn't going to interfere, but a new problem had come up. The head of the dungeon stated that the problem is quite serious. Hexabel sided with Kurak.